Chapter 18. Later that day, the remaining ships dedicated to the diplomatic mission drew in to land in hangars spaced around the perimeter of Narsak habitat. One hangar was larger than all the others, but neither set of status engineers could agree on the envoy from either side arriving there. It would be too great a slight to the diplomat's perceived status, so it went unused. The Galactic Alliance and Corellian envoys landed in hangars of identical size, while the Jedi put in at a hangar slightly smaller than the others. Then the three groups met in the habitat's largest conference area, roomy enough for 2 games of zone ball to be played simultaneously. One set of tables had been arranged as a conference area, its seating carefully ordered by the rank of the individual assigned to it. Another set had food laid out upon it, a buffet of dishes from several worlds, including Coruscant and Corellia. A third area was bare of furniture, but a phalanx of musician droids was arrayed against one wall. The area's purpose, as a floor for dancing, was obvious. Han Solo, technically a consultant with the Jedi party, strode in beside his wife and took a quick look around the broad area. "This isn't a negotiation meeting." Leia smiled up at him. "No, it isn't." "It's a party." She nodded. "Why are we wasting time with a party when we've got 2 sides about to go to war?" Luke, walking 2 steps ahead beside his wife, grinned over his shoulder at his brother-in-law. "Nobody's going to war while the delegates are here. The only one with any likelihood of wanting to is Thrak Sal Solo, because war will give him a better chance to assume control of the entire Corellian system, and our intelligence contacts say he doesn't yet have enough influence over the other 4 Corellian chiefs of state to manage that." "And this gathering projects the idea that things are calm," Leia added. "There are news-gatherers and historians here. They'll see the calm, the unconcern, and they'll report on it to the HoloNet today." Han grimaced. "I need my blaster," he said. Jason, right behind his father, with Ben in tow, said, "You feel defenseless without it, Dad?" "Nothing of the sort. I just want to shoot everyone who decides on these protocols." Jason nodded agreeably. "If I ruled the universe, I'd let you do that, as a service to galactic civilization." Luke's smile lasted for another 2 steps. Then he straightened, looking forward. He stepped to the side of the Jedi formation to let it pass, and began looking right and left. Mara, Han, and Leia stepped out with him, letting the others continue on. Jason, Ben, Jaina, and Zek moved toward the center of the room, Ben sparing his father a curious glance. Mara asked, "What is it?" "He was here," Luke said. "The man who doesn't exist." Mara began a slow, casual, visual sweep of the room and asked, "How long ago?" "I'm not sure," Luke admitted. "I just had a flash of him in the Force, but it was clear and distinct. And again, no dream." "He has to exist, then," Mara said. Han cleared his throat. "Anybody care to toss a clue to a non-Jedi?" Leia said, "I'm in the dark too, Han." "An enemy," Luke said. "I became aware of him when he didn't yet exist. And now I'm beginning to think he sometimes exists and sometimes doesn't." "That'll make him hard to track down," Han admitted. "Hard to make him pay up his rent." Luke shot Han an admonishing glance, then followed the other Jedi. "He's actually worried," Han said. Mara nodded. "And getting more worried." Leia linked her arm through her sister-in-law's. "So tell us about this man who doesn't exist." The party, Luke had to admit, did serve its main purpose, giving the news-gatherers information that would probably reassure the public at large, and a secondary purpose, that of an icebreaker. At its start, the attendees stood about in rigid little groups, dictated by their function and place of origin. Here, Corellian politicians, backs to a functionally identical group of Coruscant politicians a meter away. There, a cluster of Jedi. At various points around the wall stood pairs and trios of security operatives. Here, GA, there, Corsec, next, Toriaz station experts. Oddly, it was a pair of aging pilots who began to thaw the hard edges of the groups. Walking together, Wedge Antilles and Tycho Selchu moved from cluster to cluster, shaking hands, clapping backs, telling stories. Their genuine affection for the people they were addressing was obvious, as was their genuine unconcern for the political boundaries of the gathering. Tycho was first on the dance floor with Prime Minister Saxon. Wedge, with Leia, was next. Soon the noise level in the chamber rose, and the boundaries between groups increasingly blurred. Jaina, dancing with her father, told him, "You can be doing that too." Han gave her a puzzled look. "Dancing? I am, if crushing my daughter's toes one by one counts." "Not what I meant. Did you know there's someone here that everybody on both sides likes and admires?" "Sure." Han looked around. "Luke's over there. He's talking to Pelion right now." "No." Jaina shook her head, setting her hair swaying. "I mean you. A hero to the Corellians and the rest of the GA. And you could be walking around getting to know everyone and making everybody feel better about being here." Han gave her a mock grimace. "I hate that sort of thing." "My father, the hero, won't walk around smiling, even if it keeps war from happening?" "Not fair. Who taught you to argue?" "Mom. Besides, you can get up to speed just by staying here on the dance floor. In case you haven't noticed, there are ladies from both sides hovering, waiting for when you find yourself without a dance partner. Like this." The music, a familiar dance number, signaled a twirl, and when Han completed it, Jaina was 2 meters away, dancing with Zek and giving her father one last merry smile. Han pointed at her, an "I'll get you for this" gesture, then felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned. Before him stood a young woman with short blonde hair. She wore the uniform of a junior officer of the GA security team. "General Solo?" she asked. "I'm Lieutenant Elson Barthas. Could I have this dance?" "Of course." Han put on a smile he didn't feel and glanced briefly to where Wedge danced with his wife. He'd heard the story of Wedge's escape from Coruscant and knew Barthas to be one of his captors. He decided that discussing her recent demotion wouldn't benefit the cause of détente. "Your accent. You're Corellian?" "Yes, originally. I'm surprised you can hear an accent. I've worked for several years to get rid of it." "Oh, some things never fade away completely." 4 hours after it began, the party ended. A handful of delegates and advisors moved to a much smaller adjoining chamber set up with a long conference table. Prime Minister Idle Saxon sat at one end, Admiral Gilad Pelion at the other, and their respective parties occupied the seats between them. "So," Pelion said, "rules of order?" "Let's dispense with them," Saxon said. She looked weary, but not ill-tempered. "In that case," Han said, "I'm taking off my boots. Nobody can make good decisions when his feet hurt." The experienced politicians, except Leia, looked at him in surprise, but Han followed words with action, reaching down under the table to yank his boots free. A security officer knelt to peer under the opposite side of the table, doubtless to make sure Han wasn't securing a hideaway blaster. And then the officer had a lot to do, as other attendees followed Han's lead and discarded footwear that had been binding and pinching for hours. Pelion didn't join in. Han, with a twinge of envy, suspected that the old admiral had enough experience and sense to equip himself with perfectly fitted, comfortable boots. "Let's get to it," Pelion said. "Prime Minister? May I call you Idle?" "Please." "Gillid. I'll stipulate that the arrival of a GA naval task force in the Corellian system was an unfriendly act, if you'd be so kind as to make the same admission about the secret reactivation of Centerpoint Station. Let's get that out of the way. Let's neither of us pretend that one side or the other is blameless." Saxon smiled in mock sweetness. "We can still argue over which is the greater offense." Pelion nodded. "We can, which is to your advantage." Saxon looked surprised. "You admit that?" "Of course. I'm a very old man. Any protracted argument, well, I could die at any moment." The old strategist smiled to put the lie to his words. Saxon, caught out, smiled despite herself. "All right. Let's prioritize, then. I won't pretend that the only possible outcome of this gathering is Corellian independence. Corellia has, at times, thrived as part of a wider government. She has also thrived as an independent state. But she can't thrive as a disarmed state, dependent on GA forces for protection of the system. Corellian pride won't allow for that. Insist on that, impose it, and you transform us into something other than Corellians." She pointed, in turn, to Han and Wedge. "Think how things would be in the GA today, if not for Corellians like these. There would be no Galactic Alliance, no New Republic. It would still be the Empire." A silence fell across the gathering, as all present remembered that Pelion had been an officer of the Empire at the time of its inception, had served the Empire faithfully. Through the years of its wars with the Rebel Alliance and New Republic, through the decades of its existence as a remnant government, to the time in recent years when it and the rest of the galaxy had changed and the Imperial Remnant had become a part of the Galactic Alliance. Those capable of saying anything admiring about the Empire always said that Pelion and officers like him represented the best part of it, could have forged it into an ethical and civilized regime had they been in charge from the start. And Pelion, too, was Corellian. Pelion smiled again, this time showing teeth. The obvious reply would have been, "And what's wrong with that?" Instead, he said, "So what you're arguing for, principally, is the preservation of a Corellian space navy above and beyond the Corellian Defense Force." "Of course." "That's not necessarily impossible," the Admiral said. "But would Corellia still be able to provide resources to the GA military at a rate dictated by its gross system production, as other GA signatories do? That would seem to be a substantial drain on Corellia's economy." "Well, obviously, our contribution to the GA military would have to be reduced by a value equivalent to our space navy, and that navy would be available to the GA for military activities when called upon." "Not acceptable. The Galactic Alliance military funding has to come first." It was at this point that Han's attention wandered. He supposed that the two diplomats must be arguing their agendas with what, in political circles, would be considered blinding speed. Otherwise, the discussion wouldn't have held his attention even that long. But verbiage had reached a toxic level, and he could no longer concentrate on it. Now he looked around the table, from face to face, trying to glean what information his experience as a sabacc player would grant him. Saxon and Pelion were the most interesting studies. Each was alert, energetic, apparently unmovable in argument position. But they had to come to some sort of agreement here, or both sides would lose. War was an unacceptable result. So below the hard surfaces, each had some flexibility to offer. The question was when they would offer it, and in the face of what circumstances. Leia was intent on the discussions, though Han noticed that each time a provocative statement was offered, she looked not at Saxon or Pelion, but at the chief advisor of whichever politician was receiving the statement. Luke was serene, almost in a meditative state. No, Han corrected himself. Luke was calm, but not serene. There was still the faint shadow of anxiety to his manner. This whole situation with the man who didn't exist obviously continued to worry him. It troubled Han, too. Luke could see things Han couldn't. If there were things that Luke couldn't see, it was likely that no living being in the galaxy could see them. Except... Han's attention fell on his son. Jason was, like Leia, earnestly following the discussion, but he also occasionally turned away from the talk at hand to stare in some direction that always seemed random. Han supposed that Jason, with his training in diverse and unusual aspects of the Force, was looking in directions no one else felt the need to. Perhaps he could see things even Luke couldn't. Han resolved to talk to his son later. This first meeting between Pelion and Saxon went on for 4 hours. Eventually, the two diplomats agreed to retire for the evening and resume their talks in the morning, station time. The delegates and their advisers discovered that they were all quartered on a single passageway of Narsak habitat, where the rooms commanded the best view of stars and the moon Rone. The passageway was named the Calabarth Way. At each end of its 275-meter run, and at any point a cross-corridor intersected it, a security station had been installed. The Galactic Alliance delegation was assigned the spinward end of the passageway, having won the right to the slightly more desirable quarters by virtue of the GA having paid for this conference. The Corellian delegation was quartered at the far end. The Jedi accommodations were in the middle. Numerous suites lay unoccupied in the areas between the delegation quarters. The passageways immediately above and below Calabarth Way were sealed off, all the suites there locked down in an effort to keep saboteurs from assaulting the delegations from either vertical direction. Still awake a couple of hours after the breakup of the first meeting, Han sat on a couch facing the Solo Suite's largest viewport, a huge expanse of radiation-shielded transparisteel, 15 meters long and 5 high. At the moment, it was oriented out to space, but the starfield was slightly marred by the presence of the GA frigate Firethorn, guaranteeing safety only a kilometer out. The frigate was not stationary. It paced the occupied edge of Narsak habitat, and so was, from Han's perspective, fixed in place outside the viewport. "I think we have the exact center suite," Han commented. "Accident or design?" "Design," Leia said. She was sitting in a chair 2 paces closer to the viewport than Han's couch. "Even though Luke's the master of the Order, the two of us are supposed to be the most neutral of all the parties present, except for Toriaz Station security, because of our, unique circumstances. So we're smack in the middle." Han shrugged. "Still, nice view." He turned his attention to Jason, seated at the other end of the couch. "So?" His son looked thoughtful. "I don't like this stuff about a man who doesn't exist." "Neither do I," Han said. "Neither does your mother." "Maybe, but I suspect we don't like it for different reasons." Jason gave Leia an apologetic look. "Ever since Dad started talking about it, I've been looking, sensing, peering into the future and the past, to the extent I can." Leia nodded. And nothing," I don't see or feel any trace of something like that." He frowned. "There's the faintest touch of a female presence that feels antagonistic, malevolent. It has some flavor of the Force with it, but it's so faint that it doesn't have to pertain to the here and now. It could be a leftover from years or decades ago. It could be pre-Imperial." "Could it be a Force user who's here now and using arts to diminish her presence?" Leia asked. Jason nodded. "Maybe." "Then why couldn't it be Luke's man who doesn't exist, using those same arts to impart a different gender feeling, perhaps to throw Luke off?" Jason smiled. "Mom, that doesn't make any sense. First, if I could detect the presence Uncle Luke is feeling, then I would probably detect it the same way, at least initially. If it's a man to him, it should be a man to me. Second, and I think this is very important, why hasn't Luke mentioned this female presence I noticed? Did he not detect it all, or has he dismissed it because it's not as strong or as in-your-face as his man who doesn't exist?" He took a deep breath. "Mom, I think Uncle Luke is dismissing a lot of information and premonitions he may be getting simply because they don't match with what he believes. He didn't think much of my suggestion that the Corellians wouldn't roll over as quickly as the GA said they would, and look what happened. Now he has a pet theory about some shadowy enemy, and nothing else seems to be getting through to him." "I know he hasn't studied every esoteric Force discipline you have," Leia said, "but that doesn't mean he's wrong. His opinions shouldn't be disregarded." "Neither should mine." Jason's tone was sharper than he intended. He softened it for his next words. "I didn't mean to sound angry." "You are angry," his mother said. "Maybe, but my point is still worth listening to. Uncle Luke had to carry the burden of the survival of the entire Jedi Order all by himself for years. He's faced pressures that no Jedi in history has endured. After 40 years of doing this, he may be burning out." "I doubt it," Leia said. "Jason, the way he's lived his life, the way he's learned about the Force, that's one path to knowledge. Yours is a different one. Do you really think yours is better?" "With apologies, Mom, yes, I do. I think Uncle Luke is closed off to some avenues of learning, and it may mean there are things he'll never be able to see." "All the same," Han said, "keep your eyes open for strangers. Ignoring warnings is a good way to get dead." Jason grinned. "We agree on that." Chapter 19. 2 levels above Calabarth Way, and toward the Habitat Center, in an auxiliary security command compartment normally occupied only in times of emergency, Captain Sirin Tawaller scanned a series of readout boards, looking for trouble. The leftmost board showed him the station's external tracking sensors, indicating every ship, piece of debris, or asteroid larger than a ground speeder within several thousand kilometers of the station's position. On the screen, numerous green-for-friendly blips dotted space. The next board showed a much closer view. Only Toriaz Station appeared there. On it, a green blip moved with considerable delicacy among the spokes that connected the station to its satellite habitats. The third screen on that bank showed an almost identical view, but did not show the green blip. It was this view that command crew on the bridge would be seeing. This view that was being recorded in the station's files. The rightmost screen showed a diagram of the station's layout, each section colored by alert status. Everything was in the green except for one belt of yellow, Calabarth Way, the yellow indicating its heightened state of security. Tawaller felt, rather than heard, his companion lean over his shoulder, and was for once not startled when she spoke. Her voice was, as ever, quiet and silky. I am always amazed at the initiative security officers show in ensuring that they can peer through every set of holocam lenses on a ship, pry into every confidential computer file, and access every ship's function, even when they're not supposed to. A comment like that would normally have made Tawaller feel defensive, but here it seemed soothing. Tawaller chanced a glance over his shoulder. The woman who stood there was a beauty, tall, slender, and aristocratic, her dark eyes intelligent. She wore colorful but cumbersome robes in the latest Kuwati style, and she did so with a grace that began with a lack of self-consciousness. Tawaller shrugged, trying to appear unconcerned. A security officer has to be able to provide security, even when commanding officers are killed or subverted. He has to be able to see where everyone is, know what everyone is thinking. Otherwise, things aren't safe. You're right, of course. There was amusement in the woman's tone, and again Tawaller was surprised that he wasn't even a little offended. The woman's words sounded like condescension, but of course they weren't. Of course they weren't. This woman had come to him with the news that he, Captain Siren Tawaller, was under consideration to be the Telban of a lady, to be the consort chosen to father her child in the ancient tradition of the great ruling merchant houses of Kuwait. His intelligence, his personal strength, his determination had brought him to her attention, and somehow she had looked past the indifferent service reports that had been written about him, had dismissed the petty jealousy and backstabbing competition that had led superior officer after superior officer to label him as unmotivated and adequate. His personal and financial success, and those of his family, were now assured, despite the curiously low regard with which the people of other worlds viewed the role of Telban. But first, he had to pass a test of loyalty. He had to help this grand lady preserve her house by eliminating the rogue Jedi assigned to kill her. Why Jedi would want to kill a Kuat mercantile princess was beyond Tawaller, but that was all right. His specialty was point security, not anticipatory security. Besides, he didn't like the Jedi. They strutted around without any respect for security or authority. They dressed like beggars or hermits when everyone knew they were rich, and the quality of their boots gave them away every time. The poor couldn't afford high-grade footwear, and they lorded it over normal folk with their so-called mystical powers. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Tawaller again felt a moment of unease. The woman leaning over his shoulder had presented documents proving her identity as a representative of a great house. But at this precise moment, he couldn't remember the exact content of those documents, just that he had accepted them without question, had accepted the woman's explanation and mission without hesitation. Well, just more proof that Tawaller wasn't unmotivated, was far above adequate. He was decisive and bold, as he was demonstrating now, as he would demonstrate from now on in his new position. His fate was assured. His eyes were drawn to a constantly updated readout on the first information screen. 4 minutes until dock, he said. Good. Let's go meet them. There were 20 of them, all human, men and a few women uniformed in gleaming black body armor. The chest plates were rigid carapaces, the helmets narrower than pilots' protective gear. Upper arms, legs, and hands were protected by a mesh-like material, heavy but flexible. Lower arms and legs were encased in the same heavy material as torsos. They carried gleaming black rifles of types unfamiliar to Tawaller, 3 different designs, all of them curiously oversized, one of them intended, as the placement of the padding and sights indicated, for shoulder mount use. And their faces. Tawaller didn't know what to make of their faces. Slightly obscured, as they were behind the amber faceplates of the helmets, they seemed just a little wrong. The analytical portion of his brain went to work on the problem, even as the men and women began streaming in through the airlock. Age range, 30 to 60, he estimated, older than ordinary recruits, averaging older even than a standard unit of elites. Planets of origin. It was never easy to calculate such a thing, but a certain characteristic leanness of features and the way they made eye contact suggested Corellia. Yet in other ways their mannerisms were strikingly non-Corellian. Tawaller saw none of the good cheer and cockiness that usually characterized the soldiers and citizens of that system. And there was something wrong with them, a hollowness to their cheeks, an odd intensity to their expressions.
"They're dying."
The woman whispered the words in Tawaller's ear, as if answering his unspoken question.
"Each of them, from various wasting diseases that medicine can't arrest. They're all still at something like full strength, with painkillers to keep them that way for a while. And they have no worries about mortality to hold them back. It's delicious, isn't it?"
Tawaller tried to suppress a shudder, and did not entirely succeed. "Delicious," he repeated, as if agreeing. The woman shut the airlock, then held up a datapad and moved to stand at the head of the column of armored soldiers.
"I'm transmitting the station plans and the locations of your targets. This information should be appearing in the heads-up displays of your helmet visors."
Tawaller saw dimly glowing green shapes flickering over the visors, and several of the soldiers nodded. None spoke. The woman's lean features twisted up into a smile.
"Good. Get to it."
In two columns, silent except for the faint creaking of their armor, the soldiers passed to either side of the woman and headed down the passageway. The passageway's curves soon took them out of Tawaller's sight. He was glad to see them gone.
"The shuttle that brought them will take you to Kuat,"
the woman said.
"You'd better board."
Tawaller turned and slapped the control board for the airlock. He entered and peered in some confusion through the transparisteel viewport in the door on the opposite side. It showed nothing but stars. "It's gone," he said. "The shuttle." He heard the airlock door hiss closed behind him. The woman's voice came across the airlock speaker.
"No, it's still there. Look harder."
Tawaller felt lightheaded. He wanted nothing so much as to sit down and rest for a minute. But he did as told, leaning closer to the viewport. Oh yes, he'd been wrong. Through the viewport, he could see the docking tube in place, the door into the belly of the shuttle invitingly open.
"You'd better hurry."
Tawaller pressed the control for the airlock door to open, but its speaker made a disagreeable noise and its text screen flashed red. He had to concentrate to read the words appearing on the screen. "It hasn't run its depressurization cycle." That was wrong. It didn't need to depressurize. A boarding tube was coupled to the other side. Atmospheric pressures should be approximately equal. Now his companion sounded exasperated.
"Go ahead and depressurize. After all, you have your pressure suit on."
Tawaller glanced down at himself. Yes, he was in his pressure suit. He couldn't remember putting it on, but he was clad head to foot in the industrial gray of one of the station's vac suits. He entered the code to pump the air out of the airlock and open the outer door. In a moment, his ears popped, and he felt even more lightheaded.
"Don't worry, Tawaller."
Her voice grew increasingly faint.
"The feeling will pass soon."
The unit of 20 dying killers moved briskly down the corridor from the airlock to a turbo lift. They entered, keyed in a command to take them 2 floors down, and moments later emerged on the same level as Calabarth Way. This passageway, which ran at right angles to and intersected with the passageway that was their destination, was dark, faintly illuminated only by emergency glows along the floor. But there was a glow in one direction. The men and women turned that way and began marching. On the space station floor diagram on their helmet visors, a red dot moved to show their location. Eventually, the glow ahead resolved itself into a lighted area situated at the intersection of this passageway and Calabarth Way. The armored soldiers could make out walls of transparent steel set up as a security station. At the station, a portion of the passageway was given over to a battery of sensors and a small enclosure, just large enough for a desk and 2 security officers. The rest of the passageway at that point was a lock, a stretch of walkway with a secure door at each end. The barriers separating the sensor area from the lock, and separating both sensor area and lock from original passageway, were made of transparent steel, as were the secure doors themselves, giving the whole station an oddly delicate, crystalline appearance. Just as the killers came close enough to take in these details, the guidance map on their visors disappeared, and the word "Wait" appeared. They stopped in place and waited. In the station sat 2 officers, human men in the gray and white uniform of Toriaz Station security. At this late hour, with all the members of the delegation parties retired for the evening, they were relaxed, chatting over cups of caf. Then a data pad sitting on the desk before them erupted in a cloud of white smoke. The smoke completely filled the tiny chamber, looking like a patch of thick fog cut into a square by some supernatural force. It began to fade. Through it, the 20 intruders could see the 2 security men slumped over their desks. Colored lights danced over the control pads of the security station doors. Then those doors swung open. The instruction showing on the helmet visors switched from "Wait" to "Proceed." Then, as abruptly, was replaced by the maps to the intruders' destinations. They marched forward. Jason awoke from fitful sleep. The compartment he and Ben had been assigned, one of several chambers arranged around a central living area that offered access to the main passageway, had 2 beds and its own refresher, quite comfortable by the standards of traveling Jedi. It was dark, the only illumination coming from a dim glow panel above the door to the living room. Something was not wrong, but different. He glanced around, saw only the inert shape of Ben in his bed and the rectangular openings into the refresher and the closet. Jason sat up into a cross-legged posture and closed his eyes, sinking effortlessly into a contemplative state. He looked for treachery, hatred, anger. He could feel little twinges of them, but no more than would be expected at any political gathering. Satisfied, he lay down again. A handful of meters away, in a chamber on the other side of the same living room, Luke Skywalker also sat up. Beside him, Mara opened an eye and offered him a lazy smile.
"Nerves?"
Luke shook his head. He turned his head back and forth, but his gaze was unfocused. "Something's going on." Mara stretched and opened the other eye, giving her husband an exasperated look.
"You think I couldn't sense an attack or danger?"
"I think that looking for an attack or danger is a mistake." Luke slipped out from beneath the blanket and stood, dressed only in briefs and undershirt. "If you look for banthas, you fail to notice hawkbats." Mara cast the blanket aside and stood, now suspicious and alert.
"I still don't feel any aggression."
"Not aggression. Fatalism. Disease." Luke threw up his left hand toward the door, as if to ward off an attack. With a boom that shook the floor and walls and deafened Mara momentarily, the chamber door blew off its tracks and hurtled toward Luke. Still in mid-gesture, Luke grimaced, and the door instantly reversed direction, slamming back through the portal it had covered and crashing to the floor of the central living chamber beyond. Luke leapt toward the doorway, gesturing with his other hand. From the nightstand beside the bed, his lightsaber flew into his grasp, and he thumbed it to life, its snap-hiss only faintly audible to his concussed ears, before he landed outside the doorway. Ahead of him was the metal door. It was on the floor, warped to conform roughly to the shape of a large humanoid form, the man who'd triggered the explosion. The circular room was thick with doors. 3 more of them, like his, were off their tracks and smoking. To his left were black armored figures, 2 pairs, 1 pair at each of 2 destroyed doorways that faced each other. Smoke curled from the barrels of their oversized rifles. To his immediate right was an armored figure within reach, swinging her rifle to bear on him, and farther down, another pair of armored figures stood in front of another ruined doorway. The attackers were moving into the doorways. Ignoring the riflewoman next to him, Luke gestured right and left, and expulsions of force power swept the armored figures in both directions off their feet, hammered them into door jambs, caused them to drop their weapons. Simultaneously he twisted, bringing the center of his body out of line of the riflewoman's barrel. She fired. The shot should have passed harmlessly behind Luke's back, but it was not a blaster shot. Something shining and thread-like expanded from the barrel. It settled across Luke, as unavoidable as a sudden forest fog, and tightened across his head, arms, legs. It was a silvery net, contracting as it touched its target. He heard it crackle as it wrapped across the blade of his lightsaber, saw it blacken where it touched the green energy blade. In a moment, he knew, he'd be able to use his force skills to wrench the net off him. He didn't have a moment. As the net clamped his arms to his sides and drew his legs together in an awkward, unbalanced pose, he saw the riflewoman twist a dial on the rifle's barrel. The interior of the barrel glowed. Mara's blue lightsaber blade, flashing out from the doorway, cut up through the barrel at an angle and continued across the attacker's neck. The front half of the rifle and the woman's hand fell away. Then her head rolled off, smoking at the point of the lightsaber contact, to topple to the floor. Down the curved wall to Luke's left, armored invaders who'd been preparing to enter the next chamber down turned to fire on him and Mara. One had a weapon like the riflewoman's. Another carried a bigger, shoulder-mounted device. Luke could feel their sudden, growing anger and identical emotions from the invaders down the wall in the other direction. Luke turned left, rotating on the ball of one foot. He dropped his lightsaber and gestured with the hand that had held it. Ahead of him, the ceiling, a cool blue sound-insulating foam over metal, buckled and tore free, slamming down across those invaders. The attackers must have fired. In an instant, the ruined ceiling began to superheat from the blasts, the insulation on the far side bursting into flame and sending sheets of smoke up into the air. Behind him, Luke heard the hum and crackle of Mara's lightsaber, and a scream from one of the attackers. Luke flexed both his body and his control of the Force, and the remaining silver netting on him tore away. His lightsaber popped back up into his hand. His Force senses focused, he walked forward, pushing the glowing metal panel before him, driving it toward his attackers. Jason had barely closed his eyes again when his compartment door blasted inward. The shock of the concussion startled him, delaying him a deadly half-second. But as he rose, as he gestured for his lightsaber, the long barrel of the first intruder's black rifle entered and swung toward him. The attacker was suddenly bowled off his feet. Jason felt the pulse in the Force that did it, felt the characteristic traits of Luke's exertion within it. Lightsaber in hand, Jason snapped it on. Took a fraction of a second to wave at Ben's bed and flip it over, sending the boy into the wall and covering him with the bed. Only then did Jason leap out into the central chamber. Before him was the attacker who'd just tried to enter his room. To his left was another black-armored figure, bringing his weapons to bear on Mara, who advanced toward them clad in black sleepwear. So we were all caught asleep. He trusted Mara to be able to deal with the second attacker. He flicked his lightsaber blade up, slicing through the first intruder's weapon. Fast as an attacking slash rat, the rifleman stepped back in a crouch, drawing and firing a holstered blaster in a single practiced move. Jason tapped the bolt out of the way with a negligent readjustment of his lightsaber blade, then thrust, shoving the blade through the man's armor at the shoulder. Jason felt it penetrate the armor, burn its way through flesh and bone beneath, and emerge from the armor on the other side. The man screamed and fell, dragging his body off Jason's weapon. Jason glanced left. Mara's foe was falling, a smoking line from shoulder blade to stomach, marking the injury that had defeated him. Beyond, Luke was in the midst of 4 enemies, all of them firing. The oversized bolt from one of their weapons, missing wildly, flashed toward Mara and Jason, and the 2 Jedi ducked out of its way. At the end of his spin, Luke stood up, and something fell away from each of his attackers. A rifle barrel, an arm, a severed head. 3 of them fell down. The 4th cast his destroyed weapon to the floor, raised his hands, then, oddly, followed his companions to the floor, his body limp. From the door nearest Luke emerged Jaina, wearing a brown sleep shirt, her lightsaber lit. From the destroyed door opposite her emerged Zek, soot smearing his face, smoke rising from the forward portion of his hair. "They keep trying to blow me up," he complained. Chapter 20. Han and Leia snuggled together on the couch, sitting in the darkness, wordlessly watching the galaxy rotate outside beyond the viewport. The door to the passageway hissed open behind them, spilling light into the large room. Han and Leia turned to look. 4 armored figures marched in, quiet and confident. Apparently not noticing the Solos on the couch, they walked straight to the doorway leading to the main bedchamber. The one with the largest weapon, a shoulder-mounted blaster rig, set up to destroy the door, while the other 3 readied their own weapons. Han and Leia exchanged a puzzled look. Leia shrugged. Han drew his blaster. He'd spent frustrating hours not permitted by the various security staffs to carry his favorite weapon, so he had recovered it the instant he'd returned to his own quarters. Now he aimed it at the 4 intruders, bracing it against the top of the couch. "Hey," he said. The 4 turned. One, fastest on the uptake, began to aim more quickly than the others. Han shot him in the throat. Leia sprang up from the couch, a force-assisted leap that carried her toward the ceiling of the tall living chamber. She lit her lightsaber on the way up. One of the intruders, the one carrying the shoulder-mounted blaster, aimed at her. Han, not knowing whether her skills and lightsaber could deflect the blast from such a weapon, shot him too, his blaster bolt burning its way into the side of the man's helmet. The other 2 fired at him. The first shot hit the back of the sturdy couch and picked the furniture up, spinning it toward the outer wall. Han and the couch hit the transparisteel of the viewport. Han felt the viewport shudder under the impact, and he wondered, for one eternity-long fraction of a second, if it would give way beneath the blow, buckling free of its housing, sending him into the coldness of space and decompression. It didn't. It rang metallically as he hit it, pain shot through his shoulder blades, and suddenly he was on the floor, the couch on top of him. He heard Leia's lightsaber hum and sizzle. He rolled out from under the furniture. In the moment it took him to come upright, blaster in hand, the situation was resolved. One of the 2 remaining attackers was down with his head off. The other, shaking in pain, was missing both arms at the elbow. Both of Han's targets were down, smoke rising from where the blaster bolts had hit them. Leia turned her attention to the door, and Han didn't need Jedi powers to know what she was thinking. "Yeah," he said. "You left, me right." They emerged into Calabarth Way at a dead run, Han turning toward the chambers of the Corellian delegation, Leia turning toward the delegation from Coruscant. The first door Han passed slid open, and a man leapt out. Han aimed, wrenched his blaster back out of line. The man emerging was his own son. "Come on, kid," he said, and ran past. Han could see up ahead that the double-wide door leading into the Corellian delegation suite was open. Small arms blaster fire emerged from the doorway to pockmark the passageway wall opposite. As he watched, a black-armored figure staggered back through the doorway, his chest smoking from what looked like blaster hits, and swung his oversized blaster rifle into line back toward the doorway. The blaster fired. A lance of red light leapt from the weapon, and the interior of the chamber beyond the door was suddenly illuminated in flame colors. Han fired. His shot hit the attacker's armor just under the armpit, staggering him, but not penetrating. At the same moment, Jason hurled his lightsaber. It spun in flight, catching the attacker as he was still off balance from Han's shot, crossing him at knee level and severing both legs at the joint. Jason put on a burst of force-augmented speed, leaving his father behind, and kept the lightsaber spinning in the air just outside the suite's door. There were more flashes of light from that chamber, more small arms fire, and he took the last 2 steps with a sinking feeling. He snatched the hilt of his spinning lightsaber out of the air and stepped into the doorway. The room was on fire. No, that wasn't quite right. 3 members of the Corellian security detail were on fire, their bodies burning briskly, smoke also curling up from their blasters. Oddly, the chamber's fire alert had not activated. There were 3 bodies on the ground that weren't smoking. They were black-clad intruders. The burn marks on their heads attested to the accurate fire of the dead Corsac officers. One of the interior doors was gone, wrenched free, the frames scorched by the power of the intruders' blaster rifles. In the doorway stood Wedge Antilles, dressed in his shorts and ancient Rebel Alliance shirt, a blaster in his hand. He looked Jason in the eye and shook his head, a sorrowful gesture. Jason entered and moved past Wedge. On the floor of the sumptuous bedchamber beyond lay Five-World Prime Minister Idle Saxon, a burned-edge hole the size of a dinner plate passing entirely through her torso, residual charring masking any expression she might have been wearing when she died. Leia sped faster as she neared the door to the main Coruscant delegation quarters. Those doors were open, and she could hear blaster fire from beyond them. As she reached the doorway, she dropped the speed burst and stopped with the abruptness of a Toydarian junk merchant flying over a credit. The chamber beyond, an antechamber providing access to a variety of bedchambers and function rooms, was filled with smoke and bodies. 3 of the downed combatants were black-armored intruders. Several were GA security. One, on the far side of the room, sitting half upright, was an elderly man in an admiral's uniform. His head, neck, and the top portion of his chest were missing, the edges of what remained blackened by high energy. A huge hole in the wall above, centered at the 2-meter level, showed where the upper reaches of his body had been when the blast had hit. Nearer, a 4th black-armored intruder was sprawled on the floor, his blaster rifle a meter beyond his reach. He struggled to rise, but another GA-uniformed officer straddled his body, gripping his helmet by the faceplate. As the intruder continued to struggle, the officer brought a small blaster pistol up to the back of his neck and fired down, through the spine. The attacker jerked and lay still. The officer became aware that someone was standing behind him. He spun and aimed, and as he turned, Leia recognized him as Tycho Selchu. The old pilot's friend or foe recognition was still incredibly quick. He brought his aim off Leia, even as she raised her blade to deflect a possible shot. Leia looked past him to the body against the wall. "Oh no," she said. "Not Pelion." Tycho shook his head. Not Pelion. My double. The voice came from a shadowy doorway. Its door was opened, not destroyed. From it stepped the old admiral, dressed in a dark robe, a blaster rifle in his hands. He looked sorrowful as he gazed at the man who had died in his stead. Even his bristly mustache seemed to droop. Tycho asked, "Is Han—"
"He's fine," Leia said. "Han shot first."
There was no more blaster fire to be heard. The loudest noises were the hum of Leia's lightsaber and the crackling of flames from some of the bodies. Leia switched her weapon off, and it was even quieter.
"Let's find out how bad the damage is," she said.
"He looked at me," Luke said, "foamed at the mouth, and fell dead." "The one Jason crippled did the same thing," Wedge said. "I saw foam on the lips of several of them," Pelion added. They were crowded into a lounge near the Solo Suite. Representatives of both diplomatic parties, all the Jedi, and a few of Toriaz Station's security officers. One of them, Lieutenant Yorvin, a reed-thin woman with hair a rustier red than Mara's, decided to straighten things out.
"We need to start taking statements immediately," she said. "As soon as we can set up our truth analyzers, I'll be requesting a judge to come up from Kuat to help with the officiating. My Lord Solo," she gestured at Han, "I'll need you to surrender your blaster. You're in the company of the envoys again."
Han gave her a look that was half scowl, half puzzlement. "I'm not sure how to respond to a statement like that," he said, "except with violence." Lieutenant Yorvin suddenly discovered herself flanked by Wedge Antilles and Tycho Celchu. "You seem to be asking to suck space," Wedge said.
"I'm sorry?"
"Perhaps the term isn't common in the Kuat flavor of basic," Tycho said. "What he's asking, Lieutenant, is whether you'd like to patch the station exterior without wearing an enviro suit."
I'm not—"
"Shh," Wedge said. "Listen. Yes, an investigation is about to happen, but you're not in charge. We are. Here are your orders."
First,"
Tycho said, "shut up. Second, lock down this entire habitat. Seal off the connection to Toriaz Station, then shut and seal every door, allowing them to be opened only from your security station." "Speaking of which," Wedge said, "is there an auxiliary security station? Somewhere that can override security controls from the bridge and the main security office?"
"Yes, sir."
Lieutenant Yorvin's attention flickered back and forth between the two pilots, and the comprehension dawning on her face suggested that she was beginning to understand what she would and would not be able to do in this situation.
"But it's easier to—"
"Do it from there," Tycho said, "and send us your captain. What's his name?"
"Tawaller,"
Wedge supplied. "Also, no body, no weapon, no scorch mark, no splash of spilled calf is to be touched." "Don't touch the security recordings without our say-so," Tycho added. "Just stand by in the security station and be prepared to open doors or provide information whenever I call for it, or General Antilles, or Admiral Pelion, or Master Skywalker, or anyone we designate." Lieutenant Yorvin tried one last time.
"But this isn't the way things are done."
Wedge turned back toward Pelion. "Admiral, if these people don't do exactly as we say, is Toriaz Station going to be paid for rental of this habitat?" "No, it's not." Pelion, once again in full-dress uniform, settled back in an overstuffed chair. "If they continue to obstruct this investigation, are they going to be sued?" Tycho asked. Pelion nodded, looking like a kindly old grandfather reluctant to give bad news. "And they'll lose. Oh, how they'll lose. Wedge looked back at the officer. Dismissed, he said. She left. More precisely, she fled, nearly banging her nose on the lounge door as it slid out of her way almost too slowly. Since there's only one party here that is plausibly neutral, Wedge said, I propose we hand coordination of this situation over to Master Skywalker and his Jedi. I agree, Pelion said, which is not to say that I only want Jedi looking into it. Don't worry, Luke said. I'll be happy to draw on everyone's strengths. He frowned. Allow me the first question here, Admiral. Do you routinely have a double along with you? The old officer shook his head. But then, I don't routinely go on diplomatic missions. The double, and swapping out of the bedchambers we'd been assigned for others that were supposed to be empty, were notions of General Selchuk's, and they saved my life. Actually, Tycho corrected, it's something Wedge and I settled on together. Pelion stage-whispered, This treasonous collaboration has got to stop. His expression suggested he didn't mean it. Luke turned to Wedge. But Saxon wasn't protected by the same measures. Wedge nodded. I recommended they be implemented, but remember, I wasn't in charge of the Prime Minister's security the way Tycho is in charge of the Admiral's. I was overruled by her security chief, fellow named Tomek. He's among the dead. Han frowned. Not Harval Tomek. Wedge nodded again. A member of Thraken Sal Solo's political machine, Han continued. What's someone like that doing in charge of security for a political rival? Wedge offered up a humorless smile. In his secondary capacity as Minister of War, Sal Solo was able to insist that Saxon's security be augmented by Tomek's crew. Tomek's crew took over. Who's going to take over as Five-World Prime Minister? Luke asked. Saxon's deputy? Wedge nodded. Fellow named Denjax Tepler. Once married to Saxon, in fact. They parted but remained friendly. He'll hold the post until they can arrange a new election. Months, perhaps. Han snorted. You mean until he gets killed, too? Luke, seated, finished dressing. He flexed his toes in his boots, and then zipped the boots up along the side. Now he was clad head to toe in black. Somber dress for a somber occasion, and also vaguely menacing dress in a time when he needed politicians and bureaucrats to listen to him very carefully. All right, he said. If I'm in charge of this investigation, a circumstance that can only last until the GA and Corellian delegations receive orders from their respective governments, then I'm going to have to act fast. He rose. Tycho, Wedge, and the Jedi will spread out to investigate. Admiral, I'd like to ask you to stay here. Coordinate data as we obtain it. Han. He frowned, obviously at a loss to make use of Han's skills in this situation. Leia spoke up. Han can provide security here, and maybe let the Admiral teach him a thing or two about Sabak. Teach me, Han repeated. Two kindly old Corellians, Leia continued, her expression innocent, having a harmless game of cards. Pelion fixed Han with a disbelieving stare. Your lady really does like the sight of blood, doesn't she? Han gestured toward the old naval officer, a motion that somehow said, it's settled. Luke took one last quick look around. His attention fell on his son. Ben was paler than usual and unnaturally quiet. Luke saw Mara reach for the boy, probably to give his brow or chin an affectionate stroke, but Ben drew back without looking at her. Luke didn't know whether the boy was shunning contact or simply didn't want to seem to be a coddled child in front of the other Jedi. But he felt a faint pang of hurt from Mara, a pang she quickly, ruthlessly clamped down on. He felt for her, but had no time to talk to her, to talk to Ben. He rose. "Let's go," he said. Zek, beside the door, hit the control panel and it slid open for Luke. His cloak streaming, his fellow Jedi trailing behind him, Luke swept out into the hall and prepared himself for what he knew was going to be a long night of investigating, negotiating, and theorizing.
"Sorry, have I interrupted a veterans parade?"
Jaina asked. Wedge, in anonymous gray civilian clothes, and Tycho, still in his dress uniform, were walking side by side down an outer rim corridor. Wedge glanced back at Jaina and Zek. Then he and Tycho exchanged a look. "Jedi are quiet," Tycho said. "They sneak up on you even when they're supposed to be your friends." Wedge grinned. "Maybe you're just losing your hearing." "I was deafened by the sound of your joints creaking." "That could be it." Wedge returned his attention to the datapad in his hands. It was open, and its small screen displayed a map of this section of Narsak habitat. The map background was black. The partitions and bulkheads were narrow yellow lines, and a dotted red line stretched from behind their current position to a point some meters ahead. "Tell her that I'm not sure I should be talking to a traitor." "General Antilles says—"
"Traitor?"
Jaina stopped, aghast.
"Wait a minute. I'm half Corellian by birth, sure, but I wasn't raised as a citizen. And as Jedi, we're supposed to put the interest of the greater good ahead of planetary concerns."
"Not what I meant," Wedge said, unruffled. Tycho nodded. "She's young. She jumps to conclusions." Wedge adjusted the datapad so that the map scrolled ahead. It now showed the red dotted line terminating at an airlock. "She also talks too much." "She has to. The boy who follows her everywhere doesn't say anything." Jaina glanced back and up at Zek. He nodded, admission that the point was well made. "No," Wedge said. "What I mean is that anyone as good as you are in a snub fighter, but who gives up the flying life to run around in robes and swing an impractical energy sword, has committed treason to her natural aptitudes."
"I still fly," Jaina said. "And I still fly X-Wings. And you're avoiding the subject."
Wedge nodded. "All right. No more avoidance." He drew a deep breath, then let it out in a guilty sigh. "This is not a veterans parade." "Well done," Tycho said. "Confession does cleanse the spirit, doesn't it?" "It does," Wedge admitted. Jaina held up her hands, fingers curled, as if on the verge of reaching for Wedge's neck.
"So what have you found?"
Tycho said, "As you know, the head security officer for the habitat is missing."
"We know,"
Jaina said ruefully.
"That's what Zek and I have been doing, looking for him. We looked at the holocam recordings—"
"Which don't exist for Calabarth Way for the time period of the attack," Tycho said.
"Correct. We also went through his quarters, tried to get a sense of him."
She frowned. "What is it?" Tycho asked. Jaina smiled.
"Oh, at last you're curious. At last I have something you want to know."
Tycho rolled his eyes. "Better tell her, Wedge. She's going to get difficult." Wedge came to a stop so suddenly that Jaina almost bumped into him. They were in front of an airlock. Wedge's datapad indicated that they were at the terminus of the red dotted line. He snapped the device shut. "In the wake of the attack, Tycho and I did the first, most obvious thing. You asked for brandy? Zek asked. The tree speaks at last. Tycho shook his head. No, we asked for those self-same holocam recordings that don't exist.
So you got nothing, Jaina said. From a pocket, Wedge pulled a cable. One end went into a jack in the datapad. The other was a standard round wall plug, which he fit into the jack beneath the airlock's control panel. Running diagnostics, he said. Seems to be pressurized. No unusual pulses through the internal sensors. No, Jaina. We asked whether Toryaz Station is the sort of place where the engineering department logs all door openings and closings. You know, to measure wear patterns, predict replacement needs, that sort of thing. That would never have occurred to me, Jaina admitted.
Wedge smiled. Me either. Something my wife taught me. Or rather, taught my younger daughter while I eavesdropped. I have one daughter going into my line of work, one going into my wife's. Genetically and culturally speaking, isn't that perfect?
Perfect, Jaina said, her tone flat. So, the door openings?
Wedge rapped the airlock door. This was open shortly before the attack for about a minute at a time, when there is no listing of a ship being docked outside. And note that we're on the opposite side of the habitat from its outer rim, meaning that this airlock is out of direct sight of the frigate Firethorn. It's the most inconvenient airlock on the habitat, with the most inconvenient approach, suited only to shuttles and smaller craft. Anyway, a minute later, it went through a depressurization cycle. Outer door opened and closed, and then repressurized.
So someone arrived here by shuttle, and left here by shuttle,
Jaina said. Tycho shook his head. That doesn't make sense. You bring in a crew of assassins. You open the airlock to let them in. You close it, cycle it, reopen it. Why? If you're just going to leave, why not leave it open for the 60 or 90 seconds until you leave? Meaning, Wedge said, ultimately what we have is a mystery. Add to it the fact that the security door on the tube to the main station opened a couple of minutes later. So a shuttle left here, and then something cycled through the airlock, to throw out some evidence maybe, and then someone left the habitat on foot. His datapad chimed, and he opened it up to glance at the screen. Looks all clear, he said. Risk it? Tycho said, Put the children up front. Wedge grinned and typed a series of numbers and letters into the pad. The airlock door hissed and slid open. From another pocket, he pulled a pair of thin gloves and donned them. He began prodding at the corners of access panels, running fingers across the tops of glowing warning signs, peering into every crack and cranny in the airlock. Wish Ella were here, he said. Or Winter, Tycho added. Both our wives are ex-intelligence, Wedge said, his comment directed at Zek. Tycho's wife used to babysit Jaina, in fact. Whatever we've learned, we've picked up mostly through osmosis. Normally we just shoot things, Tycho added. We keep trying to retire, Wedge said. Give up this life of shooting things. Tycho nodded. We're really men of peace at heart. Wedge stepped out from the airlock and shrugged. Nothing. Jaina held out her hand. Give it over. Wedge looked surprised. What? I saw you palm something when you were bent over looking at the floor. Hand it over. Wedge shook his head. Our lead. Our investigation. You and your pole-like shadow can tag along if you want. Trade, Zek said. Wedge shot him a curious look. What? Trade. I give you my lead, the one I found on my own.
You didn't tell me you found a lead,
Jaina muttered. Zek ignored her. You give Jaina your lead, and even trade. Wedge glanced at Tycho. What do you think?
Tycho shook his head.
Jedi bluff. Zek smiled. To sweeten the deal, the lead I picked up, if you take it, means you'll have to commandeer a shuttle or a rescue craft and go flying around outside. Wedge sighed. It's always the quiet ones. All right, Master Motivator, you have a deal.
From a side pocket, he removed a clean orange rag that appeared to be wrapped around something. He held it above Jaina's hand, but did not release it.
Your clue?
We were looking for Tawaller too, as Jaina said. His comlink reads as being off base, Zek said, so I dismissed it for a while. But then I remembered. Off base, as a comm term, is normally used on ground-side bases. We use the same terms in the Order, probably because Master Skywalker is ex-military. Means that the wearer is not on base, but his comlink is still returning a signal. Right?
Right, Wedge said.
Oh.
Jaina caught it just as fast.
So our suspect's comlink is still returning a signal from nearby, but we've all been assuming it meant that he'd flown off to some planet somewhere. Give it.
She wiggled her fingers. Wedge dropped the rag into her hand. The object within it had a little weight to it, perhaps 1/2 kilogram. Jaina turned the rag over and unfolded it, revealing what lay within.
Huh,
she said. Chapter 21. Throughout the night, when diplomats should have been asleep or planning the next day's negotiations, the Jedi and other investigators scoured pertinent areas of the Narsak habitat. Wedge and Tycho confirmed with the frigate Firethorn that a shuttle had departed another habitat at about the same time the assault on the diplomatic envoys was beginning. Hyperdrive equipped, it had headed away from Kuat and her gravity well at a rate that did not elicit suspicion, and it had entered hyperspace before the first alarms were transmitted from the habitat. After the alarm, Toriaz station security had locked the station down, permitting no vehicles or vessels to arrive or depart. The obvious conclusion was that the individual or individuals who'd left via the main spoke to Toriaz station were still there, or had departed on the shuttle. Leia and Mara arranged for security operatives familiar with forensics to be brought in to examine the bodies of the attackers. All had been killed either by trauma from blasters or lightsabers, or through the introduction of a powerful alkaloid poison administered by small injectors in their mouths. Preliminary evidence was that each of them had already been dying from incurable illness as well, and a simple genetics test offered the probability that 3/4 or more of the attackers were Corellian. Wedge and Tycho, accompanied by Luke, acquired a shuttle and a sophisticated set of comm sensor gear from Lieutenant Yorvin. After an hour's careful flying out from the station, they homed in on the signal being broadcast by Captain Tawaller's comlink. Tawaller, stone dead, victim of explosive decompression, was still in possession of that comlink. They retrieved his body and brought it back to the station, turning it over to the forensics experts dealing with the attackers' bodies. But those experts could report only that Tawaller had died of hemorrhaging and exposure consistent with explosive decompression. There were no wounds on or chemicals present in his body. There were no signs that he had been bound. To all appearances, he had willingly stepped out into space and died a gruesome, painful death. Jason, Ben in tow, wandered throughout the habitat, seeking additional impressions that might point to use of the Force. He found them in the auxiliary security chamber now occupied by Lieutenant Yorvin, and in the airlock where Tawaller had died. In each case, there was a female aspect to the impressions, but Jason could get no clear sense of them. The harder he looked, the more they seemed to blur, Mara and Leia ran a thorough examination of the security auxiliary control room, finding the code modifications that had allowed the shuttle to maneuver into position without being detected by the base sensors. They were able to dig out the true recordings, showing the shuttle's arrival and quick departure. Admiral Pelion kept information flowing from one group of investigators to the next, and, when not so occupied, lost hundreds of credits to Han Solo in a sabacc game. Luke and his investigators assembled in the lounge again at about the hour they would have been waking up. No one looked weary. The Jedi sustained themselves through Force techniques, while Han, Wedge, and Tycho relied on calf and stubbornness. "So what have we learned?" Luke asked. He began counting off on his fingers. The killers were mostly Corellians, which doesn't mean anything, since anyone can hire Corellian killers. He noticed Wedge's and Han's stares and amended, "That didn't come out the way I intended it." "Forget it," Han said. "This was a sophisticated plan," Luke continued, "at least in its setup. The planner made use of powerful narcotics to subdue the agents on perimeter duty, and a powerful alkaloid to kill assassins who might have otherwise survived. These toxins aren't easy to get. The planner knew exactly where everyone was sleeping, or rather was supposed to be sleeping, since Admiral Pelion and his personnel occupied different chambers without informing the base security detail. Captain Tawaller appears to have been influenced, both into participating in the plan and into killing himself by means of use of the Force, meaning that, regretfully, we have to conclude that a rogue Jedi or equivalent is involved. Supporting that point is the fact that the weapons they carried were designed for use against Jedi." Wedge interrupted, "Much the way the Corellian response to some recent missions was optimized against Jedi." Before Luke could reply, Han cut in. "It was Thraken." "That's one possibility," Luke admitted. He couldn't state the thought that next occurred to him, that if Saxon were determined to achieve peace, she might put the secret Corellian fleet on the table as a negotiating item. If Chief Sal Solo were indeed behind the building of that fleet, he would take whatever steps he thought necessary to keep it from being negotiated away. "Possibility nothing." Han's voice rose. "Does anybody here not know that it was my boy Jason and Luke's boy Ben who wrecked Centerpoint Station?" Silence fell in the wake of those words. Luke noticed that Ben seemed upset by the announcement. A look crossed his features. Luke would have described it as haunted. And again, he wondered whether Ben would ever tell the Solos the portion of the story he'd mentioned only during his Jedi debriefing, the details about the droid that had thought it was Anakin Solo. Finally, Wedge said, "I've seen the security recordings from the assault on Centerpoint Station. As the one person present least likely to know otherwise, I'd have to say the answer is no." "So?" Han asked, his face reddening. "He wants revenge. The damage at Centerpoint throws his plan back years. But if this assault here last night had been 100% successful, he'd have avenged himself and cleared the way to take complete control in Corellia. He's the only one who profits from what happened here."
"Not quite," Leia said. "He only profits if he can take control and then achieve peace. The killing of Prime Minister Saxon reduces the likelihood of peace. The Corellians are going to be hopping mad and pushing for war. Thraken's smart enough to realize how ruinous war would be to the Corellian economy, even if they were to win."
"It's Thraken," Han said.
"Jason?" Luke leaned toward his nephew. "While you were running around chasing Sal Solo as a distraction for Ben, did you get any sense from him that he'd take your actions more personally than an old conspirator should?" Jason thought over the question. In his report, he'd left out the part about him deciding that Thraken had to die.
It appeared that Thrackan had neglected to mention it too, and now Jason thought he understood why. By leaving that part of the story out, Thrackan removed a certain amount of motivation that might associate him with this attack. And now, Jason could admit to his attempt on Thrackan's life, a confession that would further damage Luke's already diminished ability to trust in Jason, or deny it and help obscure Thrackan's association with tonight's misdeeds. Well, it was enough that he, Jason, knew. He could make his own calculations based on what he knew of Thrackan's motivations. He shook his head. "No, I really didn't." Luke leaned back. "We'll investigate the Thrackan angle, of course. Anything else?" "I've got something," Jaina said. From beneath her outer robe, she produced a folded packet of orange cloth, a bit larger than her fist. She carefully unfolded it and held it out so that the others could see its contents. At first, Luke couldn't grasp what he was looking at. It seemed to be something organic, the dried, stringy fruit of a mutant tree. It was a pliant thing, with a blue-black central core, perhaps a dozen centimeters long. From that core sprang 20 or more tubular branches, narrowest where they were attached to the core, and at their tips, only slightly thicker in their centers, each about 6 centimeters long, and each bearing colors, stripes, and other patterns. One, lumpy and knotted, consisted of red and blue stripes in a spiral pattern. Another was straight, an eye-hurting yellow with flecks of red and black. A third was a creamy tan with jittery, jagged markings in black. "We found this in the airlock that Tawaller used when he was going out for fresh air," Jaina said. "I haven't had time to scan it for inorganic toxins, but there's no biological activity going on in it. It just seems to be beadwork." "Accidentally dropped, or left for us to find?" Luke asked. "Carried by Tawaller or someone else?" Jaina shrugged. "No way to tell." "Excuse me." The words came from overhead and all around. A set of public address speakers. Luke recognized the voice of Lieutenant Yorvin. "I have a priority holocom contact coming in for Admiral Pelion. He's not in his new quarters. Is there any chance he's still in the lounge?" "I'm here," Pelion said. He heaved himself to his feet, and Tycho stood too. "That'll be the crack of dawn, report any changes call. And as soon as I report, this conference is done." He sighed. "I'll be back in a few minutes." He walked stiffly from the room, and the door closed behind him and Tycho. Wedge consulted his chrono. "The Prime Minister will be receiving one of those too. And though she wouldn't be obliged to receive it, I will be. If you'll excuse me." He rose and departed as well. "Leaving only Jedi," Zek said, "and a Jedi-in-law." Han scowled at him. Luke stared at the others over his hands, which he held steepled before him in a meditative pose. "I think we can safely say that our mission at this station has been an utter failure. We've been outmaneuvered, and we have at least one enemy we didn't know about before, and we know very little about now. In a few minutes, the delegations will be recalled. It'll be time for Jedi investigations to get underway for real. Jason, Ben, please see what you can find out about Captain Tawaller. We need to find out about the Force user he apparently had contact with. She can't have left no trace. If you can't pick up a trail, continue with the shuttle she apparently escaped on." Jason nodded. "Consider it done." "Jaina, Zek, I want you to find out whatever you can about that tassel you found. Try to determine whether it was left accidentally or deliberately, where it came from, what it means. When that's done, please return to the task force at Corellia and take command of Hardpoint Squadron until Mara and I get back from our groundside mission, which I'll explain momentarily. Leia, Han, I'd like to ask you to continue trying to calm things down between Corellia and the GA. I can't think of anybody better to run confidential messages between the two governments, even as they become more hostile, or to tell the leaders of two governments when they're behaving like bantha bulls in roughhousing season. Leia exchanged a glance with her husband.
I suspect we can do that.
Mara and I will travel on to Corellia to see what we can find out about the possible origins of the assault made against us today. They're after me too, aren't they? That was Ben, speaking for the first time since the Jedi had reconvened. His expression and voice were somber, not afraid, but far more serious than a 13-year-old should be, and Luke felt a lump begin to form in his throat. Yes, he said. If they're after Jason because of Centerpoint Station, they're after you too. Your youth may not mean anything to them, but understand me. Regardless of who they are, or how highly they're placed, I'm not going to tolerate the continued— He checked himself before he said existence. Revenge was not the way of the Jedi, not even when one's own son had been the subject of a murder attempt. The continued freedom of people who target children for assassination.
How delicately expressed, Mara said. I don't think there's any way they'll refrain from trying to kill us if we confront them, Luke. And when they do—
It's never a good thing to hope for an opportunity to kill, Mara, Luke said, his voice mild. But he had to admit to himself that the exact emotion was there in his own mind, hovering around his areas of self-control like necks circling a campfire just beyond the reach of its light. All right, let's go. Ben, join me and your mother for a few minutes before it's time to leave. Once the Skywalkers were out the door, Jason gestured to get his sister's attention, to keep her from following Zek and the Jedi Exodus. Can I see that thing again?
Sure.
She held the tassel out to him. Jason looked it over. Close up, the mystery object proved to be an unusual example of beadcraft. It seemed to be a set of decorative tassels, each shaped and colored in an entirely different pattern, each attached to the longer central strand. At the top of the central strand was a cord, blue-black like the strand itself, but unbeaded. It was 3 or 4 centimeters long, and ended in a break, the cord material frayed. The object could have been caught on a corner, or grasped by the hand of a dying man and yanked free with relatively little effort, its loss unnoticed by its owner. Or, Jason acknowledged, it could have been left deliberately. One of the tassels continued to draw his eye, the tan one with the jagged black markings. Tiny black threads escaped through its surface, poking out from between the close-set beads. Viewed from the distance of a meter, they made the tassel look as though it needed a shave, but on closer inspection, they resembled tiny claws. The design of this tassel itself. Jason could almost read the artist's intent. The smooth tan represents peace, he told himself. The jagged black lines, strife. The curled threads are hooks or claws. The moral, even a peaceful life will know strife, and strife presents hooks to drag you farther into the strife, a trap for the unwary. There was more to it than that, he knew, or at least felt. There was some sort of story involved in the message, but he couldn't puzzle it out. Abruptly, he felt foolish. He was a Jedi Knight, not an art critic. It was not for him to try to wrest meaning out of patterns found on some bauble that probably cost less than a credit on a backwater planet street market. But the thing still drew him. He became aware that Jaina was still speaking, her words lost in his distraction. He smiled at her and shook his head. Sorry, I was daydreaming.
That's not like you.
More like Anakin. Listen, would you like to trade? Jaina frowned.
Trade what?
Assignments? I'm feeling something from these tassels. Can you?
No, not really.
She stooped to look them over more closely, then shook her head. So I should be the one to investigate them. You look into Tawaller, then go and take command of Uncle Luke's squadron. Jaina briefly considered.
Let's clear it with Uncle Luke first.
Let's not. He's been second-guessing a lot of my instincts lately, even though he keeps telling me to trust them. Well, I trust this one. I need to be the one to investigate the tassel. She gave him a long-suffering look.
And when he asks about it,
it'll be all my fault. She nodded.
He'll believe that. You are male, after all.
Luke, Mara, and Ben walked along Varganer Way, one level up from and running precisely parallel to Calabarth Way. This passageway had been locked down for the brief duration of the G.A. Corellia diplomatic mission. Now Luke had it opened, temporarily, so he and his family could take a private walk. They paused at a recess dominated by an outer hull wall made up entirely of crystal-clear transparasteel. It showed the same view as the viewport in the Solo Suite, but even less bounded, and at this moment the Skywalkers could gaze upon a majestic field of stars and the distant sun of Kuat. Finally, Luke said, Ben, your thoughts are very close to the surface.
We should all go there together, the boy said. To Corellia. Us and Jason and Jaina. And we should hammer on Thraken Sal Solo until he admits what he did, and lock him away so he doesn't do it anymore.
All together as a family, yes? Luke asked. Ben nodded, but didn't look at his father. He stubbornly kept his attention on a diamond-shaped nebula far away.
We're all mad because they attacked, Mara said. But we can't use our Jedi abilities just because we're mad. We can't attack Thraken under the assumption that he's responsible. We have to have more evidence.
I know. Ben sounded resigned. If you're mad, you can't let your instincts guide your actions, 'cause it may not be the Force, it's probably your anger. But we could do it when we're cold inside. Jason's cold inside a lot. His parents exchanged a quick look. Luke said, I think what you're feeling as coldness is really submergence into the Force. His own emotions will go away for a while. That can seem cold. Whatever, Ben shrugged. But we could still do it. We could grab Sal Solo, and we could stop the Corellians from starting a war. That's another issue. What if the Force tells you not to beat them, or doesn't tell you anything at all about whether they should win? Finally, Ben did look up at him. Huh? Ben, can you honestly tell me that the Corellians shouldn't have freedom from the Galactic Alliance if they want it? Think about the Corellians you know. Uncle Han and Wedge Antilles, for instance. If most of the people in their system want to be independent, why shouldn't they be? Ben frowned. That doesn't make any sense. They're part of the Galactic Alliance. They can't just leave.
Why not?
Mara asked. It'll cause unrest. That's what Jason says. Mara nodded.
It will cause unrest. There is a lot of unrest in life. The Force is created by life, so it has unrest in it. If you open yourself to the Force, how can you not open yourself to a certain amount of unrest?
Ben gave his parents a suspicious stare. It wasn't a look of mistrust, just the expression of a teenager anxious not to be tricked. Whose side are you really on? Luke snorted. The Jedi Order protects and serves the Galactic Alliance, just as it did the New Republic, just as the Old Order protected and served the Old Republic. But we choose to maintain a certain amount of latitude in interpreting our missions, our orders, for the good of everybody. And that means if we're ordered into battle, but we discover we can achieve a victory through negotiation or a bloodless show of force, we do it. If we discover that we can bring peace by obliging the opposing sides to listen to each other, we do it, even if one side is supposed to be in charge of what we do. Ben returned his attention to the starfield for a moment. I hear kids say they hate it when their parents say, "Do this because I say so." Sometimes I think they have it easy. Mara laughed softly and reached out to brush her hand across her son's fine red hair. I suspect they do. Of course, they don't get to run all over the galaxy and practice with live lightsabers. Yeah, I guess. But thinking is hard, and kind of unfair. There never seems to be a right answer. Luke felt his lump return, but this time he knew it was caused by pride, not pain. That's it, he said. There never seems to be a right answer is a right answer. Oh. Watch out for people who tell you they know the right answer, Mara added. They may think they do, but often they're wrong. Or they may just know that thinking is so hard, many people don't want to do it. They want a leader they can trust, so they don't have to do the hard work of thinking. That's one type of leader you don't want to follow. Ben opened his mouth as if to ask another question, then closed it again. You're right, Luke said. If you asked whether you should tell Han and Leia about the Anakin Solo droid, we'd just have to say we don't know. Ben looked up at him. Sometimes you hate being a Jedi, don't you? Luke thought about it, then nodded. Occasionally. Me too. Within an hour, all members of the three parties had departed, all but Jaina, Zek, Jason, and Ben, who waited behind to begin their investigations from this habitat. They waved at the departing corvettes and transports from the viewport in what had been Han and Leia's suite. When the last of the departing ships was gone, Jason turned to the others. First, he said, sleep. Then we get underway. Chapter 22. Coronet Corellia. Taking two of the most famous people in the galaxy and smuggling them onto a highly developed, security-conscious world was actually quite simple. Luke knew it would be, at least once, and so didn't bother consulting any of the many intelligence friends and allies he had, beyond arranging for identicards for himself and Mara. Now he stood in a crowded line at a crowded security station in the crowded Corellian city of Coronet and stared, smiling, down at the unamused, weathered face of an officer of Corsac, the system police. The man squinted up at him. Luke Skywalker, he said. Luke nodded, his smile broadening. I really don't see it. Oh, come on. Mara stepped forward, the voice raised in Luke's defense. He looks just like him. Too short, the Corsac officer said. No one would believe in a Luke Skywalker that short. Luke let a slightly whiny note creep into his voice. I can do backflips just like him. I'm sure you can. The Corsac officer waved Luke's falsified identicard under the needle-like point of a data transmitter. A pinpoint light on the identicard switched from red to green, signifying that the visitor's visa for Emmerich Toval, actor-impersonator from Fondor, was approved. He was now free to enter Coronet and conduct lawful business of all varieties. Would you like an autograph? Luke asked. No, thank you. Move along. The disinterested officer took Mara's identicard next. 3 places up in line, a couple who bore a remarkable resemblance to Han Solo and Leia Organa, as they had looked decades before at the time of the Battle of Yavin, down to Leia's white senatorial dress and side-bun hairstyle, waited patiently at another station. The Corsac woman there looked skeptically at the screen in front of her and asked, Jayam Solo? That's right, the Han impersonator said. his voice richer, more theatrical than the real Hans. "Any relation?" The impersonator shook his head. "I changed my name for professional reasons." "Does it help?" "I get a lot of work. Here we're doing a bio-holodrama of the Solos with 2 endings, depending on whose side he takes in the upcoming conflict." Just beyond him, the Leia impersonator patted her right-hand bun and spoke to the man in line ahead of her. Over the crowd noise, Luke could barely make out her softer tones. "No, we're not married, but I've worked with him before. Well, yes, maybe. Where are you staying?" Mara bumped into Luke from behind.
"Move along, Shorty. I've cleared customs."
Luke picked up his bag and moved toward the chamber exit, through which other visitors to Corellia were streaming. Inside the bag, its housing replaced by a more innocuous one, its power supply replaced by one far less potent, his lightsaber now resembled nothing so much as a personal glow rod, and had passed through customs without raising an eyebrow, as Mara's had. The correct housings and power supplies, shipped separately, would be awaiting them at their respective destinations. "It worked spectacularly," he said.
"It did. Hiring the actors for the various other roles was the clincher, I think. Too bad your Chewbacca couldn't make it."
Luke shrugged. "You can't always get a Wookiee at the last minute, especially when you have to dye his fur and give him a trim. Still," he allowed a false note of hurt to creep into his voice, "still, I think I make a pretty good Luke Skywalker."
"Of course you do,"
Mara said, her tone soothing, a millimeter short of condescending. "So, before you began impersonating Mara, what was your real hair color?"
"Farm boy, you're asking for a beating."
Outside the customs facility, they posed for a holocam picture with 2 tourists who were delighted to meet Jedi impersonators. Once the tourists were gone, Luke and Mara kissed, put up the hoods of their travelers' robes, and went their separate ways. Mara fetched the airspeeder she'd rented under her assumed name and sped off toward a series of meetings where she'd pick up supplies and information she'd need for her mission. Luke, his day's activities as urgent but not as time-critical, waved down a public transportation ground speeder and directed it to an address in one lightly trafficked area of the government districts of Coronet. The building that was his destination, actually 3 buildings down from the address he'd given the driver and where he exited the transport, was simple of design and pleasing to the eye. It was very low, 1 story only, on its right and left wings, but swept upward toward the middle in a steep curve, so that its center was a narrowing spire several stories in height. The entire building was Duracrete, tan speckled with black, except for doors and windows of green transparisteel. It was set back from the street some 50 meters, the property decorated with dark green grasses sectioned off by narrow tan Duracrete sidewalks, and was entirely surrounded by a fence of blue-black plasteel bars 4 meters high. On the fence gate was a printed sign reading, "Closed during planetary emergency. For help or information, please contact Corellian Security." Below that was a communications address. Elsewhere on the sign, hand-lettered, were phrases such as, "Jedi die," "Go home," and "Who places philosophy above planet has betrayed both." Luke recognized the last quote. It was from a recent speech by Chief Sal Solo. There was rubbish on the green lawn, and there were blaster scores on the walls and windows of the building side facing the street. Vandals had been at work. A uniformed Corsac officer walked the sidewalk in front of the fence, keeping her eye on pedestrian and speeder traffic. Luke walked past the Corsac officer, not making eye contact, the slightest gesture of his hand and exertion of the force keeping the officer from feeling any curiosity about the robed passerby. Once Luke was well past her, Almost to the corner, where the fence changed from plasteel to smooth stone and marked the beginning of a city library property, he glanced back. The Corsac woman was facing away. Another few steps, and she'd turn and begin pacing back in Luke's direction. He took a quick look and feel around, detected no one's attention on him, and leapt over the fence. He came down, rolling to his feet almost silently, and dashed to the cover of the bushes along the side of the small Jedi enclave. The transparisteel windows along this side of the enclave looked as though they were permanently inset in the walls and could not be opened. But Luke stopped at the third window, looked around again, and brought out his comlink. He changed frequencies to one routinely used by Jedi on field operations, then whistled 3 notes into it. The window hissed as it unsealed. Cooler air from inside flowed out. Luke pulled at the window from the bottom. It remained attached, hinged at the top, and rolled through it, coming up on his feet in what looked like a small schoolroom beyond. The window sealed itself shut behind him. The room was darkened, but not dark. No glow rod supplied light. The only illumination came from sunlight through the viewport, tinted green by the transparisteel coloration. It revealed chairs and desks, too small for adults, and pictures all over the walls. Diagrams showing the angles of attack and defense in lightsaber technique. Long-dead Master Yoda, face furrowed in concentration, telekinetically holding an Old Republic gunship weighing many tons over his head. A female Jedi Master, generic and probably fictitious, not a person Luke had ever seen in person or in records, sitting cross-legged in meditation, her eyes closed. A silver protocol droid, powered down, stood at the head of the room, one arm raised as though to illustrate a point. The only sound to be heard was the hum of the Enclave's air-cooling machinery. Luke shook his head, regretful. A Jedi teaching facility should never be so silent, so empty. But in the wake of the assault on Tralis and Centerpoint Station, the Corellians had declared the Jedi enemies of the state, and had made an effort to close down all Jedi facilities and round up Jedi in the planetary system. That last part hadn't gone so well. Determined not to let the teachings of the Order come as close to extinction as they had in the time of Emperor Palpatine, Luke had taught his students what he knew of avoiding hunters. He knew a lot. He moved to the door. It didn't slide open at his approach. He gripped the edge and gave it a shove. It slid aside on well-lubricated rails. Just beyond it, a silver lightsaber blade snap-hissed into life. The man who carried it said, "You're going to find it hard to loot with both your arms cut off." Luke grinned. "That's quite a greeting, Corran." The other Jedi turned his lightsaber off just as quickly as he'd powered it on. "Luke! Master Skywalker!" He stepped forward into the faint light admitted by the doorway. Corran Horn was about Luke's age and height, but a bit stockier of build, broader in the shoulder. Grandson of a famous Corellian Jedi of the Old Republic era, he'd come into recognition and training of his Jedi powers even later than Luke had. Careers as a Corsac officer and Rebel Alliance fighter pilot had come first. As conflicted as he might have been in early days about aptitudes, duties, and careers, he was now a Jedi Master, whose graying hair and beard gave visual support to his reputation as an elder statesman of the Order. He wasn't dressed as a Jedi now. He wore anonymous blue and white pinstriped coveralls, spattered with grease and hydraulic fluids, and a set of welder's goggles pushed up on his forehead. As he held out his hand for Luke, he looked like a pit mechanic ready to explain just how much his hyperdrive repairs were going to cost. Luke took his hand, an embrace of brothers in arms. "How's your family?" "Good." Corran's voice suggested he wasn't entirely happy. "Mirax is under house arrest. Quite a flap over that, too. Some in the government want her expertise in smuggling critical materials into the system. Others don't trust her because she's married to a Jedi. So she waits at home, under arrest, every need being catered to by government personnel, enjoying a vacation." He snorted. "As for Valen and Gisela, well, I suspect you'd know better than I would what they're up to."
Luke nodded. Corran and Mirax's children were both Jedi, raised as much by the teachers of the Jedi Academy as by their biological parents, off doing the business of the Order. Corran's face softened.
"Thanks for not using them on the Corellian missions."
"That was an easy decision," Luke said. He moved forward, Corran stepping aside so he could enter the hall, and slid the door shut. Now they were in deeper darkness, illuminated only by dim emergency glow strips at the baseboards of this hallway. "I didn't want any Jedi to be considered traitors by their homeworlds. For most, it's nice to be able to return home from time to time." Corran didn't comment. Luke knew that he, Luke, was an exception to that generalization. His own homeworld of Tatooine held no lure for him, hadn't in all the decades since he'd left it to find a new home elsewhere. Corran gestured down the hallway toward the rear of the Enclave. "I've set up one of the bolt holes as a staging area. Your lightsaber components are there. Also clothes, supplies, credits." "Thanks." Together they walked down the hallway, and then down a spiral flight of stairs. "So," Luke said. So what's the attitude of the Corellian Jedi? What do I need to know?" They emerged from the staircase into another corridor that was lit only by emergency glow strips. Corran took 3 steps from the entry into the hall, then raised a hand, holding it against one wall almost at ceiling height. "It's here," he said. "A simple bolt and counterweight. Just give it a tug." Luke reached out with the Force, felt past Corran's hand, past the wall, to the machinery beyond. A weight suspended from a metal cable, a hole in the center of the weight, a crossbar that passed through the hole. Delicately, he drew the crossbar out of the hole and pulled down on the weight. A section of the wall rose smoothly into the ceiling. Light spilled out into the corridor. Beyond the wall section was a medium-sized chamber, tables laden with lit computer screens, wall lockers, 4 cots. They entered, and Luke released his hold on the weight. The wall section slid smoothly into place behind them. "How do you do it?" Luke asked. One of Corran's few weaknesses as a Jedi was his lack of ability with telekinetic disciplines. Corran couldn't, under most circumstances, operate the crossbar and pull-weight machinery. "A backup system. Say Halcyon Endures. That'll trigger the door. It uses battery power, though. I have a hand-crank device to keep the battery charged." Corran shrugged. He sat at a chair in front of one of the computer tables and gestured at the items in front of the other chair, the housing and power supply for Luke's lightsaber. "So," Luke said again. He sat, brought his false glow rod from his bag, and got to work reassembling his weapon. "So you know my position. You accept the role and duties of a Jedi. You put the Order and the general good ahead of planetary interests, even family interests. Doesn't mean you cut yourself off from your family or world, just that you recognize that putting personal interests above the greater good basically constitutes maintaining attachments." Luke slid the main lightsaber machinery out of the glow rod housing and set the housing and the feeble battery that belonged to it aside. In moments, he had his lightsaber reassembled. He turned it on experimentally, felt the heat from its green blade, and turned it off again. "What about the younger Jedi here?" "The ones who aren't Corellian are fine. Standing by.
The Corellians, on the other hand, are distressed. Distressed at having to remain in hiding. Distressed at the fact that the government is trying to recruit them for anti-GA activities. Distressed at being considered potential spies and saboteurs. But they're holding to the Jedi bylaws. For now. For now. Let me ask you a favor. Transfer them out of Corellia. Get them out of this environment. Let them do their duty to the Order without having to choose between the Order and their homes, their families. Luke nodded. Not an answer, but simply an acknowledgement that he'd heard Corrin's words and recognized their gravity. And the children? I don't know. Corrin's face was impassive, but his voice sounded pained. Taking them off-world would put them even farther from their families. Leaving them here would keep them in a potential danger zone, keep them looking between teachers and family members who represent divided loyalties. What's the right answer? Luke held out his hands, palms up, a "your guess is as good as mine" gesture. I think I'll arrange to get them off-world. Continue their education someplace more neutral, minimizing the degree of influence their attachments have on them. I'll make those arrangements today. How many young students do you have? Only 5? That's not too bad. And speaking of attachments, Mara's going to be very unhappy if I don't have all my facts straight and errands completed before her mission gets underway. If she has to leave in a hurry and I'm not ready to go— Luke rose. I'll see myself out. May the Force be with you, Master. And also with you. Mara decided that Thrackan Sal Solo's surroundings quite expressively reflected his mentality. He had a bunker mentality. He lived in a bunker. Perhaps he'd had more aesthetic sense and a prettier dwelling in the past, but if so, he had purged that weakness in his personality in recent years. Thrackan's estate, as unlovely as any Mara had ever seen in the possession of a major political figure, was a flat sheet of land a kilometer west of Coronet's government precincts. A blue clover-like plant grew on the grounds, and nothing else. No trees, no flower beds, no exotic carnivorous plants. Toward the center of the estate was its one building, a 4-story monstrosity of blue-green painted duracrete. Had the arc of its exterior been more perfect, it would have been a proper dome, but it looked flattened, like a half-buried ball of immense size that had been sat on by a giant and partially compressed. There were several doors at ground level, all sideways sliding slabs of blue-green durasteel, 2 of them large enough to accommodate speeders, but there were no visible windows. It was said that instead of windows, Thrackan had had the exterior riddled with holocams, and each interior room had screens on the walls that would display window-like views from those sensors. The estate was ringed by a high, gray duracrete wall, not too high for a Jedi Master to jump, but certainly high enough to silhouette a leaping intruder quite nicely. Mara knew from intelligence reports that there were pressure and movement sensors installed at random intervals under the ground cover, that the exterior holocams fed into monitors in Thrackan's security chamber, as well as the decorative wall displays of the rooms, that the complex had its own generators should city power lines be cut, that its water and waste processors were set up so that nothing above the size of a Kowakian monkey lizard could fit through the pipes and enter from underground. Mara had set up on the roof of a building across a broad but lightly traveled avenue from Thrackan's estate. Ironically, the building, a flat 2-story affair, whose simple, unmemorable architecture was still far more pleasing than that of Thrackan's home, was a local precinct house of Corellian security. It had taken her very little time to scale the exterior and disable the sensors on the roof. Now it made an ideal position from which to spy on the estate opposite. Team Tauntaun, the Jedi strike team that had invaded Thrackan's home at the same time Team Perella was attempting to kidnap Prime Minister Saxon, had faced the same difficult task: get inside without being seen. Galactic Alliance intelligence observers had provided information on the times and routes taken by Thrackan when traveling from the government buildings to his home. Setting up in a drainage culvert on a blind curve on one side of that route, the 3 Jedi, Tahiri Vela, Doran Tainer, and Tu Zax, had leapt up against the undersides of the ground speeders in Thrackan's caravans, tucking themselves between the repulsor lift generators and hanging on by virtue of powerful magnets, and were conveyed into the bunker by Thrackan himself. Or so they thought. It swiftly developed that, as with the assault on Prime Minister Saxon's home, the speeders were loaded with combat droids, the security staffs of the building alerted to the high probability of a Jedi attack. 2 of the Jedi had fled. The third, Tu, now waited for nightfall in Thrackan's home as Mara waited here. While the shadows thickened, Mara stretched out not too uncomfortably on the roof's edge, and listened to the conversations of Corsac agents as their words floated out from the windows below her. "Say we just take everything we have to Trollis and blow them right out of their beachhead. Acceptable losses. Not a very popular position, but we don't really need a full-sized navy. Saw Terrania Lona's new holosquirmer. She has the most... Continue to refuse to cooperate, we're going to have to... If they were true Corellians, they'd never have let themselves be taken alive." Full darkness fell, and a tiny green dot appeared halfway up the squashed dome of Thrackan's home. It remained there for half a minute, and then disappeared. Mara checked to make sure her lightsaber and other equipment were in place. Then she rolled over the lip of the roof and fell 2 stories to the sidewalk, landing as lightly as a leaf fluttering to the ground. She held herself in a crouch, her dark robes making her all but invisible, and waited until there was no speeder cross-traffic to be seen. She came up out of her crouch like a sprinter and was across the avenue and up against the base of the featureless Duracrete wall a moment later. A quick flex of the legs and boost of the force, and she was atop that wall. Not quite. She did not allow herself to come down on the wall top. It, too, was said to have pressure sensors on its walkway, and would reveal her presence if she did so. Instead, she caught herself with the force, creating a bubble between her and the top of the wall, and drifted just over that surface until she was above the blue clover on the far side. It was time to be a Jedi instead of a spy. As a spy, she'd probably have fixed a line thrower to the top of the Corsac building, launched a driller projectile, trailing a nearly invisible cable, to affix itself to the top of Thrackan's dome, and used a powered or hand-cranked winch to carry her the 1/4 kilometer from rooftop to rooftop. And even so, her chances of detection would have been very high. Instead, she carried almost no equipment, and her chances of detection would be determined by her own concentration. She allowed herself to float down to stand just above the blue clover. The bubble of force energy that kept her aloft was easier to maintain when she was mere centimeters above the surface. Merely having the mental image, the paradigm of it as a sort of air-filled balloon, improved her ability to perceive it, to maintain it. She'd need to employ all the concentration tricks she knew, because what she was about to do was very tricky. At the base of the wall, she stood a moment, eyes closed, and focused on the other things she'd have to do to cross 200 meters of sensor-filled open space. Air. She could not keep air from moving, of course. As she moved, she would displace it. But she added motion to the air she displaced, so that it moved out in a single stream, losing neither speed nor coherence for dozens of meters ahead of her. To a sensor, it would read not as the movement of a person across the lawn, but as a breeze. Heat. That would be the trickiest part. If she radiated heat, infrared sensors would inevitably pick it up. She surrounded herself with another bubble, this one of containment, and immediately felt her temperature begin to rise, as the heat she expended stayed within centimeters of her skin. She could even control herself to the point that she did not sweat, and would need to do so here, but that, too, would increase her internal temperature. She couldn't sustain the effect of heat entrapment for long. She would end up collapsing, but she should be able to sustain it long enough to cross the open space between wall and bunker, and in that time, infrared detectors would not see her. Probably. She stepped forward, concentrating on the act of walking, reminding herself that the movement of her legs was only a comforting paradigm. Levitating in some other pose would require more of her attention. Each step felt a bit wobbly, as though she were moving across a flexible playground surface, but she fell into a regular pace and let her muscle memory do the work for her. Yes, any Jedi Knight might know one of these 3 techniques, most commonly the technique of levitation, but only a Jedi Master was likely to know all 3 or be able to sustain them simultaneously across such a broad distance. Mara bumped her nose into something hard and stopped. Immediately ahead of her was uniform grayness. She looked up along the curved surface of the bunker wall. And only a Jedi Master is likely to become so focused that she walks into a wall, she told herself. She swayed where she stood, suddenly dizzy from the heat. Come on, Tew, she thought. You should have detected me by now. A cord, millimeters thick, transparent and almost invisible in the darkness, fell across her face. Hurriedly, she grasped at it, wrapped it around her waist 3 times, and gave it a tug. It hauled at her, and she walked up the wall, her arms trembling and legs increasingly faltering as the heat threatened to overwhelm her. An eternity later, she was 10 meters up the wall, and a wedge-shaped slit in the Duracrete surface beckoned her. She stepped into darkness, dropped a meter to a hard floor, and landed badly, collapsing to the floor as her legs failed. She released the heat entrapment and felt the built-up energy flow away from her. With her last bit of strength, she held her control over the surrounding air long enough to send much of that heat streaming out through the slit in the wall, even as the slit slid closed. And then she burst into a sweat, a sudden head-to-toe sheen that felt like heavy motor oil against her skin. In the darkness, a female voice said, "Goodness, you smell like a rancor after a foot race." Mara smiled weakly. "That's no way to greet a master. And you've never smelled a rancor after a foot race?" "Yes, I have." There was a click, and brilliant light from overhead blinded Mara. She raised an arm over her eyes. As her vision settled, she could see she was in a tight chamber, narrower against the bunker exterior wall, but long. It was dominated by a neutral blue flying craft, a tubular vehicle like a starfighter, but with abbreviated fins instead of maneuvering wings. Its canopy, which opened at the rear instead of forward, was up. At the far end of the chamber, beside a circular hatch a meter in diameter, stood Tew Zax, with her hand on a control panel mounted on the wall. Short of stature, she stood a centimeter shorter than Leia, and was lean like most of her kind. She had pale blue skin, hair so pale that it seemed translucent, and delicate features dominated by eyes that seemed oversized. She wore the black pants and tunic of her Jedi outfit. Her boots, belt, and cloak were not in evidence. Mara struggled to a sitting position. Though tired and still flushed with heat, she felt much better already. "What is this place?" "A secret escape chamber." Tew came forward and reached up into the vehicle's cockpit, pressing dashboard controls without looking. A side panel on the craft popped open. Inside, Mara could see bundled clothing, packaged field rations, items she couldn't make out. Tew reached for one of them and came forward to hand it to Mara. It was a transparasteel canteen. "I think there are 4 of them in this building, but I haven't gotten at all of them. The entry is concealed on the other side. This and the other one I found both had two-person escape vehicles in them."
"That's very Thrakonish."
Mara took the canteen, unscrewed the cap, and took a long drink of its contents. Water, tasting slightly of its storage in a metal container.
"So first, Master Skywalker says good work on your staying here like this."
Tew beamed.
"Second, your report?"
Tew sat down, cross-legged. "The short form? I've been here several days. Have figured out how to patch a datapad into their internal holocam system and beep my comlink whenever the area I'm in is about to fall under active observation. I've dived under more tables recently than you can possibly imagine." Mara grinned and took another drink. "Sal Solo isn't spending much time here," Tew continued, "which has given me several opportunities to enter his personal quarters. I've found equipment there I think is a master control set for this building's security and communications computers, but they're too well defended for me. They apparently require Sal Solo's biometric identification, which I didn't think to bring."
"I did."
Mara patted one of the pouches beneath her robes.
"What else?"
Tew shrugged. "I've mapped out as much of this building as I've been able to visit, but I've concentrated more on not being discovered, which is tricky, as Sal Solo seems to be very paranoid, and has security agents with mentalities to match his. I don't think I've been that effective."
"You've been very effective, but I think we've asked all we can of you here. You'll be leaving with me."
Tew smiled again, and mimed a sigh of relief.
"All right," Mara said. "I'm going to rest for a while, until whatever time you think is best for a visit to Thraken's quarters. That's when we go to work."
Chapter 23. Two YVH combat droids led Han and Leia along the curved hallway. Only a third of the glow rods in the ceiling were activated, and the shadows in the hallway were deep. Most of the doors from the hall were on the right wall. An occasional door or side passage led away to the left. Marching in lockstep unison, the droids came to a halt before one of the right-hand doors. One of them gestured at it, doubtless transmitting a security code, and it slid up. The droids waited. Leia and Han exchanged a look. Han shrugged, and they entered. The chamber beyond was spacious and airy. The far wall was mostly transparisteel, looking down on a larger chamber. From the doorway, Han and Leia could see the far wall, but not the floor of that chamber. That chamber seemed to be circular and ringed by viewing chambers like this one. It was dimly lit like the hallway. The chamber they stood in was completely unlit. Its only illumination came in through the transparisteel wall and the door, and the latter source of light vanished as the door slid closed behind them. There were chairs and couches scattered throughout the chamber, including a line of high-backed swivel chairs set against the transparisteel wall, and one of them now rotated so that its occupant faced Han and Leia. It was a male human. The dimness made it difficult to make out the man's features, but he seemed to be dark-haired, with handsome but rather bland features. He wore garments that were similar to Han's in cut and style, but all in red and brown hues, and topped by a long-sleeved military-style tunic, unfastened along the front seam for its wearer's comfort. He rose. "Captain Solo, Princess Organa, I'm glad to meet you at last." Han and Leia approached and shook hands with him in turn.
"Prime Minister Tepler," Leia said, "thank you for seeing us, and allow us to offer our condolences on your loss."
"Losses, actually," Tepler corrected. "My brother died defending Idol." Han looked at the man more closely. There was something familiar about the Five-World Prime Minister pro tem, and even in the dimness, Han could now make out what it was. Dinjax Tepler was the slightly older, slightly softer-edged image of the Corsair guard who had been with Idol Saxon during their first meeting with her.
"I apologize,"
Leia said.
"We didn't know."
I shouldn't have mentioned it, Tepler said. I'm too used to a role as a minister dispensing information. Not used to being a prime minister keeping it all bottled up. Please, sit. He gestured to chairs opposite his and resumed his seat. His visitors settled into chairs. Leia said, "We were surprised to receive your coded communication."
Surprised that Idle had shared her secrets with me, as we were no longer husband and wife?
She nodded.
Well, she didn't. Not exactly.
Even in the poor light, Tepler seemed to lose his focus, his intensity, and Leia felt the man was staring back through time.
After she died, I received an "in case of my death" package from her. Her dealings with you were part of that package. Also, part of it was an apology for getting me killed.
Han frowned.
She hasn't, has she?
Not yet, and I'm likely to remain alive as long as certain parties see me as an asset rather than a liability. Tepler shrugged.
I'd like to remain alive. I'd prefer that even to coordinating Corellian government. But most of all, I want to keep Corellia from being ruined, devastated by war, her economy depleted by a lengthy struggle against the Galactic Alliance, or, perhaps worst of all, her economy and critical faculties drained away by years of rule under the wrong regime.
The Solos nodded. Tepler was obviously speaking of Chief Sal Solo and his political allies.
And that's why I've asked you here, Tepler continued. To defend my people, my world, I'm going to commit an act of high treason. I've smuggled you in here, into the most secure portions of our War Department facilities, so you can be a witness to a meeting I'm forbidden to attend.
Forbidden? Leia arched a brow. How can they forbid you?
By having more pressing matters scheduled for me during this meeting.
Tepler looked increasingly glum.
With my brother dead, and never having gone through the process of building myself a reliable, loyal society of conspirator allies, I haven't had anyone I can trust with me since Idle's death, which my political opponents know all too well. I'm the perfect front man, hapless and helpless. And then Idle's message about you two comes to me, and I discover that perhaps the most incorruptible Corellian of all is visiting us on the sly and willing to risk his home, his relationship with his own government, in the interest of keeping people alive and keeping his homeworld intact.
Han felt shock creep across his face.
Incorruptible? When did I become incorruptible?
Leia grinned at him. It's your stubborn pride, dear. It keeps you from accepting the wrong kind of bribe.
Hello? Smuggler?
Ex-smuggler. Leia returned her attention to Tepler and sobered. You actually want us to spy on this meeting?
Yes, a top-secret military meeting. It's supposed to deal with throwing the GA forces off Trallas.
Leia frowned at him. And why do you think I'd refrain from telling the GA military about the plans we listened to? The Prime Minister gave her a sad stare.
Because you know as well as I do that there can't be a peace initiative until the GA is off Trallas. The GA can't negotiate their departure because that's already been tried and failed. The GA can't just leave because it would be too great a loss of face, even greater than being driven off, because it suggests they were wrong in the first place, and the Corellians won't even start thinking about peaceful solutions while there's an occupying force on Trallas.
His expression graduated from sad to positively miserable.
There can't be peace until an act of war drives the GA out of this system, and you know it. And if you were to tell the GA government our plans, we couldn't succeed at driving them out. It's as simple as that.
Leia was silent for a long moment. Finally, she said,
I've underestimated you, Prime Minister. You're more calculating than I thought.
Aren't I, though? He offered her a self-deprecating smile. At this rate, I wonder whether, when assassins or war trial executioners come for me, I'll welcome what they have to offer. He shrugged. As for now, the only forces I know are loyal to me are 4 YVH droids my brother programmed for my security. I'm hoping that after you've witnessed this meeting, you can tell me if there are any others, or at least confirm the disloyalty of others I suspect. It would be helpful. We'll consider it, Han said. I think we'll watch your little meeting, and then decide what to do. That's about as much as I could ask for.
Tepler rose, and the Solos did as well.
My droids will be back for you when it's safe to smuggle you out of here. In the meantime, the polarizing tint on the viewport here, and the darkness of this chamber, will prevent anyone below from seeing you. Meaning we shouldn't turn on the lights, Han said, deadpan.
Tepler stared at him a long moment, then managed a slight smile.
Meaning exactly that.
Once she was set up before the computer console in Thracken's quarters, it took Mara just short of 3 minutes to crack his security. First was the medical portion of the identification process. She used a dropper tube to place a single drop of Thracken's blood onto a sensor needle resting in a depression on the console surface. The blood, taken during one of his visits to a doctor, had been more recently purchased, surreptitiously and at an extravagant price, by Galactic Alliance intelligence. Then there were his fingerprints. The transparent, almost undetectable glove Mara wore bore his prints and was sufficient for most security purposes. Third, there was visual confirmation. Just before the computer got to that portion of its security sequence, Mara activated a small holoprojector scanner unit that detected her face, mapped it, and projected a 3-dimensional representation of Thracken's features over her own. No living creature would be fooled by the device. Thracken's face glowed, and the effect was made worse in the dimness of his chambers. But the computer scanner accepted the image. After that, it was a matter of entering the correct password. Mara got it on the 3rd try. Tew, now leaning over her shoulder, asked,
"What was it?"
"The name of one of his mistresses." Mara shook her head over the obviousness of that choice. "Now let's go prowling." And prowl she did, downloading everything she looked at into her own datapad. Not that it amounted to much. "He apparently forwards all his files and records to a system in the government halls," she complained. "He's very tidy. Not good for us."
"So this was all for nothing?"
Tew's serene Jedi mask cracked for just a moment.
"All those days of terrible, spicy Corellian food?"
Mara grinned. "Maybe not for nothing. We just need to look farther afield." She found security procedures and passwords that would make subsequent departures from and entries into this building much easier. Until they were changed, that is. She found poorly hidden personal files kept on the building's computer system by its security operatives, many of them constituting blackmail evidence against fellow agents, private citizens, and low-level government officials. And then she found what she was looking for, an incoming message from several days earlier. "To Thracken Sal Solo, Chief of State, Corellia. All greetings and respects," she read. "Let me begin this communication by offering you a gift, the gift of knowledge. The impending meeting between representatives of the Corellian and Galactic Alliance governments will take place on Toriaz Station, Kuat system." Well, he or she was right about that.
"Who sent it?"
Tew asked. "But sadly, this gift is incomplete by itself, as security at the station will be formidable. Fortunately, I have information on that matter, too. I can provide exact details on the locations of all delegates at all times, as well as the security measures guarding them for the duration of their stay here."
"Here," Tew repeated. "So whoever wrote him was already on Toryaz Station."
"Not necessarily. The word choice could be deliberate, to convince Thrackan of just that detail. Should this information be of interest to you, please contact me on the holonet frequency indicated below at the times shown. Standard encryption, using the contents of my next message as the encryption key. Then there's the time and frequency information."
"No name?"
"No name."
Mara scanned the file listing for follow-up messages with the same characteristics as this one.
"I'm not seeing any sign of the message with the encryption key. It was probably delivered by other means."
"I'm not feeling any animosity toward the sender of that message."
"You're not?"
Mara looked up at Tew, surprised. "No. So it's all right for me to kill him, correct?" Mara grinned.
"Self-deception is always a bad idea, Tew."
"Except when it amuses a Jedi Master."
"Well, true."
Tew sobered. "But the fact that Thrackan received this message doesn't mean that he paid for that information. He isn't necessarily the one responsible for the attack."
"Yes, he is, regardless of whether he received the second information and dispatched the killers. Not reporting it to Corsac and Prime Minister Saxon constitutes treason, betrayal. Whether he arranged for assassins or just sat on information, he's at least partly to blame for Saxon's death and the mess we're in."
"Oh!"
Tew brightened.
"Well then, I'm not feeling animosity toward him either. Can I—"
"No."
Mara glanced up, as though she could see through intervening floors into the chamber by which she'd entered the bunker.
"That escape craft, is it hyperdrive equipped?"
"It is."
"But I assume that if we were to board it and blast out of here, we'd have Corsac fighters on our tail in a few moments."
"I wondered about that too, and I had no way to confirm or disprove that as a theory, but I doubt it."
"Explain."
"It's for Thrackan to escape in. One of the things he might want to escape from is a vengeful pursuit by new government forces that have chased him out of office, and those government forces could put Corsac on his tail. So my bet is he's given it transponder codes that will be registered as good and valid no matter what, until all traces of Thrackan are scoured out of the computers." Mara nodded approvingly.
"Which could take a while, particularly if I pump some malicious code into this machine and wait long enough for associated computers to sample it too. What say we steal Thrackan's escape vehicle? If we don't accumulate any pursuit, we can pick up my husband and go home. If we do, we can dump it over there in the ocean and leave Corellia by the route we'd planned originally."
"I like this plan."
Half an hour after Prime Minister Tepler's departure, politicians and military officers began entering the room beneath Tepler's viewing chamber. They traveled in groups, one important dignitary backed by 3 to 5 members of support staff, with the dignitary and one aide seating themselves at the large triangular table dominating the room, the others exiled to secondary tables or far corners, there to remain until summoned. As these people spoke in their small groups, Han and Leia could occasionally make out their words, whenever they were projected across the table or the room. Soon enough, Han realized that they were being augmented by a set of speakers in the wall beneath the long viewport. Eventually, the highest-ranking officer so far, Admiral Vara Karathis, Chief of Staff for the Ministry of War and operational leader of the Corellian military, entered with her retinue. All the other officers straightened, looking busier and more efficient, and the big chamber's upper lights came on in full strength. "What's keeping them?" Han frowned down at the military officers below. "They're still not starting. We were more prompt back in the Rebel Alliance days." "You weren't. You specifically." "No, but we were. When you didn't wait for me."
Even from the altitude of the viewport side chairs in Prime Minister Tepler's box, Admiral Carithus looked years older than the last time Han had laid eyes on her. A holonews spot broadcast the day of their first meeting with Idle Saxon. There were no more lines to Carithus's face, no more gray to her hair, but the ramrod-straight military rigidity that always seemed to characterize her had apparently fled. Her posture now was that of a tired woman, and her face seemed softer, no longer stretched into taut planes and sharp angles by unyielding muscles. She didn't look beaten, but she did look beatable. Han grimaced, not appreciating the change. Standing at one truncated point of the triangular table, Carithus pointedly drew a chrono out of a jacket pocket and consulted it. As she did so, several of the other officers glanced in the direction of Tepler's box, beneath it, actually, and a trifle to the left, and exchanged eye contact and words with one another, reacting to some new arrival and indicating that, at last, things might proceed. From the direction they had been looking, Wedge Antilles, again in Corellian uniform, walked into the room, without retinue. Admiral Carithus gave Wedge a wan smile. "Cutting it rather close, aren't you, Antilles?" She projected her voice sufficiently that it was clearly audible in Tepler's box. That, and perhaps the microphones that fed Tepler's speakers, were oriented more toward the main table than other portions of the chamber. Wedge nodded and moved up to the table beside Carithus. "Admiral, if I had a credit for every time someone told me that—" "Yes, you could probably buy our way out of this situation." Carithus looked up, in a direction disconcertingly close to where Han and Leia sat, but her eyes seemed to be focused on a point to their left, beyond the wall that separated them from the next room. "Are we all ready?" "Yes, then let's begin. Please sit." She did as she suggested, and there was a momentary delay, as some officers fled the main table and others trotted up to it, seating themselves. "All right," Carithus said. "We find ourselves in the unenviable, unacceptable, but unavoidable position of having to wage a battle against enemy forces occupying the center of one of our own cities. We cannot do this without a gruesome toll in the lives of our own people, which could very well swing public opinion against us, which would be increasingly harmful to our defense of the Corellian system. Nor can we just ignore the enemy beachhead, as leaving it intact will allow them to reinforce it, expand it, and begin bringing more and more potent offenses against our in-system positions. Their command post in Relidir on Trollis has to be obliterated, and so Operation Noble Savage has been designed to obliterate it, and to turn what would be a public opinion disaster into an asset." Her voice did not convey military confidence. If anything, it carried more than a hint of regret, and even resentment. Han saw Leia shiver. He gave her a questioning look. "She didn't say anything about minimizing expected civilian deaths," she said. Han leaned forward to give Carithus a closer look. "Maybe she's getting to that." "Maybe." Below, Carithus gestured to someone out in the shadows along the big room's walls. A hologram sprang into existence above the center of the table, a view of the center of the city of Relidir, inverted so that those at the table looking up were actually looking down into the monolithic block of space-scrapers as if from a great height. Some wavered at the unsettling perspective, but most were or had been pilots, amateur, professional, or military, and had no problem with the view. The disc-shaped hologram began a slow rotation, and then a large region at the center of it, a massive circular white building with 8 narrowing points around its rim, giving it the appearance of a royal crown, began blinking. Red, white, red, white. The building was easy to make out among all the space scrapers, as it was surrounded by a broad belt of green, occasionally decorated with narrow gray lines. a large city park with foot trails tracing through it. Small wireframe objects in blinking red were scattered around the building, arrayed in rows and columns, but they were too small for Han to make out. A few larger wireframes in the same color scheme appeared to be troop transports and corvettes.
"This," Carithus continued, "is their command post. They have occupied the Navos Center for the Performing Arts. This was a very good choice, speaking from a military point of view. It's commodious, has an extensive underground storage area not accessible through any of the city's normal underground infrastructure, and commands a good view of the surrounding airspace. Shield generators have been set up inside, powering a 2-level shield defensive system."
On cue, a hologram wire grid of defensive energy shields appeared, blinking on and off in orange, just outside the green park areas surrounding the command post, and another wire grid, this one in red, began blinking several blocks out in all directions, a greater dome enclosing the smaller dome.
"It's also sound strategically, because the center is right in the heart of one of the most densely occupied portions of central Reladir," the Admiral continued. "Any standard action waged there will result in thousands of civilian casualties. One concussion missile missing its target could bring down an entire superhabitat building, and inevitably there will be missiles missing their targets. Many of them. Our grim task has been to turn that terrible but inevitable consequence of war to our advantage."
Carithus's voice was raspy and faint on those last words.
"However, despite their good choices, the GA has made some poor ones, too. Situating several starfighter squadrons and some planet-landable fighting vessels around their command post as a show of strength gives us more things to destroy, explosively, catastrophically, and most important, recordably, when we do hit that site."
"This is bad, bad, bad," Han said. He couldn't keep an edge of anger out of his voice. The wire grid shield indicators began blinking more erratically.
"In the first part of our operation," the Admiral continued, "teams of commandos will be infiltrated into Reladir. They will attempt to reach the shield generators and destroy them with high explosives. Success on their part is to be considered a bonus to our plan, but the plan does not rely on it."
"Who came up with this plan?" Han didn't speak loudly enough to be heard down on the floor or in adjacent observation chambers, but his voice was rising. "C-3PO could have done better. This is exactly what the GA is going to be expecting." He could see Leia tense. It couldn't be in response to his anger. She was used to that. She had to be growing unhappier because she suspected the plan was going to get even worse. On the upside-down view of Reladir, half a dozen green dots appeared at various points along the view's rim and sped toward the enemy command post, each followed by a stream of red dots.
"In the second part of the operation," the Admiral continued, "Corellian YT-5100 Shriek-class bombers will assault the shielded region from all sides, closely pursued by Galactic Alliance starfighters and warships. They will bombard the shields, if any survive, and then continue their bombardment of the command post until it is destroyed."
The Admiral mopped her brow with her sleeve. Her voice turned pained.
"The Shriek-class bombers have been chosen because they are distinctly, uniquely, unmistakably Corellian. Designed by the Corellian Engineering Corporation, they have not entered full production yet. Only 10 late-model prototypes and a few earlier prototypes are in existence."
The city view abruptly winked out of existence and was replaced by a slowly spinning view of a sleek gray saucer shape with forward-projecting mandible, like a streamlined Millennium Falcon without the side-mounted cockpit projection.
"The pursuing spacecraft," Carithus continued,
though bearing the colors and insignia of vehicles and vessels of the Galactic Alliance fleet, will actually be units of the Corellian Defense Force. Instead of shooting down the Shrieks, other than hitting them with a few reduced-strength laser blasts for cosmetic effect, their mission will be to reinforce the firepower of those bombers, and to reassign blame for civilian deaths to the Galactic Alliance."
Silence fell in the wake of the Admiral's words. Leia put her face into her hands, not an expression of grief, but a way to keep her composure. Han took a long, deep breath. It had gotten worse. Wedge turned a brilliant, bitter smile on the Admiral.
"It would seem," he said, "that the plan would actually benefit if we maximized civilian casualties."
Leia lifted her head, her eyes wide. Admiral Carathas's face relaxed into a non-expression, as though she'd just been hit by a blaster set to stun.
"General Antilles, that might be the most callous thing I've ever heard you say."
Wedge looked scornful and made a dismissive gesture.
"Admiral, let's call a skifter a skifter. Operation Noble Savage is, as you yourself said, designed to take what is inevitably going to be a public relations nightmare, the deaths of thousands of civilians from friendly fire, and turn it to the advantage of the Corellian independence cause. It will take outrage that would have been directed against us and turn it against our opponents. That outrage will stiffen Corellian resistance against the GA, allowing us to hit harder, more ferociously. By an inevitable progression of logic, the more horrible the offense we can blame on the GA forces, the greater that outrage. Correct?"
Carathas blinked. Finally, her face resumed the hard angles and planes that had characterized it for most of her adulthood.
"General, I'm within seconds of ordering you to shut up and leave this council." "That would be a mistake,"
Wedge said. His voice was as hard as Carathas's had become.
"If you did that, you'd prevent me from showing you how to achieve your military objectives without wantonly killing fellow Corellians. And let me point out that Operation Noble Savage, though it would probably divert the population's outrage from our military to the GA, drastically increases the odds that we will go to war. Our population wouldn't easily back away from further confrontations if all those lives on Trollis remained unavenged. Would it?"
Carathas paused. The respect with which most Corellian military officers held Antilles, and the Admiral's own evident discontent with the plan just outlined, obviously kept in check any outrage she might have felt at being addressed in that fashion. Leia felt only so much sympathy for the woman, however. Carathas had bought into a plan that was ghastly. Leia would have had far more respect for her had some other officer, Carathas's replacement, been explaining this mission, meaning that Carathas had been replaced for her opposition to Noble Savage. A square of light fell across the table as another of the observation rooms was illuminated from within. Its occupant had obviously turned on its interior light so as to be seen from below. Han and Leia looked around the bank of observation booths, but none they could see was now illuminated, meaning that the one they were looking for had to be close to theirs. Then a voice, electronically amplified, boomed from the room just to their left.
"General, am I to understand that the operation I helped design, that I approved and am ready to set into motion, is wanton?"
Leia winced, and Han felt like drawing his blaster. That cutting voice was distinctive, instantly recognizable. It was Thrackan Sal Solo. Han also felt a little foolish. Of course, the Corellian Chief of State would have a viewing chamber near the 5 world prime ministers. Of course, Thrackan would be here to observe this meeting. Han glanced to the left,
toward the source of Thracken's voice. On the other side of a thin wall was a man who'd given him grief across decades. He whispered, "It's sort of like being a kid again, hiding in your bed because there's a monster in the closet." Despite herself, Leia grinned. Han mimed drawing his blaster and aiming it at the wall to his left. He wondered how many shots it would take for him to hit Thrackan under these circumstances, and whether he and Leia could get out of the building afterward. It was probably not wise to try. Not this time. He sighed and mimed reholstering his weapon. Wedge turned to face Sal Solo's viewport, meaning he was staring almost directly up into Han and Leia's as well. "No, sir," he said. "As I'm sure your protocol droid is now telling you, my use of the word wanton referred to the unnecessary deaths of so many of our kinfolk and fellow citizens. And there's the additional factor that while this group might be able to maintain for years the terrible secret that we were responsible for those deaths, we wouldn't be able to keep it forever. Secrets, like hydraulic fluids, have a nasty habit of seeping out into the open just when it's worst for everybody." Sal Solo's voice boomed again. "Was that a threat, Antilles?" Wedge made a dismissive gesture Han knew would have to outrage Sal Solo. "No, it was a realistic appraisal, and my realistic appraisal of Operation Noble Savage suggests to me that it would be effective, and that it would probably succeed, but that it would not be efficient. To be efficient, it would have to accomplish our goals with minimal loss of civilian life, and with a chance to reduce, instead of increase, our chance to enter a full-scale shooting war." "And can you do all that, General, and put a shine on your reputation while you're at it?" "I can, and put a shine on your reputation. Since you're the military commander-in-chief approving an operation that might not rid the system of scores of thousands of loyal Corellians." Han saw Leia holding her breath. Wedge was playing a tricky game here, appealing to Sal Solo's political instincts of self-preservation, but still batting the man's words back into his teeth. Perhaps Wedge was getting too tired to keep his politics soft-spoken and pleasing. Perhaps, like Han, he hated Sal Solo so much that he simply couldn't bear to accommodate the man. "Let's hear it," Sal Solo said. "If I like what I hear, you might not find yourself begging on a street corner come morning." Wedge turned his back on the man's booth. From a breast pocket he removed a datapad. Looking around, he apparently spotted the room's hologram input sensor. He pointed the datapad at it, and abruptly the hologram image overhead changed. Once again it was the center of Reladir, but a less realistic plotting of it. The space scrapers were all simple gray rectangles, their windows, balconies, and decorations not represented. A moment after the hologram resolved into crisp detail, dome-like translucences in pink appeared to show the two sets of shields maintained by the Galactic Alliance occupiers. "Same problem, different solution," Wedge said. On the hologram, 2 flights of green blips, 6 blips per flight, 2 half-squadrons, appeared at the edges of the displayed region, the first from one angle, and the second from an angle 90 degrees to that of the first. The first flight overflew the shield-protected region. A moment later, the second flight followed suit. Now red dots appeared on the display, in numbers rapidly swelling from 20 to 100, and formed up to follow the green dots. Both the pursued and the pursuers exited the scene within moments. "Stage 1, Wedge continued, is a diversionary bombing run on the shields. Standard operational procedure to overload shields and bring them down. Given that the GA occupiers have not only installed military power generators at the site, but also commandeered city power generators and can feed them straight into their shields. The shields possess a lot of power. This run will fail, and the bombers will make a quick bounce up to orbit, drawing off a certain amount of pursuit. Wedge tapped another button on his datapad. Just barely within the outer perimeter of the shields, a massive gray building began to blink in color, alternating between green and yellow. This is the Tertiary Housing Complex, currently under construction, being built on the site of an old complex that had to be deconstructed for safety reasons. The new complex will be somewhat more upscale than many of the surrounding housing units, providing modern amenities and a broad underground hangar area for private skimmers, shuttles, and the like. Sal Solo's voice was richly mocking. "You almost make me want to live there." "At the moment, sir, it's not a very good investment. Stage 2 of this operation involves taking a couple of those Shriek-class bombers and flying them clean through the Tertiary Housing Complex, then continuing on to the Arts Center and initiating its destruction." Sal Solo cleared his throat, the electronically augmented sound echoing off the chamber's walls. "Surely, given your reputation for military strategy, you've noticed that the housing complex you propose to fly through is enclosed within their shields?" "Yes, sir." "And you don't see this as a problem?" "No, sir. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm familiar with the payload that a Shriek bomber can carry, and it seems to me that 2 of them would not be able to carry enough ordnance to punch through 2 rings of shields and then destroy the shield generators themselves." "That's correct, sir. I've compensated for that factor by planning for the Shrieks to be carrying almost no ordnance at all." There was a long pause before Sal Solo replied, and Han could imagine the man standing there, his expression pained, no words emerging. Finally, Sal Solo said, "You're right on the verge of that street corner I was mentioning, Antilles." Wedge glanced over his shoulder up at Sal Solo, an amused expression that all but said, "You shouldn't interrupt when grown-ups are talking." He raised his datapad and thumbed another button. The angle of the schematic changed, dropping the point of view until it was oriented mere meters over a broad thoroughfare. At the far end of the thoroughfare was the blinking green and yellow building. "I mentioned," Wedge said, "the housing complex's broad underground hangar." The hologram's point of view went into motion, traveling toward the blinking building at a high rate of speed. "Here you can see a simulation of the Shriek bomber's approach toward the housing complex. When they get to the distance of a few blocks, they release some of their ordnance." Blue-dotted lines leapt forward toward the blinking building, but dropped at the last moment to strike the thoroughfare just ahead of it. "And blow a broad hole in the avenue, straight down into the hangar area. They fly through the hangar, blowing out an exit ahead of them, and emerge through that hole on the far side, then continue on to their target. As they approach their target, they release their payload of targeter droids, rather crude droids used by our armed forces to teach sharpshooting and ballistics. Those droids use laser rangefinders and other sensors to paint their target, defining not just the command center, but a precise point on its shielding. And then, finally, Sal Solo sounded interested rather than mocking. And then, the hundreds of missiles fired in the wake of the 2 Shrieks, following the telemetry sent by those targeter droids, come pouring out of the hangar bay, hit that point on the shields, overload them until they fail, and continue on to hit the command post, plus the vehicles and vessels on the ground, surgically eradicating them.
"They could still overfly their target," Admiral Carathis said,
Wedge nodded. As surgical as we'd like for this operation to be, we can't eliminate all risk of friendly fire fatalities. Believe me, I'd love to. But one thing we can do is have the targeter droids make their target the summit of the enemy shields, then the summit of the command post building. We can program our missiles to go as high as possible once they exit the hangar, then dive on their target from above. The likelihood of them shooting past a target and hitting the side of an occupied building is thereby reduced. "Let me make sure I understand," Sal Solo said. "Your two Shriek bombers. They'll be sustaining fire from any GA defenses not drawn off by our diversion." "Correct," Wedge said. "That means gunships, starfighters, anti-spacecraft gun emplacements, and who knows what else." "Correct." "How do they do this?" "Well," Wedge said, "first, the performance characteristics of the Shrieks are known to the GA government, but since the bombers aren't in production yet, that information hasn't been widely distributed. It's not likely to be in the databases of the GA forces around Trollis. This means the defenders won't know exactly what to expect from these machines. Second, the fact that the assault force seems inadequate to the task means the forces arrayed against the Shrieks will probably not be overwhelming. And third, I plan to choose, assuming I'm selected to implement this plan, otherwise I'll just recommend, pilots who are especially well-suited to this sort of mission. I don't mean the pilots who've been testing the Shrieks, good men and women though they are. I mean canny old veterans who have decades of experience with YT-series spacecraft, pilots familiar with terrain-following assaults and other seemingly suicidal flying techniques.
Han leaned farther forward, almost pressing his forehead against the transparisteel, his attention fixed on Wedge. He heard Leia whisper, "Oh, no." Thraken, sounding cheerful, boomed,
"Admiral Carathis, I think this plan deserves close scrutiny."
Chapter 24 Kuat System, Toriaz Station. Jason sat in the rolling chair with his feet up on the desk before him. He knew that the image he was holocasting would show his boot soles up close, the rest of his seated body at a slightly greater distance, and then Ben, solemnly standing behind his chair.
"A what?" he asked.
The three-dimensional image of an old Twi'lek male, his skin a wrinkled desert tan, his head-tails wrapped artistically around his neck, was less than a meter tall, and situated atop the center of the desk. It was large enough for Jason to make out the Twi'lek's expression, one of merry amusement. "It's a thought," the Twi'lek said. "An idea." Jason held the grouping of tassels up before him and studied it.
"All of it?"
The Twi'lek's head-tails twitched. Then he apparently realized that he wasn't speaking to another of his own kind, and indulged in a cruder, broader gesture. A shrug. "I don't know," he admitted. "I can only speak for the one at the very bottom." Jason examined that tassel in greater detail. It was composed of 6 separate braids of tan and red beads, each one knotted intricately.
"How is it a thought?"
"It's like writing," the Twi'lek said. "A pattern of knots so individualized, so specific, that they can carry thoughts the way writing does. I actually had to take the highest detail holocam scan you sent me of it and run it through a sculpture interpreter, generating a 3-dimensional replica in a flexible material before I could interpret it. It must be held, manipulated by touch, in order for its meaning to become clear."
"And its meaning is what?"
"As close as I can translate it into basic, it means, he will strengthen himself through pain." Jason gave the Twi'lek a close look. "You look startled, Master Solo.
Jason shook his head. I'm not a master. Just a Jedi Knight, Forali. I apologize if I've led you to believe that you're speaking with a social equal.
I do not think in such segregated terms, Jedi Solo.
As for my startlement, that phrase has echoes of an old Jedi saying, there is no pain where strength lies. Could it actually be translated that way?
Forali shook his head, the gesture deliberate and artificial. No, it is closest to, he will strengthen himself through pain.
And you can't read any of the others?
No, they are not Twi'lek. In fact, the one I can comprehend isn't universally Twi'lek. It is a remnant of the Tehuip culture of Ryloth, an ancient subset of our modern culture. We are not one homogeneous people any more than humans are.
Of course. How long has it been since a recording technique like this was used?
Perhaps 500 standard years? Now the technique is known only to a few scholars. I do not elevate myself too much by claiming to be one of 3 individuals with sufficient knowledge to have translated that item through a reproduction.
Jason considered. So these other tassels, if they are not of Twi'lek make—
Of Twi'lek cultural origin, at any rate.
Yes, that's what I meant. Could they still be the same sort of item? A form of writing?
Yes. Or, I think, several. They are distinct in the ways they were made, each fabricated through a different technique. I suspect it means that if they all convey messages, each does so through a different method of communication, perhaps from a different world or culture altogether.
Jason gave him a smile. I know that this is going to sound lazy,
but is there a central source of knowledge that might be able to decode all of them?
You're very good at mind-reading, Forali. Are you Force-sensitive?
No. I am merely well acquainted with academic laziness. The Twi'lek considered. I would recommend the world of Lord. It is a repository of academic knowledge, and its people, like my own, have developed a greater facility with nonverbal communication than most. Perhaps it would improve the odds that they have concentrated knowledge in this field. But you must take the item there. I can't guarantee that experts in other fields of communication could interpret the meaning of one of those tassels from a replica.
Jason nodded. Just what I wanted to know. My compliments to you, Forali.
Thank you for bringing me a task suited to my interests. Perhaps, when all is done, you could send me the original item to study.
Forali smiled.
Replicas are never quite as good.
I'll see what I can do. Thank you, and goodbye.
Farewell.
Jason leaned forward to punch the disconnect button, and the hologram of the Twi'lek faded from view. Jason relaxed back into his chair and sat for long moments studying the bottom tassel.
It bothers you, doesn't it?
Ben asked. Jason nodded, absently, and gestured for the boy to sit in the next chair. Ben sat. Because those words are kind of like a Jedi saying? Partly that. It's like the old mantra, but less, wholesome. The other thing that bothers me is that the statement could have been made about me, at least the way I was during the war with the Yuuzhan Vong, the way I was treated when I was a captive. Well, pain is all they know. So we're going to Lord? We're going to Lord. Go Pack.
Coronet Corellia. The war conference room was almost empty. Wedge Antilles shook hands with Admiral Carathis and her aides, then watched them depart the chamber. He began fiddling with his datapad, doubtless organizing the innumerable files he'd been beamed by various officers once his plan for the liberation of Trollis had been given tentative approval.
We do need to wait for the YVH droids to come back for us, Leia said. I know that, Han protested. I wasn't planning on popping out into the corridor while Thracken's security team waits out there.
Well, you looked impatient.
Ah. Han tried to force himself to look less impatient. He couldn't. Wedge's plan occupied almost all his brain's processing power. Nor was he fooling her.
Don't volunteer, Leia said.
Huh? For what?
For Wedge's plan.
The part of Han's mind that could convincingly spin excuses and arguments didn't have enough resources available to it. He resorted to the truth. I have to, Leia. That mission was made for me.
You don't think Thraken will find out who the pilots are? You could survive the mission, only to be blown up by remote control when returning to Corellia.
I'm sure Wedge can— General Antilles! It was Thraken's voice again, still booming from the next observation room. Below, Wedge glanced up again. Sir, I have a favor to ask of you. As Minister of War, something that's distinctly in your patriotic duty to do. Something you really should have done by now. Thraken's tone was pleasant, not at all urgent. Wedge returned his attention to his datapad. Let's hear it. You have a daughter serving with the Galactic Alliance Armed Forces under the name of Lissa Dunter. She's assigned to the force-occupying Trollis. Even from this distance, and even seeing as little of Wedge's face as his current orientation afforded her, Han and Leia could see the man's sudden stillness. Han could imagine what Wedge was feeling. He had a sudden urge to ask Leia to cut a hole in the wall separating the two chambers so he could take a few shots. Wedge closed his datapad and tucked it into a pocket, then casually turned in his chair to face up at Thraken. Yes, she's in the GA Armed Forces. A lot of Corellians are, though I'm not sure where she is right now. I'm going to send her a message, Thraken said. I'd appreciate it if you'd include a note asking her to cooperate with what I suggest. And what are you going to suggest? That's not really your concern. Wedge didn't even attempt a pretense at unconcern or amusement. Of course it is. I'm supposed to endorse whatever you suggest to her, regardless of what it is? Yes, it's your duty. I have to insist. Go ahead. Now Thraken's voice sounded confused. What? Go ahead. Insist. I'm interested in hearing this. All right. General Antilles, acting as Chief of State and Minister of War for Corellia, I hereby order you to communicate with your daughter Sial and do your genuine best to persuade her to follow whatever course of action I recommend to her. Is that clear enough? Absolutely. And go to hell.
Thraken's trying to get himself killed,
Leia whispered. Han nodded. Let's go next door and wish him luck.
Shush.
Thraken said, Antilles, you've refused a direct order given during a military crisis, and I have it on record. Should I choose to, I can have security agents haul you away right now. I can conduct your trial within the hour and have you executed by morning. Of course you can. Wedge stood and stretched, extending his arms over his head and flexing his back, a gesture of supreme unconcern. Leia could almost hear the popping from his vertebrae and joints. Then Wedge relaxed into a more normal standing position. You could also have me assassinated in a time of peace for having nicer hair than you. If I worried about that sort of thing, I'd never get any sleep. And now I'm going to explain to you why it would be a bad, bad mistake for you to do this. Go ahead. If I refuse, which I have, and you have me murdered, you've traded a senior officer for whatever opportunities at sabotage and information gathering a very junior officer could provide you. It's not a smart trade. I'm no Garm Bel Iblis, but I'm the best strategist you have available. I also have friends in positions of power and influence all over the galaxy, and if I'm executed, I can't use them to your advantage. Can't issue recommendations that they use their own influence to swing their planetary governments to the Corellian viewpoint, for instance. What's the difference between your doing that and your doing what I just recommended? Ordered, Minister, not recommended. The difference is that asking, say, Wes Jansen to put in a good word about our cause to the military or government of his world of Tanab is honorable. Asking my daughter to violate the oaths she took when she became an officer and to participate in treachery is not. Have I communicated the difference sufficiently? Don't condescend to me, Antilles. Leave my family out of things, Sal Solo. I'm going to communicate with your daughter. I'll convince her to do what I say. Go ahead. Wedge shrugged. You're not worried that I'll succeed? You might succeed, but I won't be party to it. There was no reply. A few seconds later, the light from Thracken's chamber, still spilling in a distorted rectangle across the main table below, switched off. Wedge walked toward the exit and disappeared out of sight below Thracken's chamber.
Wedge just got himself killed,
Leia said. Han nodded. He's too smart not to know that. It won't be soon, though. Thrackan needs Wedge for now.
But as soon as he gets angry enough to overcome his self-interest...
Yeah. Reladier Trollis.
I am not happy,
Jaina said. She stood under sunny blue skies on a flat green lawn. Gentle breezes stirred her hair and cooled her. Beside her stood Zek, offering silent support, and occasional twinges of amusement as her mood whipped from one position to another. In the distance ahead was the white Navos Center for the Performing Arts, with its 8 beautifully fluted towers. Closer at hand, on a patch of grass unmarked by Duracrete walking trails, were the 9 X-Wings of Luke's Hardpoint Squadron. Undefended. Well, not entirely. In the astromech slot of Luke's own X-Wing sat R2-D2, and the little droid offered a plaintive trill in counterpoint to Jaina's statement.
"Where are the pilots, R2?"
Jaina asked. R2-D2's top dome swiveled, bringing his main ICAM to bear on the distant Performing Arts building.
"And the security detail for these snub fighters?"
she asked. The astromech turned his main eye on her and issued a series of rapid beeps and tones.
"Reassigned."
Jaina shook her head, exasperated. "Want me to do this one?" Zek asked.
"Please."
Zek smiled and brought a comlink out from a pouch at his belt. R2, would you give me the squadron frequency? The astromech beeped his compliance. Thanks. Zek activated the comlink. Zek to Hardpoint Squadron. Your new squadron commander is on site and wishes to see you immediately at your X-Wings. Immediately means 90 seconds from the end of my transmission. No one will be punished for arriving in dirty robes, formal gowns, or bubbles and bathwater. But no one wants to arrive late. That is all. Out. He pocketed the comlink.
Nicely done,
Jaina said.
Effective, but with a potential for humor.
Zek bowed, then straightened. Your orders?
We need to find a place to house these snub fighters securely. And I don't care if they've been put out here to demonstrate our overwhelming military might and contempt for the Corellian forces. And we ought to do some drills so I can feel out the pilot's skills.
Jaina caught sight of some motion in the direction of the center. A tall, dark-skinned human male, clad only in a white towel which he held around his waist with both hands, was running in their direction.
It's going to be an interesting set of exercises.
Battle Carrier Dodana, orbiting Trallas. Ensign Lissa Dunton and her Quarren wingman rose toward the field, holding the atmosphere within Dodana's main belly hangar. With casual ease, they reduced velocity as they neared the glowing opening, popped up through the field to allow the air resistance to slow them down another crucial few kilometers per hour, and floated on repulsor lifts to their designated landing zone. Moments later, they raised their cockpits. Crew members, rushing forward, hung ladders in place, allowing them to exit their vehicles. Mechanics arrived, plugging in diagnostic units, beginning refueling. Her Quarren wingman pulled off his helmet and issued a slurping sigh of relief. His facial tentacles wiggled in the cold, artificial breeze blowing through the hangars.
"Bath," he said. "I need to submerge. I'd kill to submerge."
He turned and began a brisk march toward the doors out of the hangar. Sial grinned after him. Long patrols were hard on the Quarren and their kindred, the Mon Calamari. They dehydrated faster than humans. She pulled off her own helmet and decided that her wingman's decision was the best one, though. A thorough cleansing after hours of fruitless touring around the edges of the Corellia system would be great for morale.
"Ensign Dunton,"
the chief mechanic, a lean man with dark eyes, approached her with his diagnostic datapad in hand.
"Can I speak to you for a moment?"
Of course.
She shook her hair out. Short as it was, it didn't give her too much grief on long missions, and at least this time she'd donned her helmet so that her bangs didn't cause her additional trouble.
You usually work with the X-Wing units, don't you?
"Yes, Ensign, but everybody's being shifted around to cross-train while we have some downtime. I put in a request to work with the Eta 5s today."
Sial eyed his datapad.
Is there a problem with my interceptor?
"Not exactly."
He moved close and lowered his voice so the rest of the crew couldn't make out his words.
"Actually, I just wanted to bring you some greetings from home."
She gave him a sharp look.
Greetings from Raltier?
"Greetings," he said, "from Corellia. Perhaps we should talk somewhere private."
An hour later, Vibro Sword Leader, a tall human with graying hair and features suggesting that he was an actor hired to play a squadron leader, leaned over the interrogation table toward Sial and asked, "So you shot him?" Beside him sat a human woman, dark-skinned, with big eyes that looked bright and uncritical enough to belong to someone much younger. Sial had never seen her before. She wore civilian clothes, all in blacks and light blues. Her face was expressionless, though her eyes were on Sial, awaiting her response. Sial nodded. Her face felt tight, especially around her eyes from the brief bit of crying she'd done when no one was looking, and her bangs, now lank with perspiration, flopped into her eyes. She wished that Vibro Sword Leader would just take his chair and stay in it. All his standing up, doubtless to appear to be more intimidating, was getting on her nerves. Plus, she could use a friend right now, and it sure wasn't him.
I still don't understand, the woman said. Why did you shoot him? He lunged for my blaster pistol,
Sial said.
Why did you have a blaster pistol? Leader asked.
So I could take him into custody.
No, the woman said.
You took it out to take him into custody. Why did you have it in the first place? I always do, Sial explained. When I got old enough to begin dating, my father insisted that I carry one.
That was a small lie. Her father had insisted that she carry two.
but she'd made do with one most of the time since leaving home.
"And you drew on him because he was trying to suborn you," the woman continued.
Sial nodded.
"Do a few things for us," he said, meaning the Corellians.
The woman looked skeptical.
"Ensign Dunton, you're a very low-ranking officer in a carrier full of people who could do the GA more harm than you if they were turned. Why you? What makes you so vulnerable to this sort of attempt?"
"Your leg," Leader said.
"What?"
Sial turned an uncomprehending expression on him. "Your leg," he repeated. Sial looked down. Her right leg was vibrating again. She glared at it, and it stopped.
"Answer the question, please," the woman said.
Sial looked at her, then turned apologetic eyes toward Leader.
"I'm Corellian."
He glanced toward his datapad. "Right. Born on Corellia. Raised on Raltir."
"No. Born on Corellia. Raised on Corellia. The recruiting officer assumed and put down that I was raised on Raltir because I have Raltir citizenship, but I didn't get it the usual way. I bought it."
The woman said,
"What else in your record is incorrect?" "Nothing. But Lissa Dunton, well, that isn't the name I was born with."
Leader scowled at her and sat again. "You achieved an officer's rank on a falsified name. We're deep into court-martial territory here."
"No, Lissa Dunton is my real name. I changed it legally at a court on Raltir that is known for being horribly disorganized. I knew it would take years for the records to reach the GA military. I changed it to avoid comparisons with my father, so I could achieve a reputation of my own."
"What's your real—" the woman checked herself. "Your original name?"
"Sial Antilles."
Both the woman and Leader blinked. The woman reacted first.
"Corellian? Antilles? You aren't, by chance—"
"He's my father."
"And Iella Antilles your mother?"
"I'm surprised you know that name."
The woman nodded.
"So the mechanic tries to persuade you to perform unspecified actions for the Corellian government?"
Sial nodded.
"And he threatened to do things to my family if I didn't comply."
Leader gave Sial a hard stare. "So you've just gotten your family killed. You refused. That agent's superiors will now begin the purge. Good going." Sial settled back in her chair, putting a precious few more centimeters distance between herself and her squadron leader.
"I hope not."
"The smart thing to do," Leader said, "would have been to go along with whatever he said and bring intelligence in later." Sial shook her head.
"I'm no good at that sort of thing. Don't you think I know what I'm capable of? My mother was in intelligence. My sister got those genes, I guess. I wouldn't be able to pull it off. And in the meantime, that man would have been free on this ship, maybe sabotaging the starfighters of my friends. No, that's not smarter."
Sial heard her voice rise in indignation. "I'll tell you what," Leader said. "We'll look into this. If you're lying, you get a dishonorable discharge and whatever criminal punishment you deserve. If you're telling the truth, things are much better. You get an honorable discharge and can go home to Corellia and fly with your daddy's squadrons, and give us a crack at you. Either way, this is the last day you'll wear the Galactic Alliance uniform. Dismissed."
Sial tightened the muscles of her face, struggling to hold back new tears that wanted to stream forth, and started to rise.
"Sit,"
the woman said. She turned to Leader.
"You, be a good boy and go away."
Leader gaped at her. "You—" The woman smiled at him, showing teeth. "The correct response is yes, ma'am. Now go." Leader evaluated her expression, then hurriedly rose. "Yes, ma'am." The woman waited until he was out of the interrogation room. She returned her attention to Sial. "Yes, we'll verify the details of your story. If they check out, you'll be returned to active service. But I doubt you'll be returned to Vibrosword Squadron. I suspect that it can be considered a hostile environment for you now." "I think you're right." "Your leg is going again?" The woman turned her attention to the datapad in front of her. "It says here that you were offered the chance to join a new squadron handling the first deployment of the Aleph-class fighters. Is that correct?" Sial nodded. "I didn't want to, though. I've played around with Aleph simulators. They've got plenty of speed, but they maneuver like big plugs of Duracrete." "And if your only options are to fly Alephs or work as a communications officer aboard a sensor ship?" "Alephs sound great, ma'am." "Spoken like a true Antilles." The woman closed her datapad. "You're from intelligence, aren't you? I would have thought that my own squadron leader would have been the sympathetic one, and you would have been a plasteel neck about the whole thing." The woman nodded. "Never can tell how the past is going to affect things, can you?" She rose. "I don't know what your squadron leader's problem is. Jealousy. Or maybe he needs to be in complete control, and the fact that you didn't divulge about your famous father constitutes a betrayal. As for me—" She offered Sial a slight smile. "Once upon a time, not long after the New Republic won Coruscant that first time, I flew with your father for a few months. I've known some of his pilots considerably longer. I know what sort of children he'll have raised. If you're really Sial Antilles, I suspect you're in the clear." On her way out the door, she added, "And you might as well legally change your name back. Your secret's out." Chapter 25. Lord City, Lord. She was willowy tall, with long black hair in a flowing ponytail. Ben saw her first from the cockpit of Jason's shuttle as the vehicle drifted down on repulsor lifts. The woman was neither distinct nor interesting at that time, merely a shadowy figure leaning arms crossed against the hangar pit wall. But once they were grounded, cleared to emerge, and descending the shuttle's boarding ramp, she strode forward out of the shadows, and Ben suddenly found her very interesting indeed. Her robes, a green and tan-yellow combination, not commonly seen on Jedi, were tailored to her, flattering her figure, and her wide-mouthed smile was a celebration that invited all who saw it to join in. Sadly, Ben's sudden interest was one-sided. She walked quickly to the ramp's base, her attention fixed on Jason, her hand extended toward the adult Jedi. "Jason," she said, "it's good to see you." Jason reached the bottom of the ramp and took her hand, but did not draw her into an embrace, not even the cordial embrace of old friends, though her body language, even to Ben's inexperienced eye, suggested that this was what she expected. "Nelani," Jason said, "when I heard that you were the Jedi assigned to the Lord Station, that you'd be the one meeting us, I was glad—" "Really?" "Glad to realize that you'd passed your trials and were fully vested as a Jedi Knight," he continued. "Congratulations." Her smile faltered slightly. "Thank you." She released her grip on his hand, and her attention finally turned to Ben. "And this must be Ben Skywalker." Ben stood silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to say anything. It was just that his entire vocabulary,
including some choice swear words in Rhodian and Huttese he'd gone to great pains to memorize, had just vanished. He wondered where it was. Nalani cast a worried glance at Jason.
"Does he talk?"
Ben's vocabulary suddenly returned.
"You're being condescending," he said.
Absently, she ruffled his hair.
"Certainly not. You just had me puzzled for a moment."
She returned her attention to Jason.
"So what did you want to do first? Get settled in your quarters at the station?"
She gestured toward the exit from the hangar pit, then led them in that direction.
"Have you researched the matter I calmed you about?" Jason asked.
Ben fell into line behind them, furiously smoothing his hair.
"Yes, and I found a contact who seems to know something about your tassels, a Dr. Hylan Rotham. Tactile writing and recording methods are her specialty."
Dr. Rotham's offices, also her quarters, were on the ground floor of a university building built of Duracrete bricks and falsewoods, then comfortably aged for a couple of centuries. The walls of the corridors and chambers were dark, either soothing or shadowy and threatening, depending on one's attitude toward such things, and so somber that it seemed to Ben that they could swallow all humor. Not that, in the office chambers, the walls were all that easy to see. Shelves lined the room, displaying books, scrolls, figurines of strangely misshapen males and females of many species, coils of irregularly knotted rope, and small wooden boxes with hinged lids. He looked over to the table where Dr. Rotham sat with Jason and Nalani. Dr. Rotham was a human woman, tiny and ancient. Her hair was white and wispy. Her skin was pale, traced with blue veins, and almost transparent. She wore a heavy maroon robe, even though Ben found the temperature in these chambers to be on the warm side, and her eyes were a piercing blue, unclouded by age. She sat on a self-propelled chair, a wheeled thing with a bulky undercarriage that suggested it was equipped with short-range repulsor lifts. She held Jason's massive tassels up before her eyes, scrutinizing them from a distance of only 4 or 5 centimeters.
"You have a lot of stuff here,"
Ben said. Without looking at him, Dr. Rotham said,
"I do, don't I? And what's remarkable is that every datum that can be derived from those objects has been recorded into my office memory for my datapads, into Lord's computer system, and into the computers of any person who has ever asked for them."
Ben took another look around the room's extensive banks of shelving.
"But if it's all recorded, why do you keep the original things? They take up a lot of room."
"A reasonable question from a Jedi who must travel often and lightly. But you must remember that there is a tremendous difference between a thing and the knowledge of a thing. For instance, think about your best friend. Would you prefer to have your best friend or a datapad stuffed full of knowledge about him?"
Ben considered. He didn't want to give her the obvious, correct answer. It seemed like a defeat. Instead, he said,
"That's a good question."
It was an answer he had heard adults offer many times, one he suspected they used whenever they couldn't think of anything better to say. Jason chuckled, and Dr. Rotham did not follow up on her question. Ben concluded that he had held his own.
"This one,"
Dr. Rotham said,
"is definitely Bith, a recording method of an isolated island race, the Alagar, that concocted the knotting style as a means of recording genealogies, strings of ancestors. Later the technique was expanded to permit the recording of thoughts and statements. Roughly translated, it means, he will ruin those who deny justice."
Nalani frowned.
"That's curiously ominous."
"Why?"
Jason asked.
"Yeah," Ben said. "Jedi do that all the time. Ruin those who deny justice.
Nelani shook her head.
Ruination is sometimes a result of what we do, but it's not usually the goal. Ruination as a goal sounds like vengefulness, not a trait suited to a Jedi.
Ben caught Jason's eye, silently requesting confirmation of Nelani's assertion. Jason shrugged unhelpfully.
I'm certain I can translate many of the others,
Dr. Rotham continued.
though since they all appear to be separated from their cultural contexts, how accurate those translations will be is somewhat up in the air. Perhaps they provide a context for one another. If so, that will be helpful.
Jason nodded. I'd appreciate whatever you could tell us. As he spoke, Nelani beeped. Or rather, something on her person did. She hurriedly fit a small hands-free comlink to the back of her right ear. She pulled part of the device loose, and it swung out, a little black ball, to bob and sway gently at the corner of her mouth, suspended by a black wire so fine as to be almost invisible.
"Nelani Din,"
she said. After a few moments of listening, Nelani frowned.
"Did he say why a Jedi?"
She paused, cocking her head to one side.
"And you think it's credible?" "Yes, I'll be right there. About 10 minutes. Out."
She tucked the bobbing microphone back up under her ear and rose.
"I apologize for ducking out, but I have to go."
"Emergency?" Jason asked.
"Yes. Some sort of lunatic in a starfighter threatening to launch missiles if he's not allowed to talk to a Jedi."
I get the impression that it will take Dr. Rotham some time to complete any more translations. Jason glanced at the elderly woman for confirmation, and at her nod he rose. I'll come with you.
"You'd be welcome,"
Nelani said. It was an odd situation at the Lord City spaceport. A Y-wing starfighter, so battle-scarred and patched that it had probably been ancient at the time of the Battle of Yavin, had set down 50 meters from the approved landing zone. Nor had it landed on a flat surface. Its ion jet drive pods rested on a repulsor lift taxiing strip at right angles to the normal direction of traffic, and its nose was up on a meters-high Duracrete traffic barrier, leaving the starfighter at a 30-degree upward angle.
"He's short an astromech,"
Ben said. Indeed, there was nothing in the circular gap immediately behind the cockpit.
"And it's modded for concussion missiles instead of proton torpedoes."
He also has a nice firing angle on the most populous area of the city, said Lieutenant Neev Samron of the Lord Security Force, a heavy-set human man with brown hair and mustache grown just a bit longer than regulations probably permitted. He had his forces deployed all around the Y-wing at distances of 50 to 200 meters, and snipers were conspicuous on hangar rooftops. Samron's command post, where the 3 Jedi had joined him, was at the corner of the corrugated durasteel-sided hangar 100 meters from the starfighter. Ben stood behind Jason, but to one side, where he could keep an eye on the Y-wing and the faintly visible figure in the cockpit. Ben found he could actually feel the pilot there, as a hard knot of pain and confusion that faded and swelled, moving in and out of the boy's perceptions.
Do you have any indication of whether he actually has live concussion missiles, and how he got them? Jason asked.
Samron nodded. He sent us the telemetry from his weapons board, a one-way feed, blast it, else we'd have been able to slice into his controls and solve this without calling you in. He has a full brace of missiles aimed at the student housing districts. Precisely where, we can't be sure. As for how he got them, he doesn't have a credit left in what had been a decent-sized savings and investments account. With all the weapons smuggling going on these days, it's no surprise that an old pilot with lots of connections could get his hands on ordnance like that.
"What can you tell us about him?"
Nelani asked. Samron opened his datapad and consulted it. Ordith Huar, age 81 standard years, human male originally from Lord. Back in the old Republic and Empire days, he was a shuttle pilot. At the height of the Rebel Alliance,
He joined them and spent the war as a Y-wing pilot, during which time he scored 1/2 of a kill. His record as a rebel pilot was undistinguished. Nalani shot Samron an admonishing look.
He was no less brave than pilots with better kill records.
Samron held her stare, unruffled. The comment about his record was offered as a possible key to his mental state. In my experience, people with mediocre skills and unremarkable records are more likely to come unhinged. They experience more frustration, less appreciation. Or do you disagree?
Nalani's expression relented a bit, to one of milder disapproval, and she turned away to stare at the old starfighter again.
Anyway, Samron continued, he became a flight instructor after the Empire fell, and eventually retired and returned to Lord. He came out of retirement a few years back to shuttle Yuuzhan Vong war refugees around, and the records suggest that being kicked around from planet to planet, unwilling to accept refugees, did something bad to his outlook. After the Yuuzhan Vong war, he came back again, bought some rural property with his wife, and spent the next several years living off his pension and shooting blasters at intruders.
"Any children?"
Nalani asked. "No children," Samron said, "and his wife died about 2 years ago." 2 years, Jason said. What happened recently that put him behind a missile board threatening students?
Samron shook his head.
"I guess I'd better talk to him," Nalani said.
She turned back to Jason.
"Unless you'd like to. You're senior."
Jason shook his head.
"No, I have another tactic I'll explore."
She nodded, made sure her robes were suitably straight, and that the lightsaber hanging at her belt was clearly visible, then marched across the Plascrete parking area toward the Y-wing. When she was 50 meters from the starfighter, the pilot's voice, broadcast over an external speaker system, boomed at her.
"That's close enough!"
The voice was thin, raspy. Nalani cupped her hands around her mouth to shout her reply.
"Whatever you say. Huar, you didn't have to endanger all those students to talk to me. My station office can be reached by planetary net or comlink."
Ben felt the pilot's pain and confusion surge, stronger than he'd experienced it previously.
"You wouldn't have taken me seriously," the old man said. "You only understand force. Force and the force."
He laughed, a bitter noise, as if briefly entertained by his own play on words.
"Not true, but we don't need to argue the point," Nalani shouted. "I'm here now. Why did you want to talk to me?"
"What is a force ghost?"
Huar asked. Nalani was silent for a long moment.
"It's a survival, ascending from someone who has died, but still exists in a certain way."
"My wife is a force ghost,"
Huar said.
"She talks to me, but she can't, can she?"
Nalani took another step forward. Even distorted by shouting, her voice sounded dubious.
"Was she a Jedi? Or did she ever do things that suggested she might see things, feel things that normal people don't?"
"No."
Caught up as he was in the dialogue between Nalani and Huar, Ben had lost track of Jason. Now he became aware that his mentor was concentrating, channeling the Force. Jason reached out and pulled a handful of air toward him. Simultaneously, the Y-Wing's ion jet pods skidded backward across the Duracrete, sending up showers of sparks, just until the starfighter's nose slid off the barrier and crashed to the ground, facing directly into the Duracrete. Then he added a twisting motion, and the Y-Wing rotated along its long axis, crashing onto the taxiing strip upside down.
"There," Jason told Samron. "Problem solved. He can't lift off with repulsors or thrusters, and he can't fire his missiles at the city."
Samron looked at him in surprise. then choked up in laughter. Unable to speak, he waved the men and women of his security force toward the starfighter. They emerged from their protected positions and advanced. Ben could hear some of them laughing, too.
"What are you doing?"
That was Nelani, returning at a quick trot.
"I had the situation under control."
Jason turned a dubious look on her. "No, you didn't. You were executing a decent negotiation, but to be in control, you would have had to be able to prevent him from firing at any moment. Could you?" Nelani reached Jason and stood there, her features flushed, her expression confrontational.
"No, but he wouldn't have fired while we were talking."
"Tell that to the families of all the students who would have died if he had somehow fired without your detecting it. Or if he had his missiles set up on a timer, which you wouldn't have been able to feel. And don't tell me he wouldn't have. You had no control over his actions, and every moment you negotiated with him, you risked the lives of those students."
"You think I wasn't aware of his emotional state? His feelings were lit up like a landing circle."
While the two Jedi argued, Ben watched the spaceport security team approach the helpless starfighter. Then he felt a surge of despair from its pilot. Despair and determination.
"Get back!"
Ben astonished himself with the volume of his scream, with the fact that he was screaming without meaning to, with the fact that he was running forward with no voluntary control of his legs.
"Run! Run!"
The security agents froze at his first cry and looked back at him. Apparently, the force of will he was projecting and his proximity to Lieutenant Samron were enough for them. They turned away from the Y-wing and began running. There was a hum from the starfighter, and Ben saw ignition within its missile tubes. There was a sudden expulsion of flame, missiles punching out of their tubes and into the Duracrete just in front of the starfighter. And then the Y-wing exploded, propelled into metallic confetti by a hemispherical wall of flame and concussive force. As if in slow motion, Ben saw the wall of energy swell out toward him. He dropped to the permacrete-covered ground, wrapped his robe tightly around him, and focused his mind on the blast he could still visualize. He saw the point where it would hit him. He pressed against that spot, willing it to weaken, to slow. It hit him. He felt himself pushed as if by a giant hand, a hand radiating ferocious heat. He rolled and skidded backward, then came to a stop. There was no sound. His ears felt as battered as if a wampa had boxed them. But he felt oddly peaceful, as though he had been exercising all morning and was ready for a rest. Languidly, he threw his robe off his face and stood up. The Y-wing was gone. Where it had been was a crater, and the Duracrete barrier that had stood before it was interrupted by a rough-edged gap many meters long. The buildings nearest the explosion were still standing, but they leaned away from the source of the blast, their metal skeletons bent, the exterior walls facing the blast dented in or missing entirely. Everywhere there were bodies, some of them licked by flame, and Ben thought for one cold moment that his effort had been too late. But one of the burning men suddenly began to roll on the ground, smothering the flames rising from his back and shoulders, and a woman a few meters from him stood up on shaky legs. Ben saw Jason racing toward him, but then Jason, seeing that his cousin was not badly hurt, veered off toward victims who were still unmoving. Ben chose a nearby group of security personnel and moved toward them, his steps unsteady at first, then gaining in balance and sureness as he ran. An hour later, Ben sat in a hangar. A brightly painted but antiquated shuttle dominated the center of the building. Ben had his back against a corrugated durasteel wall, which flexed slightly as he leaned against it. Other rescue workers sat against the same wall, drinking cups of kaf some of their number had provided, exchanging gruesome stories of explosion disasters of the past. Mostly they left Ben alone, but they had brought him kaf and told him he'd done well, and now the crisis was over, and the medics and firefighters were resting and replenishing themselves for a few minutes before returning to their respective bases. Jason and Nalani re-entered the hangar through the main sliding door. They spotted Ben and headed his way. Jason sat beside his cousin, while Nalani remained standing. "Guess what?" Jason asked. Ben could hear him clearly enough now, a very faint ringing in his ears, the only remnant of the effects of the explosion. "What?" "No dead." Ben looked at him, startled. "None of them died?" "Not one. Well, not counting the crazy men in the Y-Wing. But it seems that every one of the security men and women will make it. Not one seems to be in critical condition, thanks in part to their body armor, but mostly to you." "Lubed," Ben said. Nalani said, "While Jason and I were arguing about procedure, you were doing what a Jedi should, being mindful of the Force." "So we get to take note of your example today, instead of the other way around," Jason continued. "I also thought you should have a reward." "What reward?" Ben asked. "The rest of the day is yours. Nalani and I are returning to Dr. Rotham's now. You can accompany us, you can go sightseeing, you can check out a ground speeder and improve your piloting skills, whatever you like. You have enough credits to get by, and you know how to get to Dr. Rotham's, I believe." Ben nodded. He didn't let it show on his face, but his mind was spinning. The rest of his day left to his own devices, unsupervised. That was indeed a reward, and, he was dimly aware, it was also a sign of trust. "Thanks," he said. Jason rose. He and Nalani headed back out the way they'd come, heads bowed together as though they were renewing their argument, leaving Ben to figure out what he wanted to do with himself. Though he didn't know it, Ben was right. The two Jedi Knights began quarreling again as soon as they reached the exit from the hangar, though they handled their disagreement more civilly than before. "I really wish," Nalani said, "that you'd given me another minute or two with Huar. I'm really curious about this Force Ghost business of his." "Students," Jason said, in a tone that suggested his one-word argument should settle the whole matter.
Yes, the students in their quarters were in danger. I'm not disputing that. But couldn't you have surreptitiously squeezed the ends of his missile-launching tubes closed? That way, if he'd fired, same result. But until then, I'd have been able to talk to him. Maybe I could have gotten to the root of his craziness."
They reached the anonymous gray speeder that had brought them to the spaceport. They hopped in, Nalani behind the controls. "I suppose I could have," Jason admitted. "It didn't occur to me. And it does beg the question of whether someone who threatens the lives of thousands of innocents deserves any consideration whatsoever."
"Maybe he deserved consideration for being a war hero."
Nalani activated the repulsors and sent the speeder skyward. Jason made a dismissive gesture. "My father is a war hero, too. I don't recall him ever doing what Huar did."
"And Huar never smuggled spice for hot crime lords, either."
Jason shook his head. "Sometimes it's a disadvantage having a father so famous they make holodramas about him." Nalani grinned.
"With you, I have to exploit any conversational advantage I can get my hands on."
"You're definitely not the late-blooming Force-sensitive I taught lightsaber technique to."
"I'm glad you noticed."
Jason ignored that remark, as well as the rather personal tone with which it had been communicated. "It's time we turned our attention back to Dr. Huar and those tassels."
"Not just yet. I've been trying to turn your attention to me."
He grinned. "You really have gotten bolder." She nodded.
"Learning how to and having the ability to cut gundarks in half went a long way toward overcoming my shyness problem, And being a Jedi, the only Jedi assigned to this world, means I have very little time of my own, so I tend to get to the point rather quickly. Does that bother you?"
Jason shook his head, but kept his attention on the terrain, long banks of warehouses graduating to blocks of low-rent businesses speeding by beneath their vehicle.
"No, but there's someone—"
"Someone occupying that particular place in your life?"
"Yes."
She made a chiding noise.
"Well, then, let's just spend a little time together, which, incidentally, I wanted very badly to suggest 7 years ago when you were teaching me lightsaber technique, but I was too self-conscious."
Jason smiled and offered no further explanation. Nalani shook her head, a gesture of mild regret, and fell silent. Chapter 26. Coruscant. It was like a replay of their first conference from days earlier, with Cal Omus, Admiral Pelion, and Admiral Neothal occupying the same seats at the conference table when Luke was escorted into the chamber. They and their aides looked up as the Jedi Master entered, and even before he seated himself, Omus said,
"So it appears you have good news for us."
Luke looked startled. "What makes you think that, if I may ask?"
"Your expression," Omus said. "You were smiling. In these times, a smile from a Jedi is a hopeful sign."
"Oh." Luke let his expression fall into more serious lines. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mislead you. I just had some good news about my boy, Ben. He managed to save a number of lives on Lord just a few hours ago." Neothal nodded, her protruding eyes surprisingly adept at projecting cool displeasure.
"Admirable. I'm sure he'll grow up into a fine Jedi Knight. Years and years from now, when this new Corellian crisis is behind us. For now, though—"
"For now," Pelion interrupted, "we could use some more universal, hopeful signs from the Jedi." "I'm not sure about hopeful," Luke said. "Useful, perhaps. As you probably saw in the report I forwarded, there's little doubt that Thrak and Sal Solo sabotaged the Toriaz Station conference, or at least, through his inaction, permitted it to be sabotaged." Omus's mouth turned downward.
"Unfortunately, the difference between those two behaviors is the difference between the most serious sort of crime and a non-crime."
"Non-crime?" Luke looked appalled. "You're joking."
"No."
Omus, for this moment, looked like a man impervious to humor. Certainly not a generator of amusement.
"Assuming that he did not pay for the information offered in the message he received, can you prove that he took the message seriously? That it was credible to him? Because he can always claim that he did not consider it a credible offer, that it was a communication from a crank, and therefore did not need to be acted on in any capacity."
Luke shook his head, unhappy to be thwarted by so negligible an obstacle. Still, if a strike team were able to capture him and bring him to Coruscant, a criminal trial based on the assumption that he did buy the information could drag on for months, or longer, keeping Sal Solo out of commission during all that time, and that would be a boon to the peace process. The others exchanged glances.
"That,"
Neothal said,
"is a far more pragmatic suggestion than I expected from a Jedi. I like it."
Luke leaned back. "Jedi are among the most pragmatic beings in the galaxy. We tend to operate under the assumption that it's better to get things done than to observe all the niceties. We consider justice to be of more consequence than law, for instance. Even justice is often overrated. Sometimes the imposition of justice prevents redemption."
"We'll consider that recommendation," Omus said.
But we have to consider it against the precedent it sets. If we kidnap a planetary ruler, even a sub-ruler who theoretically still belongs to our own government structure, despite our evident right to bring a suspected criminal into custody for trial, it opens a pragmatic precedent for the kidnapping of rulers within the Galactic Alliance. I might, in effect, be setting the stage for my own eventual kidnapping.
We might have the blessing, even the unofficial blessing, of Sal Solo's chief rival on this, Luke said. My sister reports a surreptitious meeting with Prime Minister Denjax Tepler, and a subtext of the meeting was apparently Tepler's concern that he'll survive, both politically and as a living being, only so long as Sal Solo views him as an asset. Pelion snorted, his expression amused but derisive.
That's what I love about politics, he said. We and a Corellian puppet ruler might have to conspire to remove a politician who's an impediment to us both before we can make headway in the peace process. How much sense does that make?
Luke spread his hands, palms up. I can't always make sense at the tables of politics. Let's see. I've finished bringing the underage Jedi trainees off Corellia, removing them as potential targets for retaliation. Mara came away from Coronet with information about Corellian mid-level government officers that you might be able to use as leverage on them, a matter for intelligence. My report included evaluations from many of the Jedi elsewhere in the galaxy, all pointing to a rise in support of Corellia's position in specific planetary systems. And that's most of what I had to report. Pelion nodded, his manner brisk.
Were you planning to remain on Coruscant, or return to Corellia and resume control of your squadron?
I was planning to return to Trallas.
We would appreciate it if you would stay here for a few days more, until we have a better sense of how the Jedi would best be posted during this crisis.
Luke nodded. As you wish.
And I'm sorry about your boy.
Luke's eyebrows rose. Sorry?
I don't mean about his accomplishment. I mean about his involvement.
Pelion gave Luke a wry smile.
The young go through wars and think that the experience is enough to teach them to fear such conflicts. And then, years later, their children go to war, and suddenly the parents learn what fear really means.
True enough, Luke said, and, taking Pelion's words as the beginning of a dismissal, rose. And I'm glad that you're still able to comprehend that fear. Corellian system, above Trallas.
He's on our tail! He's on our tail!
Sial Antilles didn't reply to the Sullustan gunner's musical, trilling shout. She simply slapped the control yoke to the left. The Aleph-class starfighter didn't bank to port. Instead, there was a kick to the starfighter's side as thruster ports all along the starboard hull vented energy. The starfighter slipped to port, its orientation and forward speed not noticeably changing. Sial slapped down on the yoke's top, and the Aleph lurched again, this time dropping with stomach-jolting suddenness several meters as ports on the top of the hull vented. Laser fire from behind raked through empty space to the starboard side of the Aleph, then traversed to port, but missed the starfighter again as it dropped. Zweb Zahn, the Sullustan in the cockpit's right-hand seat, finally got the Aleph's starboard side turret spun around and facing aft. A graphic image of the X-Wing pursuing the Aleph jittered briefly in Zweb's targeting brackets. The Sullustan fired, and red wire image versions of laser blasts converged on the X-Wing. In the monitor showing Sial and Zweb a holocam view of the Aleph's stern, they could see a live feed of the real laser beams hitting the real X-Wing, but the beams were pallid, far below combat strength, and the snub fighter's shields soaked them up without difficulty.
"That's a confirmed kill,"
the X-Wing pilot reported.
"Good job, Antilles. Zahn?"
Thank you, sir,
Sial responded, mechanically. She began a quick check of her diagnostics boards, all but ignored during the mock battle, and saw no impairment to the Aleph's fighting abilities other than a slight energy drain from shield and laser usage. The X-Wing accelerated in a way the Aleph never could, causing Sial to bite her lip in envy, and pulled up to the Aleph's starboard side. "Opinions?" the pilot transmitted.
"I'm still not used to the lateral thrusters,"
Sial said. She worked hard to keep a tone of complaint from creeping into her voice, though complaining was precisely what she wanted to do.
"It's just not the same as high-speed jinking."
"Maybe not," the X-Wing pilot said, "but you're handling them very well. You made me miss you. Zahn?" The Sullustan considered.
"Starboard turret sticks," he said. "If it keeps doing that, we're going to get our butts shot off."
"Well, talk to your chief mechanic." The Sullustan's lips twisted, an expression of dissatisfaction.
"Wanted to know if turrets on the other Alephs were sticking. If so, bad sign."
"I'll ask. All right, this run is done. Bring her in." The X-Wing abruptly veered away, banking back toward Trollis and the vessels orbiting her, including the Moncal carrier Blue Diver, Sial's new home. Jealous, Sial watched the nimbler snub fighter maneuver. She slowly began to turn in its wake. Her Aleph starfighter was capable of getting up to tremendous speeds, Eta 5 interceptor speeds in atmosphere, but was so much more massive than the sort of craft she used to fly that simple banking maneuvers took much longer. The lateral thrusters with which she'd been dodging incoming fire just weren't the same as native nimbleness. She clicked her comm board over to receive only and said,
"I still hate it."
"Me too." Zweb nodded vigorously, causing the fleshy folds of his face to wobble.
"It's like flying a freight speeder, which I've done."
"On Corellia?"
Sial nodded. "Just a job, to save up credits for my education."
"Your father is a famous retired general, and you have to pay for your own education?"
"Not exactly. Every credit I put into my education fund, he matched with 4. But I had to earn. That's the Antilles way. No easy path."
Oriented on a course to intercept Blue Diver's orbit, she switched control over to the black and yellow R2 astromech situated in the well between and behind the pilot and gunner's seats.
"By the way, thanks."
"For?"
"Not making a deal of my being Corellian, or being a famous general's daughter."
Zweb waved her remarks away. "I'm taking Longview. You're not Corellian daughter of famous general. He's father of famous Twee test pilot. Just wait." Sial grinned.
"I like your attitude."
Test pilot. Her father had done some of that too over the years, but probably hadn't done so in a vehicle like the Aleph. By comparison with the X-Wings that her father so loved, the Aleph-class starfighters were flying tanks. Heavily armored two-crew craft with overbuilt generators, the Alephs had been designed in the last months of the Yuuzhan-Vong War, more than a decade before, as a 1-to-1 match for the Yuuzhan-Vong Coral Skipper, a massive single-pilot organic starfighter protected by thick shells and by voids, mobile singularities that could slide in front of incoming lasers or missiles and swallow them completely. The Alephs didn't have any defenses that esoteric. Instead, they relied on their thick hulls and on shields powered by those overbuilt generators. Weapons included 2 turrets, one on either side of the ball-shaped cockpit, each equipped with quad-linked lasers that could be unlinked, permitting an unpredictable spray fire pattern, an option to confound those Coral Skipper voids. Forward were the explosive tubes, one for concussion missiles and one for proton torpedoes. All in all, the Alephs packed a heavy punch. Heavy being the operative word for much of the vehicle's performance. But, and Sial winced, it was a shame the Alephs looked so blasted stupid.
with their ball-shaped cockpits, reminiscent of TIE cockpits but larger, and the circular transparasteel viewports before both the pilot's and gunner's seats, with the smooth ball cockpit lines graduating to two trailing thruster pods, narrowing the farther they were from the cockpit, and with the turrets to either side of the cockpit, the Aleph looked like nothing so much as the head of a gigantic Twi'lek, trailing its head-tails behind and wearing clumsy earmuffs. It was no wonder the Aleph test pilots, and just about everyone else who saw them, referred to the craft as Twees. Still, flying them was better than flying garbage scows, rescue shuttles, or tugs. Test pilot. Sial considered that. Much as she'd come to dislike the Twees in the few days she'd been flying them, she realized that it wouldn't be fair to this class of starfighters if she didn't demonstrate every one of their positive traits for their GA evaluators. It also wouldn't be fair to the Antilles family name. Now that she'd reclaimed her name, she owed it to her family to put a bit more polish on it. She needed to be able to run this craft through maneuvers so exacting that onlooking pilots would have no idea how she did it. She switched her comm board back onto broadcast.
Gray 1, this is 4. Over.
Go ahead, 4. Over.
Would it be all right if I dropped down into Trollus's atmosphere before I return to the diver? I'd like to run this unit through some paces. Atmospheric speed and heat tests, some aerobatics. Over.
That's showing some initiative, 4. You're authorized. Over.
Thanks, and out.
Sial returned the comm board to its previous status. Zweb gave her a sorrowful look.
Going to fly me dizzy, aren't you?
Sial nodded, her expression sympathetic.
Only till you throw up.
All right.
Lord City, Lord. Ben returned to Dr. Rotham's offices just as the elderly scholar was commencing her initial evaluation. He walked in, seeing the real tassels set out on the main table and a hologram of them floating above, each tassel labeled. Rotham was speaking.
Top to bottom, as that seems, from internal evidence, to be the order in which they're to be read. Hello, Ben.
Hello. Ben moved forward to stand behind Jason's chair. He stared up at the hologram.
So,
Dr. Rotham continued,
number 1 at the top is from Ferrer, a dead world, its population scattered. The knotting technique was originally for recording, and in some superstitious cultures, magically influencing names. Its message, he will remake himself, or perhaps rename himself, the two concepts being identical in this context. Next is the one I translated for you earlier from the Bith species, Alligar race. He will ruin those who deny justice. The scarlet and black one was easy, as it was the second of the tactile writing systems I learned, a recording technique used by the prisoners on Kessel. He will choose the fate of the weak.
Though Jason didn't move, Ben felt a jolt of emotion from him. Nalani must have felt it too. She gave Jason a curious look, but he did not acknowledge it, keeping his attention on Dr. Rotham. The scholars seemed to be oblivious to the exchange.
I can't determine the meaning of the next one in sequence, the poisonous-looking yellow and green one. After that comes a very tricky one. The red, yellow, and pale green tassel is actually a representation of a flower arrangement from the old Alderaanian language of flowers. Imagine it as a bouquet in a vase, the red and yellow splotches constituting the petals, and the green the stems, and you get a sense of it. Its meaning is, he will choose how he will be loved. Actually, instead of he, it should be I, but I'm taking the liberty of assuming that the third person is to be used here, as it is everywhere else.
Speaking of which,
Nalani interrupted,
is it definitely he, Or could it also be read as she throughout?
Dr. Rotham shook her head.
It isn't defined in all the tassels, but everywhere it is, it's distinctly he. Where was I? Oh, yes. After that, a very simple one. The grey and brown one is from a still extant Coruscanti subculture of indigents, transients who pride themselves on being jobless, living by theft and begging. They leave messages for others of their kind, symbols on the walls of shops, to say, for instance, that a restaurateur is an easy touch. This three-dimensional representation of their language states, "He will win and break his chains."
She continued. Ben, increasingly bored, began to lose focus, taking only distracted note of her translations.
"He will shed his skin and choose a new skin. He will strengthen himself through sacrifice. He will crawl through his cloak. He will know brotherhood. He will make a pet, by which I don't mean he will tame some creature, but that he will somehow fabricate a pet."
Mostly Ben kept his attention on Jason, for on one or two other occasions the revelation of a tassel's meaning again caused his emotions to spike to the point where Ben could detect them. Finally, Dr. Rotham's translations reached the end.
"This one you already knew. Ryloth. Tehuip culture. He will strengthen himself through pain." To be honest, I don't know whether the order of presentation is significant. It could be random, or it could add up to a specific thought. I just have no way of knowing.
Jason nodded. "That's all very helpful, Doctor. You skipped one." He stood and reached out to the hologram, his fingertips touching a tan tassel featuring jagged black lines.
"Yes, I could not translate that one, though I've seen the recording method before, the zigzag patterns, the arrays of protruding claws and teeth."
Dr. Rotham looked uncertain.
"In statuary and figurines from the world of Zeost."
This time it was Nelani who looked startled. Jason accepted the information with a simple nod. "It means something like, he will be drawn from peace into conflict. Or maybe, his life will be balanced between peace and conflict." The scholar gave him a curious look.
"How do you know?"
"Believe it or not, I just feel it. The tassel's meaning is imbued within it, in a fashion that only a force wielder can read."
"I can't read it,"
Nelani said. Jason shrugged. "Maybe when you've broadened your range of force-related learning a bit." "What's Zeost?" Ben asked.
"One of the worlds central to the origins of the Sith,"
Nelani said, her tone low, as if she wanted to avoid being overheard. "There's actually a substantial Sith influence to this collection of statements." Jason gestured at the hologram. "Several of them seem to be paraphrases of portions of the Sith creed. The one about victory and chains, for instance. What we have here is an item fabricated by someone who is at least as familiar with Sith matters as a Jedi historian would be."
"I hope it is only a historian,"
Dr. Rotham said.
"One last thing I can tell you is this. I brought in a bead crafter to look at these items, and he's certain that they were crafted by different hands. So you're not dealing with a single individual who is expert in all these recording techniques. You're dealing with someone who has collected them, arranged for their assembly, rather than someone who has fabricated them all, which is a considerable relief to me, because the alternative would be that I have an academic rival I've been unaware of all these decades."
She drew a hand over her brow, miming a gesture of relief. Jason gave her a smile. "Doctor, your help has been invaluable, and we've asked you to do far too much work in far too short an amount of time.
I do appreciate it." She beamed up at him.
"I consider it my chance, so late in life, to offer some thanks to the Jedi for all they've done."
"We'll leave you now, but if anything does occur to you about any of the tassels, any of the translations, don't hesitate to get a message to us." Jason wrapped the collection of tassels in a cloth and returned it to his belt pouch.
"Good luck with your investigation, Jedi Solo."
Once the Jedi were in the corridor outside Dr. Rotham's quarters and headed toward Nalani's speeder, Jason asked, "So, how was the rest of your day, Ben?"
"Oh, pretty good, I guess."
Ben struggled to look and feel nonchalant.
"I found the shuttle."
Jason smiled. "Well, that couldn't have been too difficult. You started out at the spaceport."
"Not your shuttle."
Jason frowned.
"Whose?" "The shuttle that escaped Toriaz Station."
Jason almost stumbled, and Ben suppressed the urge to laugh. Jason said, "Wait, are you sure?" Ben nodded.
"The transponder code is a match, and so is the design. It's a Sentinel-class lander with the weapon systems stripped out."
Sentinel-class shuttles, slightly scaled up and more heavily armored cousins of the Lambda-class shuttle that Jason piloted, were familiar sights along the galactic space routes.
"How did you find it?"
Nalani asked. She'd been impressed by Ben's efforts during and after Huar's spectacular suicide, and sounded impressed again. Ben had to work hard not to preen. Ben grimaced. This was going to be difficult to explain, to put into words. On the other hand, Nalani was a Jedi.
"I waited around for a while, trying to figure out what I wanted to do. I guess I wasn't thinking, more like feeling, and I kept noticing when shuttles landed. They kind of drew my attention, even when transports and cargo ships didn't, which seemed weird at the time."
Nalani nodded.
"The Force was guiding you. You were open to it." "I guess. And then I remembered something my mother says a lot. She says that any detail, no matter how small, could turn out to be important. And I remembered about the shuttle from Toriaz Station. Mom's a spy, you know."
Nalani grinned.
"I know." "So I went through my datapad, all Jason's notes on details we haven't had time to go through, and I decided to see if the spaceport records showed anything about that shuttle. And there it was, parked half a kilometer from where the Y-wing blew up."
"Who's it registered to?" Jason asked. Ben pulled out his datapad and opened it. He'd left all that information on the screen.
"A human woman named Brisha Sio. She's from Kamanor. She wasn't at the shuttle. She'd just paid for a week's worth of hangar space. She left no contact information. The Spaceport Authority thought she was staying aboard, but the ship's systems were all shut down. I told Lieutenant Samron. He's got somebody watching it now."
"Very good," Jason said. "But what if this Brisha Sio sneaks aboard and takes off when Samron's guard is snoozing?"
"Then the transmitter we stuck on top of the hull will tell us where she goes."
Ben shrugged, as if the matter were of no consequence. Jason laughed. "Good work. And what did you do with the rest of your time?" Ben scowled at him.
"Now you're making fun of me."
Jason nodded. "You're getting so good at what you do, if we don't make fun of you, you'll have a colosso Lando Calrissian-sized ego."
"That would be fun."
Ben modulated his voice to something like the smooth, insinuating tones of the old Solo family friend. He turned toward Nalani.
"Hello, I'm Ben Skywalker." "Oh, that's ghastly," she said. "And I'm trying to figure out whether I'm more suave or more debonair. Maybe you can help." "Stop it," she said. "I'll pour the wine, and you tell me what you like best about me."
Jason, now he talks too much.
Chapter 27. Corellia. Roaring at tremendous speeds along the avenue, tall buildings flashing by to either side so fast that he couldn't register details of their color, much less their design, Han kept his attention focused on the vehicle just ahead of his own. It was a black disc with 3 fiery apertures, thruster tubes pointed back at him. The tail end of a Corellian YT-5100 Shriek-class bomber just like his own. It galled him that Wedge's bomber was in the lead. It was an unnatural state of affairs, and he planned to correct it as soon as possible. Laser fire flashed over his cockpit from ahead, and the monitor screen showing data on his shield status flashed red in his peripheral vision, signs that his Shriek had been hit. But there had been no shutter, so the impact had to have been glancing. He saw Wedge's Shriek waver and sideslip just a little, a successful bid to reduce the amount of laser fire converging on him from ahead. That, Han realized, was his key to getting in front. He saw another series of red flashes from ahead, more concentrated laser fire, and gauged that the thickest stream of fire was moving in toward the Shrieks from the port side. He did not swerve, but hit his thrusters. Wedge did swerve, side-slipping again to avoid the worst of the fire, and Han's perfectly timed acceleration brought him alongside Wedge's bomber, then just ahead of it. Han ran into the thickest of the laser fire, and his shield monitor flashed alarmingly bright, but he was ahead. And ahead of him, too close, was the artificial gray mountain of the Tertiary housing complex, the building he was supposed to fly beneath in less than a second. He pulled the trigger on his first concussion missile load, knowing that it was too late for the missiles to hit the street and the debris to clear. He thought about breaking off, going skyward, a suicidal tactic considering all the laser emplacements and pursuing Galactic Alliance vessels that would be able to fire on him, but not as suicidal as plowing into the side of that building. But there was a flash of yellow to his starboard side, as Wedge's missiles, already launched, shot ahead and plowed into the correct spot on the avenue. The street was suddenly replaced by an expanding cloud of debris, dust, and flame. Han dived toward a spot just beneath the center of the cloud. He'd be flying blind for a second or two, but he knew the distances, the ranges, the depths. He waited a fraction of a second until his gut told him that he had to be beneath the level of the street. Then he leveled off and fired his second brace of missiles. He cleared the first cloud. All around him were Duracrete support pillars and the broad expanses of empty subterranean hangars. Unlit, these features were presented in shades of blue by the heads-up display on the viewport before him. Then his missiles hit, and the wall directly ahead detonated into a second cloud. He plunged into it and climbed, trusting his instincts and timing, and there above him was the sky, tinted by the presence of military shields. "Dropping starting load," he said, and hit the buttons that would propel the dozens of targeting droids out of his bomb bay. There was an odd echo to his words, and he realized that the echo was in Wedge's voice. Wedge had dropped his own ordnance load and announced the fact at the exact moment Han had. The viewport went black. The Shriek's vibration and sense of motion ceased. The cockpit was lit for a moment only by the glows from the various displays Han hadn't looked at once during the mission. Then, brighter light from behind him illuminated the space as the simulator's access hatch opened. Han sighed and used the metal rungs overhead to clamber backward out of the simulator and into a dimly lit corridor. There was another access hatch, identical to his, a few meters to his right, and 2 more to his left. Wedge Antilles stood beside one of them, dressed, like Han, in the stylish green and black flight suit and helmet of a Shriek pilot, and was already closing his hatch. Wedge's features were entirely obscured by the tinting of his helmet's full-coverage blast visor, but he popped that up to glare at Han. "You don't have to be in front, you know," he said. "The mission doesn't depend on it." Han rotated his helmet a quarter turn, and pulled it up and off. He offered Wedge his most insufferable grin, the one that from time to time came closest to driving Leia to violence. "Sure I do." Wedge's expression was unrelenting. "Did you notice the part where jockeying for position caused you to miss your missile launch window? Remember that?" "You covered for me pretty well," Han said. "You show a lot of promise as a pilot. You ought to consider a career in the military." Despite himself, Wedge grinned briefly. "You need to consider working as a team player." He pulled his own helmet free. "I'm a team player," Han protested, "as long as the rest of the team stays behind me." "Your flying tactics alarm me." "Ooh, General Antilles is alarmed. Because if you end up as a thin red film on the surface of Trollis, Leia will haunt me to the end of my days, which might be only 1 or 2 if she's mad enough." Han nodded. "That's actually a good point. I recommend you keep me alive." "Antilles!" That was a new voice, raised in a shout from the far side of the simulator chamber, and the voice was distressingly like Han's. "Where are you?" The voice was moving closer. The speaker was just around the corner. Wedge's eyes opened wide, and Han knew his own expression matched. That was the voice of Thrackan Sal Solo, who did not know that Han was part of this mission, or that Han and Leia were even on Corellia. Han looked frantically back and forth, but the corridor with the Shriek simulators was a dead end. Wedge mimed putting on his helmet. Han did so, and slapped the visor shut. A moment later, Sal Solo turned the corner to face them. Behind him, trotting to catch up, were 4 Corset guards. A moment later, the last elements of the retinue, 2 YVH combat droids, rounded the corner. Sal Solo put his hands on his hips, a gesture of aggressive impatience. "Well?" Wedge gave him an unconcerned look. "Well, what?" "How goes the mission training?" "It goes very well. We just completed the 3rd of 3 consecutive successful simulations at the anticipated difficulty level. Tomorrow we'll begin cranking up the difficulty level to unreasonable extremes." "Good, good. That's what I thought. I was just watching the simulator's visual feeds up in the control room." Sal Solo looked at Han. "Who's this?" "Minister of War Thrackan Sal Solo. Allow me to present you my mission partner, Alos Nurg. Alos spent most of his career in the corporate sector, flying corporate mercenary missions, until the crisis here convinced him to come home. Alos, take your helmet off." Han put his hands on his helmet and tried to rotate it in its locking collar, but did not actually exert any strength. Naturally, it didn't budge. He tried again, and then, miming desperation, he went through the motions of trying to open his helmet visor. It, too, remained obstinately closed. "Prototype helmets," Wedge said. "Obviously, they need to work some of the bugs out of the system." "Obviously," Sal Solo echoed. Han turned and banged his helmet several times against the side of the simulator, then began again. Still, the helmet and visor remained in place. Never mind, never mind." Sal Solo stepped forward and extended his hand. "It's good to meet a patriot." Han shook his hand. Speaking in a low voice and mumbling so his words would not emerge distinctly, he said, "I want to thank the powers that be that my helmet is stuck, because it keeps your stink out of my nostrils." Sal Solo shot Wedge a confused glance. "What did he say?" "He wants to thank you and his luck, because he never dreamed he'd land this assignment." "Ah, you're welcome." Han added, "And I'd like to chain you to a bantha
and drag you across 50 kilometers of dart flowers and meat-eating plants until you're just a stain.
Wedge cleared his throat.
Alos, try not to be so effusive with your praise. The Chief of State will think you're trying to flatter him. What he says doesn't matter.
Sal Solo clapped Han on the shoulder.
What matters is a successful mission. Keep up the good work.
He turned and strode away as quickly as he'd come, his escort hurrying to keep up. When a distant whoosh and the cessation of footsteps signaled that Sal Solo and his entourage had left the chamber, Han pulled his helmet off again.
That, Wedge said, was close. Too close. To celebrate our narrow escape, let's get a drink. 2 drinks.
Lord City, Lord. Ben was awakened by someone shaking his foot. Resentful, he opened one eye to see Jason standing at the end of his cot.
Time to get up,
Jason said.
Wake. Get dressed, get your gear.
Ben managed to get his other eye open. He sat up.
Did Dr. Rotham translate more tassels? He asked. No. We have another situation where they've asked for Jedi help.
Oh. Ben concentrated on getting his brain working correctly.
I hope I don't blow up this time. I'm going to blow up again, aren't I? Ben said.
Jason nodded absently.
Probably.
They stood just outside the edges of the milling, uncertain crowd at the perimeter of a broad plaza. The duracrete of the plaza surface was inlaid with river-smoothed pebbles, making the surface aesthetically pleasing and artificially natural, and even out at this distance it was darkened by water. At the far side of the plaza, just in front of the Lord Academy for Aquatic Studies, was a huge transparisteel aquarium. It had been preciously designed to look exactly like the sort of aquarium found in the living chamber of any set of quarters, or in the bedroom of any curious child, but it was the size of a 3-story private residence. A Quarren or Mon Calamari family could have been happy there, if its members had an exhibitionist streak. Stairs and a small open-air lift were affixed to the narrower south wall, and stretched across its top was a mighty durasteel beam supporting the weight of a housing for the water conditioning and monitoring equipment. The water had been drained from the giant container, hence the liquid darkening the plaza for a considerable distance around it. At the bottom of the aquarium, inside, was the skyline of downtown Lord City, including the most prominent university's administration building, styled as a white tower, and the broad, welcoming student assembly building. They were reproduced in miniature and in gaudier colors than the original buildings enjoyed. Huddled among these buildings, stumbling across the colored stones, gravel, and dying aquatic life forms that littered the aquarium bottom, were representatives of many species. Ben saw humans, bothans, Mon Calamari, and verpines among them. All of them paid close, fearful attention to the being that now stood at the aquarium's southeast corner. He was a human, huge, 2 meters tall and at least 150 kilos, of which a significant portion was muscle. He had dark hair, mustache, and beard, cut close but styled rakishly, as if he viewed himself as a space pirate from a children's holoseries. He wore severe black garments. In his left hand was a blaster pistol, and in his right some smaller object the Jedi could not make out. He also wore a human man. Strapped to his back by a series of bands of binder tape was a middle-aged, dark-skinned man of average height. He was strapped to the larger man back to back, so that they faced in opposite directions.
"This man," Nilani said, "is obviously crazy."
According to witnesses, a few hours earlier, the aquarium had been full of water and of aquatic life forms going about their usual business of idly swimming or eating one another. Then a crew of workers or thugs had arrived, led by the big man. While some of them opened emergency vents on the aquarium, spilling its water out across the plaza, others had rounded up visitors to the museum portion of the academy, led them here, and forced them to climb the stairs and jump down into the water before too much of it was drained. There they had bobbed, frightened and unhappy, while the thugs had strapped one last hostage to the leader's back, then fled. Once the Lord's security forces had begun arriving, the captor had leapt in and bobbed along with the others until the water had reached floor level in the aquarium.
"What do we know about this one?"
Nalani asked. Lieutenant Samron, a couple of meters away, directing the activities of his security officers via comlink, glanced at her and shook his head.
"We don't know who he is. When you talk to him, do us the favor of finding that out. We do know that he gave his comlink frequency to one of our officers."
He held out a little scrap of flimsy, which Ben took. Ben began tuning his comlink to the frequency written there. Samron continued,
"Also that he claims there are explosives packed in between his back and his hostages. The thing in his right hand is supposed to be a triggering device. Oh, and he wants to talk to Lord's pet Jedi."
He gave Nalani an apologetic look.
"His words, my lady, not mine."
"Of course."
"Have you had any luck tracking down his men?"
Jason asked. Samron shook his head.
"They were all garbed in simple dark clothes and stretch-cloth masks. When they fled, they could have mingled with crowds in the streets or in any of several dozen public buildings. They could be anywhere."
He gestured to the near edge of the crowd.
"I think," Jason told Nalani, "that this time I will exercise my prerogatives of seniority and speak to the man first."
"Just remember that this time you can't blow him up without taking an innocent life," she said.
"Let's go."
Jason led the other Jedi on the long walk across the empty plaza. As they walked, Ben took Jason's comlink and adjusted it, too, to the kidnapper's frequency. They were only 20 meters from the imposing transparisteel wall of the aquarium when they saw the captor's lips move. Jason's and Ben's comlinks carried his words. "Hello, Jedi." Jason stopped, and the other two drew to a halt behind him.
"I would say good morning," Jason said, "except that you've kept it from being a good morning for several people, myself included. I was looking forward to sleeping late."
The captor swung around to look at his captives. He did so, apparently without even noticing the weight of the man strapped to his back. The Jedi had a glimpse of this captive, a balding man with fear on his face, before the captor swung back to look at them.
"They were bored," the captor said. "Else why would they be here? Now they're not bored. They'll be able to talk about this day for the rest of their lives. I'm doing them a favor, allowing them to tan themselves in the glare of my transitory importance."
"Literary critic,"
Nalani said. The captor's eyebrows shot up.
"Actually, my education was in literary issues. Literary synchronization, the process by which the popular story cycles of different worlds merge, their archetypal characters becoming unified as the individual worlds enter the galactic community. So literary criticism is part of my profession, yes."
"You look more like a professional wrestler,"
Ben said.
The captor looked delighted. "I probably should have been. I would have derived more pleasure from my life."
"What's your name?"
Jason asked. "I am Dr. Movak Arister, of Lord City, tenured with the University of Pangalactic Cultural Studies."
"I'm Jason. This is Nalani, and this is Ben. You indicated that you wanted to speak with Jedi. Was this because someone suggested it to you?"
Yes. Arrestor seemed unconcerned that Jason had divined his secret. The most remarkable part was who it was. Have you ever heard of Ayla Secura? Jason nodded. He'd run across the name on several occasions, in his early studies at the Jedi Academy, and subsequently in his travels to worlds she had visited. But apparently Ben and Nalani were unfamiliar with it. Arrestor turned more toward them. She was a Jedi Master at the end of the Old Republic, alleged to have been shot down by clone troopers like so many of your order at that time. A blue Twi'lek, and surviving hollows of her show her to be beautiful of face and form. Well, in her career, she benefited the people of many worlds, and entered the folkloric cycles of several primitive cultures, where she often was merged with local historical figures or goddess characters. Arrestor lost focus for a moment, staring into the distance. Even today, educated immigrants from those cultures will write fictive cycles about her, some of them amazingly prurient. He returned his attention to the Jedi. Tell me, Jason, do people do the same about you? Write stories about you and pair you off with unlikely romantic partners? Jason ignored the question. Ayla Secura told you to do this? No. Arrestor shook his head so vehemently that it rocked the body of the man strapped to him. I chose to do this. Then Ayla Secura, or rather someone in her form, came to me and suggested that I bring the Jedi in to talk. Jason gave him a puzzled frown. For what purpose? To enter your story cycle, of course. I'm a nobody, and I'm dying. In 6 months, incurable cancers of the lungs and other organs, probably caused by a radiation leak I experienced on a trip many years ago, will kill me. No one will ever have heard of me. Except now I'll have a little trace of literary immortality as a man, a normal human man with no combat skills or force abilities, who beat a Jedi. Arrestor leaned in closer to the transparisteel, staring intently at Jason. I want to thank you for being here. I'm sure that Nalani is a competent and loyal Jedi Knight, but she's not famous. Jason Solo's cycle will be a much better one to be affixed to. Beat me how? By denying you a happy ending. Arrestor went from merry to almost apologetic. This apparatus in my right hand is the trigger for the bomb strapped to my back, by which I do not mean Haxon here, but an actual explosive layered between our bodies. If I release the trigger, it blows up. And if you should be considering using your Jedi powers to grip my hand, well, too much pressure and it blows up. Other things will set it off. Keywords I might speak. Too long a silence between keywords I'm supposed to speak. A key press on a datapad, or a laser relay from allies who are watching these events. Being famous won't do you any good if you're dead, Ben said. True, but it's something I always wanted, and I'll die knowing I've achieved it. I'll talk with you until you're convinced that I can't be stopped. You'll use Jedi mind tricks, to which I already know I'm immune, or other techniques, which won't work. Then I'll throw myself into the midst of this crowd of wet, frightened, smelling-of-fish tourists, and detonate myself.
That's selfish, Nalani said. Destructively, cruelly selfish.
Arrestor snorted, amused. All decisions are selfish. You're becoming a Jedi? Probably based on your desire to improve the galaxy, which is just another way of saying imposing your view of what's good upon people who don't agree with you. What if I promised to make you famous? Jason said. If I gave you my word, I'd take you along with me as a sidekick and put you in dangerous situation after dangerous situation. Believe me, you wouldn't last 6 months in that sort of circumstance, and you might actually do some good before you died. Arrestor blinked at him, obviously taken aback. I hadn't considered that. But no.
Why not?
Well, you might be lying. Jedi lie. Also, the disease might kill me early, before I saw any action. And third, as a sidekick, I'd merely be a footnote, and I could be forgotten trivially. This way, I'll be firmly attached to any account of your career.
I see.
Jason fell silent, pondering. Ben could feel a sorrow, a solemnity growing within Jason. His mentor was not doing anything to conceal it, and it flowed from him through the Force. It made Ben jittery, and he crossed his arms as if against a cold wind. "Oh, please." Arister stared a rebuke at Jason. "You can't have given up already. You haven't tried any tricks, unless that sidekick offer was a trick, and you haven't begged."
"I haven't given up,"
Jason said. There was a faint sadness in his voice.
"Can I speak to your captive, please?"
"Of course." Obligingly, Arister swung around, whirling the other man to face the Jedi. The man was pale, and looked as though he was on the verge of throwing up.
"Your name is Haxon?"
Jason asked.
"Yes, Sarum Haxon."
"I'm very sorry, Sarum."
Jason began backing away from the aquarium. Ben and Nalani backed up too, keeping pace with Jason.
"What are you doing?"
Nalani asked.
"What I have to."
They'd taken half a dozen steps before Arister noticed. Arister swung around to face them. "What are you doing?" he asked.
"Getting to what I hope is a safe distance,"
Jason said. Arister stood there, transfixed, for a long moment, long enough for the Jedi to take another half a dozen steps backward. Then he turned, as if to charge toward the other captives. Jason reached out with his open hand and squeezed it into a fist. Arister and Haxon disappeared, engulfed in a misshapen ball of fire. Fire and smoke filled the aquarium, and the crack of the explosion rolled across the plaza. But, confined as it was by the transparasteel walls of the aquarium, it hurt Ben's ears far less than the detonation at the spaceport had. And the transparasteel held. The near wall buckled outward slightly under the force of the explosion, but the other three merely distorted for a moment before returning to their proper shapes, and most of the force of the explosion was channeled upward. Immediately, the Jedi charged forward again, up to the transparent wall, and tried to peer through the smoke obscuring the tank's contents. But the smoke was already thinning, rising, and they could see men and women beginning to emerge from behind the scorched ruins of the reproduction of Lord's downtown. None of them seemed badly injured. Ben saw smoke on faces, some blood from gravel shrapnel.
"Emergency crews!"
Nalani shouted, waving towards Samron and his agents.
"Get up here!"
The emergency crews used a portable winch to lower medics into the tank and begin extracting Arister's hostages from its floor. None ventured near the gruesome blood slick that represented the largest portion of what was left of Arister and Haxon. Meanwhile, meters away, Ben listened to Nalani and Jason argue again.
"Are you insane?" Nalani asked. "We didn't explore a single option other than your I'll make you my sidekick offer."
"There were no options," Jason said. "He was right. He had won. The only thing we could do was limit the scope of his victory. That meant limiting him to one life instead of several."
"You don't know. We didn't try."
"You could feel his determination, his strength."
Jason's tone chided her.
He had decided to die today. When someone decides to die, it's hard to dissuade him.
"Haxon hadn't decided to die."
"True, but he was going to, no matter what we did."
"No."
"What was the blaster pistol for, Nalani?"
That brought her up short.
"What?"
"The blaster pistol he held.
What was it for?
To compel obedience?
Jason shook his head. He had his bomb for that. The bomb was all he needed, and he knew it. So what was the blaster for?
What do you think it was for?
To shoot hostages, one by one as the afternoon wore on. To shoot them and to mock us for our helplessness. She considered that.
Maybe.
Definitely. And with the first one he shot, our loss, our failure, would have been already equal to the one we eventually did face. One innocent life. With two shot, we'd have been worse off than we are now. And so on. She stared at him for a long moment, and Ben could see in her expression a tragic mask of disappointment, disillusionment.
Jason, you have a good argument for everything you do, but my gut tells me that you're doing wrong.
Your gut or the Force?
My gut.
What does the Force tell you?
Nothing. The Force tells me nothing about what just happened.
Then it wasn't the wrong choice. Jason turned away to head back to the Jedi speeder. Chapter 28. With the meaning of the tassels offering the Jedi clues, but no clear path to follow, and with the Toriaz Station shuttle and the mystery of the Jedi-related terrorist encounters lingering in Lord City, Jason put off his departure from Lord. And it was only a day later that the mystery encounters continued. First, in the morning, the Lord security forces received an anonymous communication that the kidnapped daughter of a prominent businesswoman was being held in steam tunnels beneath the School of Conceptual Design. The security operatives, after scanning plans of the tunnels, found no access that would give them an approach to the child's prison chamber without getting the girl killed. So the Jedi were called. Examining the same plans, Jason noted that the diameter of one of the steam pipes, while insufficient for a full-grown man or woman to slither through, would provide a tight access for an average-sized adolescent. So the security forces had the steam cut off to that pipe, and after it cooled, Ben crawled through, cutting his way out of the pipe at an appropriate point, dropping into the kidnapped girl's chamber, and defending it against all comers for the 3 minutes it then took for Jason, Nalani, and the security forces to storm and secure the hideout. The kidnapping's mastermind, a frustrated radical who wanted to replace the Lord planetary government with something ruled by logical, pitiless legal analyst droids, died during the attack, but his surviving allies said that the girl had appeared to him in his dreams and recommended the kidnapping in the first place. Later that day, a man dressed in Jedi-style robes and carrying a non-functional pre-Clone Wars-era lightsaber he'd stolen from a museum climbed to the summit of the main university's administration building and perched there, threatening to leap to his death unless he was admitted to the Jedi Order. Jason, Nalani, and Ben went to deal with the situation. Jason climbed to the summit to talk to the man, while the other two remained at ground level. As it turned out, the desperate Jedi applicant had no Force sensitivity whatsoever, and could not bring himself to believe that Force sensitivity could not be taught. Mindful of Nalani's desire that he talk things out more with the desperate people who provoked such encounters, Jason argued politely but fruitlessly with the man for over an hour.
"Tell me,"
the man finally said,
"how to do your Jedi tricks. One Jedi trick, or I'll step off this roof."
"I'm tired of talking, and I don't have the energy to lie convincingly right now," Jason said. "Go ahead and jump." The man did. Nalani, assisted by Ben, caught him, slowing his descent with the Force, and the worst he sustained from his 20-story plummet was a broken ankle. Security agents bundled him off for medical evaluation, and still he shouted that the Jedi had betrayed him.
but Nelani hugged Jason when he reached ground level again for doing his best to argue the man out of a bad decision. As they stood there, security agents keeping the crowd and the press at bay, a comlink beeped. Jason and Nelani sighed and reached for their respective communications devices. But it was Ben's that had sounded. He pulled it out of his pouch. "Ben Skywalker here." "Really? Did she put up a fight?" "All right, we'll be there in half an hour or so." He sought Jason's face for confirmation, got a nod, and concluded, "Out." "You know," Jason said, "the more like a Jedi Knight you act, the more likely your father is to send you off to put down a planetary insurrection or delve into the mystery of a Sith holocron." Ben flushed. This was stuff I'd been communicating with him about. "Him?" "Lieutenant Samron. That woman showed up. Brisha Sio." "The shuttle pilot?" "Yeah. She's in custody." "Let's go." Jason led the dash for the speeder. The human woman sitting alone in the security interrogation room did not look like a criminal, at least on the surface. Clad in a purple jumpsuit that suggested both money and a preference for simplicity, she was about the same age as Ben's parents, at the height of vigorous middle age. She was lean, with well-defined muscles suggesting an active life, and had dark hair, slightly curled, cut short in an easy-to-maintain hairdo. Her features were fine, and she was attractive. Her beauty was very approachable. She looked like the sort of woman who had been a greeter in a shop or hotel in her youth, and still carried the mannerisms of that profession. Alone in the interrogation room, she did not look bored, but seemed to be impatiently awaiting the moment she could begin interacting with others again. The chamber she waited in featured a one-way reflective panel that showed her a mirrored surface, while the Jedi on the other side could look through it like a viewport. Ben had the unsettling feeling that she was restraining herself from looking at the Jedi. At any moment she would look up and lock eyes with one of them, despite the physical impossibility of her seeing them. Ben knew better than to assume that her good looks and apparent friendliness meant she was a good person. His upbringing had grounded him in principles of both logic and the Force, and both disciplines knew that an attractive appearance could conceal malevolence. Still, he detected none in her. "Perhaps she just isn't feeling wicked right now," Jason said. Ben looked up at him. "Huh?" "Your thoughts are very much at the surface. Still, they're good thoughts. You're keeping sharp." He shrugged. "Let's go in." A Lord security guard led them into the interrogation chamber. Jason waited until the guard had exited, then sat and gestured for Nelani and Ben to do likewise. They took the chairs on the opposite side of the table from the woman.
"Hello,"
she said, her voice warm.
"Jedi Solo, Jedi Din, young Skywalker."
"You know us," Jason said.
"Of course. I've been meddling in your business for some time."
"You admit it?"
"I admit to that, yes."
"You admit to inciting people to acts of violence and terrorism?"
"Certainly not."
"Then you're denying that you had anything to do with the actions of Ordith Huar, Movac Arister, the Lord Logistician Liberation League, and—" Jason frowned, trying to remember. "Borth Paz, Jedi candidate," Ben said.
"No, I admit that. Certainly."
Jason gave her an exasperated look. "Your confession and your denial are mutually exclusive." The woman's mood began to alter from cheerful to irritated.
"Of course they aren't. Involvement is not the same as guilt. Who taught you to think, boy? Certainly not your mother. She's brighter than that."
"Leave my mother out of this." Then he gave in to curiosity. "You know her?"
"We've met."
"So what's your story?
A story that magically involves you in all the tragedies I've mentioned, yet leaves you blameless.
I'm a Force sensitive.
I'm shocked.
Finally, the woman's demeanor became chilly, hostile.
Sarcasm is inappropriate. That's bad manners. If you'd like me to continue, you will apologize for your rudeness.
You're out of your mind.
Then you can go to hell.
She fell silent. Jason let the silence grow between them. Finally, he said,
I'll refrain from interrupting for purposes of scoring conversational points.
Good for you.
She fell silent again and waited. Jason sighed.
I apologize for my manner. Please continue.
I'm a Force sensitive, and in my dreams, I hear people planning evil deeds. I will kill that woman. I will make them understand, and if they don't, I'll wipe them all out. But they're dreams. I know they're grounded in reality, but when I awaken, not all the details are available to me. So in my dreams, I've been telling them, bring in the Jedi. Your victory will be greater if you defeat the Jedi. You'll never be famous if you can't outwit the Jedi. That sort of thing.
Ben watched as Jason fell silent, considering the woman's words for a long moment. Ben knew that each Jedi experienced the Force, including the possible future events the Force had to show them, in different ways. He supposed that someone could experience them as dreams.
What was your involvement with the events at Toriaz Station?
Jason asked.
I was there to observe you. I used my arts to stay out of the sight of the Jedi and the station's security forces, and I spied on you. Then, when everything went wrong, I decided that I needed to get out of the way until that mess was settled for the time being. I left something to lead you to me.
The tassels?
Yes, of course.
You were pretty confident that they would lead me to you.
She nodded.
I knew one would speak to you and you alone, and from my own researches, I already knew that this collection of tassels would inevitably point to Dr. Rothamon Lord for decipherment. Any other so-called experts in the field would eventually refer you to her. So you'd be here sooner or later.
You killed the security captain, Tawaller.
She shook her head.
I saw him killed, from a distance. A hooded figure spaced him through an airlock. Knowing that the Jedi investigations would lead to that airlock, I chose to leave the tassels there. Then I walked out of the Narsak habitat before security measures closed off the corridor to the main station.
And you coincidentally ended up in the same shuttle by which the soldiers arrived at the station.
No coincidence. I used my own resources to track it down. Not tricky at all, since I assumed it would go to the Corellia system. And there it was, hangared at the main Coronet City spaceport. I confronted its pilot, but he attacked me rather than answer questions, and I was forced to kill him, which left me in possession of the shuttle. When I ran its identification numbers, I found that it had been stolen on Commodore a few months ago, and the title had been vested in its insurers after they'd paid off its value to the company it had been stolen from. I bought it from them, clean and legal.
How did you kill the pilot? Jason asked.
Bare hands. And I buried him. No sense in involving the authorities on Corellia, when the authorities on Corellia were the ones who sent those killers to wreck the Toriaz Station meeting in the first place.
You're assuming.
I'm concluding, based on evidence.
And then you came here because you knew that the tassels would lead the Jedi who found them here to Lord.
She shook her head.
Not the Jedi who found them. You.
You almost ended up with my sister running down their origin.
I don't think so. In all the galaxy, only you, Jason Solo, would be sufficiently intrigued to follow them all the way here and beyond.
Why me?
because only you could read and understand one of the tassels. Only you could detect its significance, and so you'd demand to be the one who investigated it."
Ben studied Jason's face. His mentor gave nothing away with his expression, but Ben remembered that there was one tassel Jason had been able to translate when even Dr. Rotham hadn't, the one from the Sith world. He felt a little chill of unease. "All right," Jason said. "Let's put all this into some sort of context. Let's have your story from the start."
"From the start? From when I was a little girl?"
"Sure."
"No, not here. I'll tell you at my home."
"On Commenor?"
"No, my true home, on a planetoid in a star system close to Bimiel, not far from here as galactic distances go. We could take your shuttle or mine."
"No, thanks."
"Then you're not getting any more answers."
"And you'll rot in custody here for quite a while." Brisha Sio offered him a cool smile.
"I don't think so. What charge would I be held on? The best you could do would be suspicion of complicity in the Toriaz Station incident. There's enough evidence there to begin assembling a case, but not enough to deny me my freedom while the machinery of the justice system grinds along. I'll spend a day in jail, then be freed, ordered to stay on Lord while things are investigated. Having the run of this lovely educational planet is not exactly what I call rotting, and in the meantime, you get no more information."
"I could just decide that you're guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and then kill you." The woman's smile did not falter.
"No, you couldn't."
"What makes you think that?"
"First, the Force is not telling you that I'm guilty. I know this because I'm not. I doubt you'd murder when not even the Force is defining me as evil or a threat. Second, to kill me, you'd first have to kill Nelani here. Wouldn't you?"
Jason and Nelani exchanged a look. Jason's face was as free of emotion as it had been for most of the interview. Nelani's expression, hard to read, had elements of determination and sadness to it. Ben could feel her emotions, though, naked and unconcealed. A hope that Jason would make the right choice, a grim determination to face him if he did not, an underlying attraction to Jason that was increasingly sad. Ben backed away from that surge of feelings. They were too complicated, too intermixed. They unsettled him. Jason stood. "Let's talk outside," he told Nelani and Ben, and left. They followed. Once in the corridor, he said, "I'm going to visit her home." Nelani shook her head, not taking her eyes from Jason's.
"Why?"
"I have to know how she spoke to me through the tassel," he said. "Does she know something about me I don't myself know? Or is it a method she could use on other Jedi, perhaps to lure them into traps? I can't just ignore this, or assume that imprisoning her would eliminate the risk she may represent."
"But it's a trap,"
Ben protested. Jason gave him a dismissive look. "A trap to do what?" "Well, kill you, I guess. Ben, she was able to lure me to several different scenes of violence over the last few days, and she knows a lot about Jedi and the Force. If she were going to kill me, wouldn't one of those situations have been enough? Pack enough explosives into the aquarium, and we'd all be dead. Find a sniper combat droid to shoot me from 1/2 kilometer. I wouldn't feel any emotional intent. There's a good chance such a plan would succeed. Why lure me out to some planetoid?" "I don't know." Something about Jason's assuredness suddenly annoyed Ben. "And neither do you. Just because you can't figure out what she's up to doesn't mean it isn't bad." "Ben's right," Nelani said. "The woman's story is too weird and complicated, so there have to be important lies, or at least omissions, in it.
Going to where she's the master of the environment is just a bad idea.
Nevertheless, I'm doing just that. Nilani looked even unhappier.
Then I'm going with you.
Jason shook his head. That's outside your jurisdiction.
I don't have a jurisdiction. I'm just assigned to live on Lord. It's fine for me to investigate something as near as Bimiel, especially when it involves the safety of another Jedi, and a mystery that involves the Sith world of Zeost. Do you think Master Skywalker would object to my going? I suspect he'd insist on it.
All right, Jason shrugged. I just think it's a bad idea for you to go.
Is that the Force talking to you, or your gut?
Finally, he smiled. My gut. Corellian system, above Trollis. Leia, led to the bridge of Dodana, marveled as she always did at the extravagant open spaces of a Star Destroyer-style command area. Though the Galactic-class battle carriers had been designed after the decline of the Empire, after the fall of the New Republic, in fact, they preserved the basic design of the Imperial-era Star Destroyer bridges, with the main walkway stretching from the main entrance to the gigantic forward viewports, with the officer and data stations on a lower level to the right and left of the elevated walkway. Admiral Tarla Limpen, flanked by the ubiquitous aides and advisors any top-ranking naval officer warranted, stepped forward energetically as Leia moved onto the bridge walkway. A female of the Duros species, she had pale gray-green skin and facial features that looked like a cartoonish simplification of a human's. Large red eyes, without visible iris or pupil, an almost featureless mouth, and a broad, empty space where a nose should have been between them. She smiled and extended her long arms to seize Leia's hand between her own, shaking it enthusiastically.
Madame Organa Solo, she said. How should I address you? Princess? Senator? Head of state? It must wear you down, carrying around so many titles and honors.
Leia smiled, disarmed by the Admiral's informal manner and energy.
Well, all those titles should begin with former. Now I'm just a Jedi Knight and sometimes diplomatic consultant. Call me Leia. I am Tarla, except for those rare moments when I must be Admiral. I was informed you were in the Corellian system, keeping lines of communication open with the new Prime Minister, and a good thing it is.
She belatedly released Leia's hand.
To what do I owe the pleasure of this meeting? And I must add a certain sadness at seeing you arrive alone by shuttle. Some day you might grace me by introducing me to your husband and his famous transport.
Of course. But Han, at the moment, is out visiting old smuggler haunts, trying to get a sense of black market traffic and what it means to the current crisis. That was a blatant lie, but one that anyone from either side would find difficult to disprove. No one knew which contacts Han might or might not be consulting, and never would, as insular and secretive as the informal society of smugglers tended to be.
I'm here just to visit, in whatever minutes would be at your convenience, and perhaps to get a tour of your vessel. I haven't seen one of the new battle carriers up close.
It was another lie. She was here in the hope that by being in the right place at the right time, she might, however slightly, be able to improve the chances that her husband would survive the next few hours.
I shall be glad to oblige. Allow me to introduce you to my aide. I will volunteer him for the tour, then you and I can chat.
Coronet Corellia.
Circuit trace routes?
The female voice sounded equally strong in both of Han's ears, and was pure, true of tone. Han shook his head. It must be nice to own a vehicle where every component was brand new and flawless, like the YT-5100 Shriek-class bomber whose cockpit he occupied. On the other hand, something that new and shining lacked spirit. Millennium Falcon had spirit in abundance, memories ground into every surface. By comparison, this Shriek was a machine.
Circuit trace routes,
the voice said again. Its persistence jolted Han out of his reverie. He scanned the control boards ahead of him. 99.732, he said.
Energy output?
102.3% of class standard, 94.8% of record, 99.9% of individual standard. Checklists. How long had it been since he'd had to do a checklist for a military authority?
Droid tactical assist?
3 artificial intelligence nodes functioning optimally, but they're all speaking Dash.
You're joking.
Han winced. Sorry, I thought I was talking to a droid.
I get that a lot. Atmospheric pressure?
Corellia sea level standard 1.0003, and 0 variance from the pressure reading when we started the checklist.
Complete. You are ready to launch. Re-enabling comm lines to Panther 1.
There was the faintest of clicks, and then Han heard Wedge's voice. I hear you're finally ready to join the operation. Blasted checklists take forever. In a real vehicle, you can feel what's right and what's wrong. Don't feel guilty. You gave me time for a nap. I suspect you needed it. Ready to launch? Ready. In truth, Han didn't feel entirely ready. He was, at last, beginning to question his role in this operation. Leia had questioned it days ago, become resigned to it, supported Han in his decision ever since. Now her doubts had finally wandered into his brain. Was it the best idea for him to join this mission, having to train for it in secrecy? On the other hand, when had he ever decided against something just because it was a bad idea? Not in 40 years or so, and seldom before then. Doing things even though they were bad ideas had gotten him a decades-long friendship with a noble Wookiee, had landed him a wife no other woman in the galaxy could compare to, had gotten him beat up a lot. Launch, Wedge said. Han kicked the thrusters and put the Shriek into as steep an ascent as possible, going to a true vertical climb within 2 seconds. Through his forward viewport, the blue skies of Corellia gave way within a startlingly brief time to black space decorated with untwinkling stars. He glanced at his sensor board. Wedge's Shriek was just alongside. It was impossible to say which of them was ahead. At an altitude of 400 kilometers above the ground, measuring the difference of 1 meter or less was slightly problematic. As gravity became microgravity, Han called up the first leg of his trip and sent that course to his nav computer. Not waiting for Wedge's confirmation, he ran through the Shriek's pre-hyperspace checklist and, as soon as he was far enough from Corellia, launched. Wedge's Shriek dropped into hyperspace at the same moment. Han twisted his mouth into a disapproving grimace. Wedge was so competitive. This mission was going to be complicated by Wedge's trying to stay out in front, Wedge trying to be the one to shoot straightest, Wedge trying to plot the most efficient route. Well, Han would just have to show him who was best. Chapter 29. Star System MZX 32905, near Betrayal. On the view screen at maximum magnification, Brisha's home was a hemispherical light gray bump, a blemish on an irregular dark gray surface. When Jason stepped the view screen down to a medium magnification, he could see the entirety of the asteroid as a dark shadow in the midst of a sea of stars, and beyond it, the tiny, dirty orange glow of this star system's sun, not far from the Betrayal system, whose 5th planet was notorious for its slash-rat population and for being the site of an early Yuuzhan Vong surveying expedition. Nalani, hovering over Jason's shoulder, stared at Brisha's asteroid and said, "Lovely." She turned back to Brisha, who lounged in the seat behind the co-pilot's position. Ben was co-pilot on this flight.
I can imagine you enjoying day after day here, sitting by the shores of the lake, watching the glorious sunrises and sunsets."
Brisha's face was reflected in the transparisteel of the forward viewport, and Jason saw her offer Nelani a smile that was just one step short of condescending.
"It's private," she said. "I like privacy."
Jason ignored them, and ignored the sensor readouts before him. Instead, he concentrated on sensing the Force. On that planetoid, there was something active within the Force, something strong and vibrant, but not alive. Jason had once had a sense of something like that when, in a restful hour on a visit to a dead coral bed, he'd tried to sense it in the Force and had succeeded. The bed had held dim feelings, like faint, blurry memories of the accretion of lives that had made it. What was before him now was stronger, more complicated, with more personality, and there was a lot of dark side energy in its vigor.
"It's a big iron asteroid," Ben announced. "It's got a little gravity, but not enough for an atmosphere. We're going to be floating around a lot."
Brisha shook her head.
"The habitat has artificial gravity. The generators will start up once your shuttle is docked."
"Oh."
Ben's was a noise of exasperation. Jason grinned. He imagined that the boy had been looking forward to a low-gravity environment. The docking bay was large enough to hold 4 shuttles, or the Millennium Falcon and 1 or 2 smaller craft. Entry to it was at the base of the 10-story-high habitat. Inside, the bay was lofty, the outside wall curved, the inner walls angled, making a near trapezoid shape. The walls were riveted metal, painted a soothing sky blue, and everything was remarkably clean. As Jason's shuttle settled into place in the berth nearest the doors into the habitat proper, the big bay doors slid into place laterally behind them. Jason felt himself settle deeper into his seat as the habitat's artificial gravity dialed up. Without being asked, Ben dialed the shuttle's own gravity down correspondingly, an exercise, and did a fair job of keeping the gravity close to Coruscant standard. Jason gave him an approving nod. But Jason's mind was elsewhere, part of him still seeking the source of the Force energy he felt. He saw Brisha smile at him in the viewport reflection.
"All the answers you're looking for are inside," she said.
Jason nodded.
"Which is not the same as saying everything we want is inside, or that we're safe inside."
"Correct,"
Brisha said. She rose. A flexible airlock corridor attached itself to their exterior hatch. Inside, the air was cold, but little eddies of warmth moved through it, evidence of the habitat's heaters beginning their business. The hallway, off-white and featureless on the inside, led them to a cross-corridor in the same sky blue as the bay interior. Jason suspected from the corridor's curvature that it was a complete circle around the habitat, providing access to the chambers up against the exterior wall. Ben looked around, blinking.
"It's really clean. I thought this was a mining station."
Brisha shook her head.
"No, it was the administration habitat for the mining company. The administrators and their families lived here, as did the families of several of the more important company officers. And when representatives of the owning company came to visit, there were big chambers where they could have lavish dinners and entertainments. This place was more like a hotel than a mining camp."
"In terms of design, it's like an early model CNR mobile command post," Jason said. "But older. Maybe centuries older."
At Brisha's slight nod, he continued.
"It would have been assembled in space, near where it was to be set up originally. Tugs would have placed it on foundation columns built at its landing zone. But it was a valuable piece of equipment. When the operation was done, its foundation clamps would have released, and it would have been towed off to its next station. Not left here.
Brisha gave him an encouraging smile, then turned and led the way along the corridor.
Very true. No, the last administrator here arranged for the habitat to be left behind when the mining operation left this asteroid field. To be left behind and forgotten.
At the first side corridor, she turned left, toward the habitat center, and the others followed. The blue walls continued, interrupted by doors suitable to private chambers or small offices. The doors were curved at the top, an antiquated design element. Jason quickened his pace to catch up to Brisha.
That's a lot of arranging. This would have been a lot of money for a company just to forget about.
Yes, it is.
Brisha looked agreeable.
But the administrator who arranged it was capable of coming up with the bribes and persuading people to look away. He was, after all, a Sith.
Brisha brushed off further questions until they'd reached a turbolift near the habitat center and ridden it up 4 floors. It opened onto a circular chamber 20 meters across. The ceiling was 15 meters above, a curved surface made of a thick layer of transparent steel, scratched so much over the centuries by minor meteorite impacts that it seemed frosted in places. It was still clear enough to show a glorious star field beyond. The chamber itself could have been an extension of Dr. Rotham's quarters. Its walls were lined with shelving, and there were narrow catwalks along the shelving at 3-meter height intervals with black metal staircases providing access between the catwalks. The shelves were thick with books, rolls of flimsy, flickering holograms, statuettes, kinetic art, and even, Jason saw, the bottled head of a Rhodian, its funnel-like snout pointed straight at the turbolift doors through which they'd entered. There was furniture at floor level, mostly long, dark sofas. They looked hard and uninviting, but Jason recognized them as a modern brand whose surfaces inflated and deflated according to the movements and postures of those who sat upon them. The room fairly reeked of force energy, dark side energy. But as strong as it was, this was not the source of all the power, all the dark influence Jason had been detecting since their arrival. That lay below them, a long way down. Why does dark side power always seem drawn to the depths? He wondered. Is there something intrinsic that associates it with the deep places, the gorges, the cracks? Even after decades of study, he'd never figured that out. As Jason stood in the turbolift doorway, taking in the sensations of force power like a hungry man sampling scents in a restaurant, Nalani moved into the room's center, her hand on the hilt of the lightsaber at her belt. She spoke, her voice artificially, mockingly light.
So you're some sort of Sith.
Brisha shook her head and moved to stretch out on the nearest sofa, her back supported by one end. The sofa puffed up a little under her weight. She leaned back, her posture negligent, and stretched her arms above her head.
No. If you pay attention to what you're feeling, you can detect the light side here as well as the dark side, in these relics and in me.
Jason couldn't be sure if the last statement was true. Brisha hadn't manifested any sort of force energy beyond the energy with which any living being, other than the Yuuzhan Vong, resonated. But he could detect little waves of light side energy here, intermixed with the dark side.
So how do you define yourself?
He asked. He moved forward, torn between curiosity. Part of him wanted to race among the shelves, looking at each item in turn, and caution.
A student,
Brisha said.
A student of the Force in all its aspects. And yes, I've concentrated on knowledge of the Sith, on utilizing their techniques without greed, without self-interest, to make things better, the same way the best Jedi used the light side techniques.
Then you've been corrupted,
Nilani said. Brisha gave her a pitying look.
You're so young. Nilani, wielders of the Force all face possible corruption, and many of them give in. It's just the form that the corruption takes from dark side to light side that differs. The corrupt light-siders become hidebound, so governed by regulation and custom that they can no longer think, no longer feel, no longer adapt. It's what destroyed the Jedi at the end of the Old Republic.
There's something to that, Jason admitted. You're not the first person I've heard suggest a sort of light-side ossification. But that doesn't prove that prolonged use of the dark side doesn't inevitably lead to corruption. Brisha sighed, exasperated, and crossed her arms before her.
What is corruption, Jason? A hardline light-sider will say that any use of the Force for personal gain is corrupt. But someone who mixes altruism with self-interest in very human measures across a span of decades isn't corrupt. He or she is just behaving according to the nature of the species.
Now she, rather than the items on the shelves, had Jason's attention. He moved over to stand before her. Explain that.
I'd love to, but first, some context.
Jason heard Ben sigh. Jason grinned, and Brisha's smile matched his. Ben was as well-behaved as anyone could expect, but his impatience with adult concerns, such as providing context for a complicated issue, matched that of any adolescent.
This planetoid, Brisha said, was populated long before the miners came. A species of creature settled here. Desiccated bodies I've found in the deep places, and signs I've seen through the Force, indicate that they were akin to Minox, silicon-based, invertebrate, subsisting on stellar radiation and silicate materials. The ones here evolved or mutated into a sapient species, over how many millennia I can't speculate, and developed a society involving cultural hierarchies, stratification as we see in human cultures.
Jason nodded. And the remnant Force energies I'm feeling originated with them?
Yes. Their records, for they invented a form of record-keeping, a sort of information-imbued sculpture, some forms of which I've learned to translate.
One of the tassels?
Yes, one your expert probably couldn't read. These creatures' records indicate that at one point a ruling class exiled a whole sub-society, sealing them within caves and caverns of this asteroid, cutting them off from the stellar energies that sustained them. They lived there, slowly dying of starvation, sustaining themselves poorly off the mineral content of the stones within the asteroid. And it was there that one of their number learned to detect and then manipulate the Force. That one eventually became leader of the other exiles, then led them to break out of the asteroid interior and conquer the others. So why aren't all Minox now Force-wielding star travelers ruling the galaxy?
Nilani asked. Brisha shrugged.
I can only guess. In their writing, there's a reference for the home, this asteroid, plus mentions of the return, suggesting that they could not spawn, or divide as the Minox do, anywhere but here. If that's true, then they couldn't spread too far through the galaxy, and a fatal contagion or similar disaster here could wipe out the entire species within a matter of years. The point, though, is that for quite a while they were a species led by a caste of Force users, who eventually became a caste of dark side Force users. They learned techniques related to their Minoc natures, such as the ability to leech energy from living beings, including their own kind, at great distances, and associated skills with communicating instantaneously at those distances, a phenomenon the Jedi sometimes experience. They wielded tremendous amounts of dark side energy, and a lot of that energy was eventually radiated into the cavern system that had been their home during the exile, and which had subsequently become a sacred place to them. So they died out, she continued, and centuries or millennia later, an operation settled here to mine this asteroid belt, and it wouldn't have begun mining underneath the director's habitat except someone discovered the caverns and all the metal-bearing ore loads that had been denuded by the Minox, eating all the silicon-based stone out from around them.
I can guess some of the rest, Jason said.
Go ahead.
Prolonged exposure of the miners to a well of dark-side energy led to weird incidents, people seeing things, force sensitives manifesting odd abilities, perhaps channeling your Minox, behaving like them and being considered insane.
Very good.
Brisha nodded.
The director of that time hushed up the reports, closed down that mine. The rest of the operation in these asteroids was unaffected, and kept things tightly under wraps. He, too, was a force sensitive, and had been experiencing things, experimenting, acquiring and testing new powers. When this asteroid belt eventually became less profitable as a mining operation, he closed it down, carefully mismanaged things so that the habitat would be left here and forgotten, and then, leaving it behind, he went out into the galaxy, finding the Sith, apprenticing himself, eventually becoming the Sith Master Darth Vectivus.
Never heard of him, Jason said. Brisha's expression showed a little impatience.
That's because he did no evil. He didn't attempt to conquer the galaxy, try to wipe out the population of a star system, or start an all-out war with the Jedi. He just existed, learned, died of old age, surrounded by family and friends.
Nilani gave her a skeptical look.
A patron of the arts, supporter of charitable causes, an inventor of the cyclonic highball, favorite alcoholic drink of island tourists everywhere. You mock, Brisha said, which is fine, but you mock out of ignorance, which is not. You don't know anything about Darth Vectivus.
Nilani gave her a frosty smile.
Including whether he ever existed, or whether he was the jolly nice man you describe. And you can only find out the truth by learning.
How did he keep from being ruled and ruined by greed? Jason asked.
Ah, that's easy. He developed a strong ethical code before he ever felt any pull from the dark side. He was an adult, a hard-headed businessman with a keenly balanced sense of both profit and fairness, and when temptation whispered in his ear, he could ignore it as easily as he could ignore the importunings of equally destructive soft-heartedness.
She glanced at Nilani as she spoke those last few words, then returned her attention to Jason.
The Sith, who were famous for being bad, Jason, were the way they were because they were badly damaged men or women to start with, not because they were Sith. Usually they were weak, or deluded, or greedy to begin with. Like your grandfather. I knew him, you know.
Jason shook his head. How could I know? I don't know anything about you.
Conceded. I haven't been using my true name. It's inconvenient.
So you're saying that you didn't lure us here to kill us?
Correct.
And it wasn't because you're lonely or just wanted to show the place off? Brisha's smile turned genuine again.
No.
Then why?
Because, down in the caverns, where the dark side power is greatest, There is a Sith Lord, and I didn't think I should face him alone.
Corellian space, above Trollis. Leia sat in the officers' mess with Admiral Limpin, steaming cups of caf on the gleaming white table between them.
The GA tends to fall into the old trap of thinking of the Corellians as naughty children, she said. They're not. They're people who have never lost the pioneering spirit, even though their system has been well settled for millennia. Pioneering spirit, pioneering contempt for authority, pioneering disdain for complication or overanalysis. Think of them as children, and you inevitably forget how dangerous they can be.
Limpin said,
"That's surprisingly candid for one who was married to a Corellian."
Han is one of the most dangerous people in the galaxy. Leia did not look at all abashed by this admission. And I've been proud for more than 30 years of the way he uses his dangerousness. A shrill alarm cut off her words. Uniformed officers at the surrounding tables stood, as did Limpin and Leia.
"Intrusion alert," the Admiral said. "I'm needed."
"I'll stay with you if I may,"
Leia said. The bridge was only a few dozen meters away, and when Limpin and Leia charged through the blast doors onto the elevated walkway, it was buzzing with activity. Officers shouted reports to one another, and a hologram of nearby space hung above the walkway. It showed the curved orbital line of distantly spaced Galactic Alliance ships and a formation of incoming craft in 3 groups, the fuzziness and blob-like nature of the formation informing Leia that its exact composition had not yet been determined by the sensors.
"All vessels and ground control, go to battle stations. Launch all ready squadrons,"
Limpin shouted.
"Scramble all squadrons. Recall all scouting vehicles that can arrive here before or within 3 minutes after the arrival of that formation. All other scouts, initiate fishnet scout patterns on a slow traverse back toward Trollis. Navigation, what's their course?"
A male officer, also a Duros, in one of the pits below, called up,
60-40 probability Relidir or Blue Diver.
"Starfighter Control, route 1 squadron in 4 down toward Relidir, 2 in 4 toward Blue Diver, 1 in 4 remains with each launching ship."
The Admiral's head whipped around as she studied each station below the walkway.
"Admiral," Leia said, "I have some experience with starfighter coordination, if I can be of any help."
Limpin nodded absently.
"Back through the blast doors we came in, immediate right, that is to ship's port, first door. Tell Colonel Moyen to confirm your involvement with my aid. And thanks."
"You're welcome."
Leia turned to rush back toward the bridge exit. Her words caught a little in her throat. The Admiral had just thanked her for volunteering to commit what might end up being an act of treason. For if Leia could help Han survive the battle to come, she would do so, even if she had to act directly against the interests of the Galactic Alliance. Sial cursed as her Tweeg cleared the exit doors of Blue Diver Hangar and slowly began to accelerate. It still seemed so slow. She and her squadmates, 5 of them, lined up in a V formation. Her commander, who had been the pilot of the X-Wing that bedeviled her during test runs, at point. Gray 1 turned to lead the rest of the squadron down into the atmosphere. Sial checked her navigation board, saw that their destination was a point due south of the city of Relidir. She nodded. The Corellians were coming to take their city back. She didn't know whether in her heart to wish them luck or not. Panther Flight, Han and Wedge, stayed well toward the rear of the Corellian formation. Han chafed. It was wrong to be at the rear of any formation. When you were at the rear, spiteful enemy gunners concentrated their fire on you, and you got your butt shot off. When you were at the rear, your placement marked you as a slow or indifferent pilot. Even the missile-launching craft were ahead of them. They had to be in place in the skies east of Relidir before Han and Wedge made their approach. To make things more irritating, Han still hadn't heard from Leia. Admittedly, communication between them was going to be tricky and occasional. He glanced at the comm-equipped datapad that he had carefully glued to the Shriek control board once he'd been sealed into the vehicle. Its lit screen remained aggravatingly blank. Worse still, Wedge seemed to be reading his mind. "Don't get impatient," he said, his voice so clear in Han's ears that he could have been sitting in the now empty co-pilot seat. "We'll get there soon enough." "Impatient?" Han added an edge of disbelief to his voice. "Sonny, I'm just sitting here playing sabacc with the droid brains." "Good. Getting skinned will make you mean." Han grinned. He put on a little thrust, bringing him up slightly ahead of Wedge's Shriek. "And getting your hatches blown off will make you mean." Wedge's voice became less cordial, more military. "Forward starfighter edge is now encountering enemy units." "Lucky them," Han said. Reladir, Trollis. This time, Jaina spoke each word with brilliant individual clarity, making it impossible to misunderstand her.
"I said drop the shields. Over."
"Negative on that! Negative!" The groundside officer's voice sounded young and a little panicky. "The enemy is less than 3 minutes away, and descending rapidly."
"Goodness," Jaina said. "At 2 seconds to drop the shields, and 2 to raise them again after we're outside, that gives you what? More than 2.5 minutes to dither and still be safe? Drop the carking shields and let us out!"
She pounded a portion of her control boards, unoccupied by buttons or readouts, with her fist. Her squadrons circled above downtown Reladir, confined by the energy shields defending that portion of the city. Other starfighters were buzzing beneath her, but none of the other squadrons seemed as anxious to leave the shielded area.
"Orders are for all squadrons to stay close at hand and defend the center," the anonymous officer said, "so you're to stay put." "This is Hardpoint Squadron, the Jedi unit."
Jaina's voice was a hiss of anger.
"We're not part of your immediate command structure. Let us out, and we'll do a much better job of defending you."
"That's a negative, Hardpoint. My orders are specific, and I'm not going to bother the commander right now with your request. Out."
"Cringing, whimpering, mewling idiot," Jaina said. "I've seen mouse droids with more guts, and thud bugs with more brains."
"I doubt he can hear you, One." That was Zek's voice.
"I know," Jaina sighed. "I guess we're stuck here. Hardpoints, maintain your flight patterns and call out when the opportunities start raining down on us."
She received a chorus of affirmatives, but was too discouraged to pay much attention to them. Star System MZX 32905, near Bimiel. The 3 Jedi and Brisha rode the turbolift back down to the bottom level of the habitat.
"That's something you could have mentioned from the beginning," Nalani said. "There's a Sith in the basement. Any other home in the galaxy, that'd be the first thing out of someone's mouth."
"What's his name?" Ben asked.
Brisha shrugged. "He hasn't revealed himself to me, and so certainly hasn't told me his name."
Then she grinned, suddenly playful.
"Darth something, I expect."
"There haven't been any Sith in the galaxy since... what? The death of the last clone of the Emperor?" Jason asked.
"True, and not true," Brisha said. "In terms of the classic master and apprentice Sith structure, there can only be 2. You're correct. I'm not sure I even count the Emperor's clones as Sith. After all, they didn't earn their Sith knowledge, didn't acquire it through sweat and sacrifice. They inherited it like a package of downloaded computer programming. I think that the last Sith were gone when the Emperor and your grandfather died on the same day. But," she continued, Plenty of Sith legacy survived. Individuals who were candidates to become Sith and failed for some reason to achieve full apprenticeship. They knew enough to survive, knew enough to continue learning. One may have learned enough to become a master.
The turbolift thudded to a halt at the habitat's bottom level, the level by which they'd originally entered the structure. Brisha led them from there through a side door into a hexagonal room dominated by a tube. Tilted at a 45-degree angle, it was a cylinder of transparasteel marked by a pair of metal rails. The tube was just under 2 meters in diameter, and suspended above it on a metal brace was a sort of metal-wheeled cart. The cart had 6 seats up front, a copious cargo area in the middle, and a backward-facing set of 6 seats at the very end. Its nose was partly within the cylinder, pointed downward, the front set of wheels on the rails. Ben peered at the tube. It led down past the floor into darkness. But as he watched, the interior surface of the tube began to glow. Meters below, he could see the rocky surface of the asteroid, and the tube continuing into the ground. "This is going to be fun," he said matter-of-factly.
"The boy shouldn't go," Brisha said. "He's not yet strong enough to face a Sith."
Ben felt a flash of resentment, but kept it from his face. "Tell you what, I'll just resist all temptation," he said. Brisha gave him a severe stare.
"The last time I met your father, our parting was not pleasant. He may have had time to forgive, but he certainly wouldn't forgive me a second time if I managed to get his only child killed."
"Then I won't do that either." Jason climbed the skeletal metal stairs up to the minecar and hopped into the front seat. "He comes with us. That way no one can assault him while he remains behind."
"If you say so."
Brisha followed and settled into the seat beside him. In moments, Nelani and Ben were in the rear seat. Brisha flipped a button. Gauges and controls suddenly lit up on the minecar's control panel.
"Atmospheric pressure in the caverns is at 0.95 of habitat standard," she said. "Your ears may pop."
She hit a button. The rail car rolled into the tube, picked up speed, and plunged toward the asteroid surface, and through it into blackness. Chapter 30. Corellian System, above Trollis. The leading edges of the Corellian fighter squadrons hit the defensive screen of Galactic Alliance starfighters and engaged. Subsequent waves of Corellians plowed into rapidly arriving squadrons of GA fighters. Panther Flight, Han and Wedge, accompanied by 2 squadrons of Corellian attack fighters, simply went around the engagement zone and screamed down into the atmosphere. "Ride's too smooth," Han said. "Are you out of your mind?" Wedge asked. "The ride's too smooth?" "Right. There should be some vibration, some dangerous-looking heat warnings to indicate that you're punching through into the atmosphere. These shrieks, they don't offer the atmosphere any respect. What you're saying is, unless a transport is leaving a thin stream of pieces behind like a trail of breadcrumbs during atmospheric entry, it doesn't match up to the Millennium Falcon standard." "Well, right. You could fire a few blaster shots into your own control panel and deal with the resulting malfunctions if you just wanted to feel at home." "Oh, yeah? Well, I could get drunk on leave and cause a massive interplanetary incident, then call on you to straighten it out, since you're my commanding officer." "You could do that. Or I could have the mechanics sabotage your hyperdrive, so when it conked out you could tell everyone it's not your fault." "Ow. I could arrange for you to receive orders to conquer Coruscant,
but your only resources would be 12 drunken Ewoks, 4 malfunctioning speeders, and 40 kilos of beach sand. That'll take at least 2 weeks, sir.
Han grinned. Reladir, Trollis.
Incoming fighters, Grey One called out. Coming in from orbit north-northwest.
Sial could see them on her sensors. Big, fuzzy blips resolving into 2 or 3 squadrons of starfighters and at least 2 larger targets.
We'll do this as a simple strafe, Grey One continued. Wait until they commit to a course, and then follow me in. Punch a big hole through everything you see.
On Sial's sensor board, orange lines, extrapolations of the intruder's course transmitted by Grey One, appeared, pointing east of the city, well clear of the layered shields that protected the GA beachhead. As soon as the transmission came, Grey One rolled into a vertical descent, a course that paralleled that of the Corellian squadrons, but was well in advance of it. The other Alephs followed. Star System MZX 32905, near Bimiel. The rail car plunged through blackness, and Ben felt his stomach rise into his throat, then break free and float like a ghost away from his body. He almost sent his lunch after it as an escort, but managed, through force of will, to keep himself from that embarrassment. A mere vertical drop wasn't enough to make him queasy. The rail car must also have left the region of artificial gravity. In the first moments, there was almost no wind in his face. Then, suddenly, the air currents increased and became cold. He guessed that they were now out of the tube and hurtling down through the caverns Brisha had spoken of. The clattering of the metal wheels on the rails became louder, more echoing, a sign that they were moving through a narrow gap, and suddenly they were in light again. A broad cavern lit at intervals by glow rods affixed to the ceiling and wall surfaces. Not that it was particularly well or effectively lit. The cavern, in the brief glimpse Ben had of it, was huge, its walls uneven and pitted, and through the vast empty space stretched curious columns of red-brown material. They seemed as ponderous and massive as stone, yet flowing and elongated like rivers of rusty water suddenly frozen into stillness. The glow rods illuminating the landscape were situated at intervals, sometimes on the surface of stone, sometimes within the pits of the walls, sometimes behind the columns of flowing material to silhouette them. The effect was more artistic than it was helpful. As if sensing his question, Brisha pointed toward one of the columns, which flowed laterally in a curving wave, and called out, "Ferrous ore, denuded by the Minox eating around it." Then the rail car, continuing its descent, dropped toward another narrow, dark crevasse, and plunged into darkness again. Now Ben could feel the concentrated dark side energy that waited below. It didn't feel so much malicious as merely ominous, less an enemy threatening death than a somber realist reminding him that death was what he ultimately faced. The rail noises, suddenly close and echoing, then distant and quieter, told Ben that they'd passed through a narrow region and emerged into another cavern, this one unlit. He was grabbed by the collar from behind and yanked up out of his seat. He found himself floating, drifting through the darkness, perhaps hurtling at dangerous speeds toward sharp rock formations, and was so startled by the sudden transition that he didn't even cry out. Reladir, Trollis.
"Incoming starfighters!"
The voice of the leader of one of the 2 squadrons now escorting the Shriek bombers crackled in Han's ears.
"You two stay put! We'll handle them!"
One of the fighter squadrons broke away from the formation. The others stayed in array around the Shriek bombers. Han didn't reply. His comm board was fixed to broadcast on a frequency and encryption code that would allow only Wedge and the mission controllers to hear him. It wouldn't do for someone to recognize his all-too-distinctive voice. But Wedge said what Han was thinking, his tone ironic.
Thanks, Sonny. I was mighty scared until you spoke up.
On the sensor board, Han could see the dozen attack fighters head out southeastward against the incoming flight of half a dozen starfighters, unknown type. Unknown type. Han frowned over that. He liked surprises, but only when he was springing them on someone else. The outbound attack fighter formation neared the enemy formation, and their lines blurred for a moment. Then suddenly there were 9 fighters instead of 12, frantically turning in the wake of the unknown enemy. The enemy still numbered 6.
Not good,
Han said.
Lasers to power,
Wedge answered. Han checked his weapons board. The lasers in his topside turret were charged and ready to go. Half the remaining attack fighter escort broke away from the shrieks and turned toward the incoming fighters, forming a defensive screen. Red laser flashes, missed shots by the incoming enemy, flashed by laterally ahead of Han's viewport. Suddenly, the 6 attack fighters that had just turned away became 4 on the sensors, and Han's targeting alarm shrieked with the news that one of the enemy had a weapons lock on him. Han kicked his thruster, then fired repulsors, tactics to vary his speed and throw off the aim of his enemies. He spun so that his shriek was presented edge-on to the enemy, dropped his own targeting brackets over the foremost enemy, and fired. The 2 informative sensor board responded with an almost comical ding, indicating he'd hit his target. 6 enemy starfighters, oversized silver balls trailing narrowing twin thruster pods, flashed by from right to left, pursued by a flight of Corellian attack fighters. In the distance to the left, the enemy craft began a slow turn back toward the fight. Han blinked.
What the fear feck are those? Sinar Aleph-class starfighters,
Wedge said.
Originally nicknamed Pond Skippers because they were to be countermeasures to Coral Skippers. The current nickname is Tweez. They're out of prototype and in limited production.
Great. I hit mine with a good quad-linked punch, and it didn't even shudder.
Yeah, they're supposed to be like shooting solid metal ball bearings.
Wedge switched over to the squadron frequency.
Nebula flight, Panthers are making our break. Good luck.
Panther 1, this is Nebula Leader. Blow something up for us. Han anticipated Wedge and broke first from formation. A dive that took him down, still eastward, toward the start of their approach to Reladir's downtown district. Wedge slipped neatly into his wake. Battle Carrier Dodonna, above Trollis. The starfighter control chamber was an exercise in controlled chaos, a sight familiar to Leia, who'd helped coordinate many starfighter skirmishes, starting with the Battle of Yavin. Aboard Dodonna, they had bells and whistles she'd never enjoyed in the control room at Yavin. The entire battle was being reproduced via holograms over their heads, the skirmishes not exactly to scale, but with each individual starfighter or vessel shown in a wireframe form color-coded to whichever side the fighting vehicle represented. The GA forces were blue, Corellian forces red, unknowns, including several vehicles, probably civilian, above Reladir and heading away from that endangered city, in yellow. As they moved around firing, sustaining damage, disappearing, the disconcerting combination of colorful icons and event noises made the whole display seem like an oversized console game experiencing delirium tremens. Equipped with a specialized datapad handed to her by the chamber's coordinator, a black-furred Bothan colonel by the name of Moyen, Leia could gather all sorts of data about the various forces. By pointing the datapad at any vessel or vehicle and tagging it with a beam of light from the device, she could display information about the target on the datapad screen. For example, the fighter that had just winked out in the fight above Reladir was designated Nebula 11, its pilot Gorvin Peel. The Corellian vessels were equipped with ejectors, and a moment after the fighter vanished, Leia's screen was updated. Eject success. Life signs optimal. Q rescue number 37. As several of the coordinators in the chamber were doing, she pointed at one of the mystery bombers descending on Reladir and sampled its information. FF, enemy. Class, CEC-YT variant, unknown. Estimate, bomber. Pilot, unknown. Information on the other shriek was identical. Leia spoke quietly into her datapad, allowing its speech-to-text translator to add a notation to the data on the bomber. Believed damaged, as it is turning away from GA targets. Recommend concentration on fighter escort. She tapped the screen to send that datum to Dodonna's database. A flash of guilt washed across her. She was pretending to be helping the GA forces, and instead she was protecting her husband as he bombed them. She shook her head, trying to force the emotion away from her. No matter what she did during this fight, she'd be coping with guilt, and not keeping an eye on Han's back would be worst of all, especially if he was hurt. She turned her attention to the Alephs skirmishing with Han's fighter escort. Coruscant. His head filled with a baffling mix of emotions and images, Luke sat up in bed. He spared Mara a glance, saw that she was still asleep, and rose. So pounded was he by sensations reaching him through the Force that it was actually difficult to think. Cautious, he opened himself to them, trying to sort them out. Betraying trust. To act is to betray. Not to act is to betray. A Mynock, its eyes glittering with unusual intelligence, stared at him from the distance of centuries. The Sith are not what you think. Leia, her features smoothed by grief so great it could not be expressed, fell forward, folding over as she did. Dark, dark, I will not be afraid of the dark. Han, regret on his face, a vibroblade in his hand, lunged forward and slammed the blade between the ribs of a pretty young woman with dark hair. I loved you in my own way. I would have repaired the harm I did you. Instinctively, Luke reached out through the Force to offer support and strength to Leia. The others he wasn't sure about, whether they were really the individuals the visions represented. But he could feel the true Leia within the vision of her. He just wasn't sure whether he was extending his gesture to the Leia of here and now, the Leia of some future time, or the Leia of a future that would actually never occur. His attention was drawn back to Mara. Now her eyes were open, staring sightlessly upward, her body cut and butchered, the edges still black and steaming by a lightsaber blade. Luke shook his head and exerted himself through the Force, willing the visions, the voices, away. They faded, leaving him in the dark with his wife asleep and unharmed. He took his lightsaber from the nightstand and moved out into the hallway. He didn't want his perturbation to awaken Mara. Something was happening. Events at distant points of the galaxy, and even of time, were focusing toward him and those he loved. The confusion, the turbulence of those thoughts and emotions pressed down on him, soured his stomach. On the cold stone floor outside his chambers, he sat cross-legged and tried to sink into a meditative state, a state to give him real knowledge, a state to grant him peace. Star System MZX-32905, near Bimiel. Ben took his lightsaber into his hands and thumbed it on. Its snap-hiss was less welcome than the blue light it emitted. Suddenly he could see all around him, even if dimly. He floated through open space, but ahead of him, 30 or 40 meters, was a broken stone wall, and he floated toward it at a rate of several meters a second. He was also losing altitude, slowly. Though gravity was weak here, it wasn't entirely absent.
Two-handed form, Nalani said behind him, makes it rather hard to hold on to stone walls.
Ben twisted to look behind him. Nalani floated there, following his aerial path, at least as comfortable in the minimal gravity as Ben was. He turned back to face the onrushing wall. "Did you pull me out of the rail car?"
"Don't be stupid."
"I'm not stupid. Don't be snide."
"Sorry, I'm upset."
Her tone changed.
"Nalani to Jason. Come in."
As the stone wall came nearer, Ben spotted a feature on it he thought he could grab. A rocky projection that narrowed to a needle-like point. He held his lightsaber back and to one side with his right hand, extended his left, and as he reached the projection, he grabbed it, swinging his feet ahead of him to sustain the minimal shock of impact. A moment later, Nalani hit a few meters down, her fingers slipping into a crack in the stone, her hips and shoulders taking the impact.
"So who did it?" Ben persisted. "The Sith?"
"We have company."
Ben looked down at her, then around, then up. Above him, 10 meters up, a pair of eyes stared down at him. They glowed blue in the reflected light of his lightsaber blade. They were not human eyes, but slitted and triangular. Beyond them were more, hundreds of pairs of eyes, cool and unblinking. Ben shook his head. He'd had that portion of stone wall in sight as he'd approached the wall. There had been no creatures there at the time. He reached out for them within the Force, and could feel them there, hundreds of them, strong in dark side energy. "Not good," he said.
"Drop,"
Nalani said. "Yeah." Ben released his hold on the projection and drifted downward. He gave the rock surface a little shove to open up a few more centimeters room between himself and the stony surface. Above, the eyes began to descend, staying at their respective distance from the gleam of his lightsaber, but definitely following. The rail car slowed to a halt, curving around in a circle. Brisha and Jason were in a well-lit chamber, large enough to house a good-sized transport, but the only thing present was the end of the rail line. The track here curved around in a teardrop shape and rejoined itself on the way up, allowing the rail car to head back up the track it had just descended. Jason didn't bother with the scenery. He stared at Brisha. "Why did you do that?" he asked. She gave him an innocent stare.
"Do what?"
"Shove Ben and Nalani out of the car. Did you think I couldn't feel your pulse of Force energy?"
"I suspected you could."
She stood and stepped out of the car. She floated for a moment beside it, then slowly drifted down to the stony surface of the floor.
"I separated them from us, for their own good. What they'll face will be dangerous, but not as dangerous as what we're going to encounter. If they accompanied us here, they'd probably die."
"You're Sith." Jason pushed off from his seat and drifted upward a dozen meters. From this altitude he could see all corners of this chamber, with its natural stone walls and glow rods all over them. There were no menaces, no strange beings to confront them. "What can you tell me about him?"
"His knowledge is of the lineage of Palpatine, but is broader than the Emperor's. He's young. He was not yet born when the Emperor died."
"How was the Sith knowledge transmitted to him?" Jason began to float back down toward the rail car. "Through a Sith holocron? Through loyal retainers?"
"Through disloyal retainers. Through Sith trainees who could never achieve mastery themselves, and who rejected Palpatine in his teachings as too selfish, too controlling, too destructive."
Jason gave her a curious look. "You make them sound benign. If they're benign, isn't he?" She shrugged. She kept one hand on the rail car so that casual motions would not propel her across the chamber.
"All the same, he must be found and mastered." "Ah."
She turned toward a shadowy corner of the chamber, a place where a huge rounded outcropping came within meters of the curved section of rail. From around that outcropping walked a man. He was tall, slender, garbed in a traveler's robe of black and dark gold. It was styled like a Jedi's, but made of expensive silks. A lightsaber, its hilt also in black and gold, swung at his belt. His hands were gloved, and his face was in the deep shadow cast by the hood of his cloak, though his eyes, a liquid, luminous orange gold, glowed from within that darkness. He came to a stop just at the edge of that outcropping, several meters from Jason and Brisha.
"So you're the Sith,"
Jason said. The dark figure bowed. Jason gave him a scornful look.
"How am I supposed to take you seriously? You're not even here."
The hooded man's voice came back as a whisper.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean you walked, as if we were in Coruscant standard gravity instead of a tiny fraction of it. You're an illusion."
"Yes, I'm an illusion. But I'm also here. Right here."
"Care to explain that?"
"No."
"Ah."
Jason thumbed his lightsaber into life.
"Well, I suppose I should be cutting you in half now."
"I am a master. You are a Jedi Knight. Do you know what that means?"
"That I can't win?"
Jason punctuated his question with a mocking laugh.
"No. That you must go through my subordinates to get to me, allowing me to test you, to evaluate you. That's tradition, you know."
"If you say so."
The reflection of the Sith's gold-orange eyes disappeared, and then the Sith himself vanished, ghost-like. But there was a sound from beyond where he had stood, a slight scrape, and another figure moved forward into view. This one walked as the Sith had, in a fashion appropriate for a standard gravity environment, and stepped out to stand where the Sith had stood. He was not tall, but he was well-muscled and agile. He wore black pants, tunic, boots, and gloves, and held an unlit lightsaber. His features were those of Luke Skywalker, but rakishly bearded and twisted into a grin that was all malice and scorn.
"Not nice," Jason said.
Nilani reached the bottom of the cavern first, taking the minor shock of impact on bent legs and being propelled a few meters back up into the air. On his way down, Ben passed her on her upward bounce, but he had eyes only for the creatures clustered on the stone wall above. He hit stony floor, bounced upward a few meters, passed Nilani again as she descended. Soon enough, both had their feet none too firmly on the surface beneath. Now Ben could hear rustling, hissing that sounded like muffled sibilant speech from above, from hundreds of sources above.
"They're going to swarm us,"
Nilani said. She sounded rattled. As if her words were a cue, a form of permission, the eyes above suddenly descended en masse, pouring downward as if carried by a waterfall. Nilani's lightsaber snapped into life, adding a yellow-white glow to the proceedings. Ben raised his own blade in a high defensive stance. The first wave of descending creatures broke before it reached the Jedi, splitting into two streams, each headed a different direction parallel to the stone face. But two of the creatures did not veer away. One came at Ben, one at Nilani. Ben darted to one side, or tried. Despite having some experience in low-gravity environments, he wasn't accustomed enough to them for appropriate movements and tactics to be instinctive. He pushed off, but floated mostly upward, straight toward his attacker. No matter. The creature, revealed in the light of Ben's lightsaber to be a fleshy, stretched wing with eyes at one end, a tail at the other, and a wet mouth toward the center of its underside, something like a Mynock, flew straight at him. Ben swung,
felt his blade cut into skin and meat, and was propelled back down by the impact as the two halves of the beast hurtled lifelessly past him, one to either side. The soles of his feet hit stone again. He absorbed as much of the impact as he could with his knees, and did not bounce up very far this time. The two Minoc halves were partly embedded in the stone, and as he glanced at them, they slipped beneath the stone's surface, like two halves of a boat sinking. They left nothing behind, no blood, nothing.
"They're not real," Ben said.
"Projections of the Force," Nilani answered from behind.
"So they can't really hurt us, right?"
"Wrong." Her tone chided him. "You know better than that. It's like saying a laser beam can't hurt me. It's only light, right?"
"I was just hoping."
"Oof!"
Nilani sounded as though she'd taken a shot to the gut, and her lightsaber winked out instantly. Heedless of the swarms of Minocs overhead, Ben spun, the motion bouncing him a couple of meters up. Nilani was gone. In her place stood Mara Skywalker. Her eyes glittered with anger, and her body language suggested punishment to come. Her lightsaber in her hand was unlit. Ben floated back to the ground. "You're not my mother," he said.
"Good," she said. "Then it won't be a family crime to cut you down."
She ignited the lightsaber, and its blade glowed red. Reladir, Trollis. Han and Wedge lined up on the boulevard that would carry them straight to the Terquery housing complex. Far ahead, Han could see the tiny, indistinct shapes of bombers flying over the dome shield above the beachhead, dropping their explosives charges. Other ships engaged in dogfights with the better, newer starfighters of the Galactic Alliance. Han, in the lead by a handful of meters, brought his shriek down almost to the deck. He left just enough clearance for speeders flying at legal altitudes to be clear beneath him, and ignored the fact that many Corellians like himself disregarded what was legal when blasting around in their personal vehicles. Han's sensor board blipped at him uncertainly a few times, telling him that he was being tagged for fractions of a second at a time by someone's targeting radar. He paid no attention to it. Only when the signal strengthened and became constant would it constitute. It strengthened, became constant. Up ahead, a pair of starfighters crested a row of skyscrapers and began a plummet toward street level, turning toward the Shrieks. Though they were tiny dots in the distance, Han guessed from the way they were moving that they were E-Wings. Tough, fast, fixed-wing spacecraft, with a nose similar to the X-Wing, the E-Wings had only 3 linked lasers, but carried a tremendous load of 16 proton torpedoes, any one of which could cripple or kill a capital ship under the right circumstances. Worse yet, a new warble in the sensor alarm indicated the presence of an enemy or enemies coming up from behind. Han glanced at the board again. The new opponent was one of the Alephs, flying like the Shrieks at almost street level and roaring up in their wakes. Han brought his turret lasers to bear on the E-Wings. A good laser hit would damage or eliminate them, while a concussion missile could cause wreckage from the surrounding buildings to fall into the path of the Shrieks. His targeting brackets chittered around the foremost E-Wing, and he fired. The shot missed. Kilometers in the distance, the green laser shot hit the face of a building adjacent to the Terquery complex. Incoming laser fire, red streaks, flashed by beneath Han's bow. Then the datapad glued to his control board beeped. Han bit back a curse at the timing of this distraction and glanced at the screen. Aleph Pursuer is Wedge's daughter. A cold current seemed to cut through Han's stomach as he read the words. They had no way to communicate with the girl, to warn her off. Well, maybe Wedge did. But did he have enough time to dig it out, power it up, and reach her before they were upon their target? Han didn't think so. Han didn't want to kill Wedge's daughter, even to fire upon her. But it would be worse if Wedge did. Worse still if she killed Wedge. Worse for Corellia and their mission. Almost as soon as he registered Leia's words, Han kicked in his repulsors, bouncing his shriek several meters higher,
and hit reverse thrusters. Wedge's shriek flashed by beneath him and was suddenly in front. "You have more experience with itty-bitty starfighters," Han said. "You deal with them. I'll take the tugboat on our tail." "Thanks, Grandpa." Han's sensor board howled as the pursuer's weapons locked onto him. He added a little wobble to his flight path, and the incoming lasers missed, firing off harmlessly into the air above the skyscrapers ahead. Han brought his turret lasers around and returned fire. As he squeezed the trigger, the ungainly-looking Aleph jerked to port, avoiding his beams, and crept closer, dropped lower, making Han's next shot even harder. Blast it. She would have to be a good pilot. Chapter 31. Coruscant. Luke felt a presence, the arrival of someone strong in the Force. He opened his eyes. Hovering over the floor in front of him, meters from him, was his nephew and one-time prize pupil Jason, lightsaber lit in his hand. Except it was not truly Jason. Whoever it was reeked of dark side energy, and his stare promised only malevolence. "Not nice," the false Jason said. Luke rose. "Who are you, really?" The not Jason snorted. "You barely exist. You don't need to know." He took an odd, gliding step forward. It was only the slightest of exertions, but he floated meters toward Luke. Luke lit his lightsaber. The not Jason struck, a fast, powerful lateral blow that Luke met with little effort, without conscious thought. Not Jason's blade was immediately in guard position for an anticipated counterstrike, but Luke held back. Oddly, the force of the impact sent his opponent floating backward. Not Jason drifted until he hit the corridor wall, which checked his motion, and he floated gently to the floor. Then Luke heard the humming and chattering of lightsabers in conflict. The muffled noise was coming from his own quarters. Mara rose, throwing her covers off in a move designed to hurl them over attackers and give her a moment to collect herself. As she came up on her feet, she reached out and pulled through the Force, and was rewarded with the comforting weight of her lightsaber hilt thumping into her hand. The room was lit in hues of red by the lightsaber blade hovering in the middle of the room. It was held by a small, misshapen form whose feet were well off the ground. The figure was faced away from her as she rose, but now, boosted by a little push in the Force that Mara could detect, it turned in mid-air and presented glittering red eyes to her. It was a boy, maybe 13 years of age. Its features resembled Ben's, but were twisted in anger, an anger that looked like it had years of abuse, jealousy, and rage behind it. The boy's hair, unlike Ben's, was blonde, styled in a sort of bowl cut with bangs, and Mara realized with a shock that it was the hairstyle of Luke Skywalker in his youth. She'd seen the hollows of him in his adolescence. Worse, for she'd seen those hollows as well, it was the hairstyle of the juvenile Anakin Skywalker. The boy drifted gently down to the floor.
"You're not my mother,"
he said. His voice was a serpentine hiss, full of loathing. "Good," Mara answered. "Then it won't be a family crime to cut you down." She lit her lightsaber, and its blue glow clashed with the red already suffusing the chamber. The blond boy leapt at her, lightsaber extended in a spear-like thrust, but as he came within range, he spun the blade around and low in a sweeping cut. Mara danced back and to one side, out of range of the attack, and negligently waved a hand at the boy. His eyes widened as her wash of Force energy caught him and threw him against a wall. Against and through. He disappeared, and the glow of his lightsaber vanished with him. Mara could still feel his presence, his proximity, even if she could no longer say in which direction he was to be found. She brought her lightsaber up in a defensive posture and waited. Then she heard the clash of lightsaber blades from outside her quarters in the corridor. Star System MZX 32905, near Bimiel. Nalani reached up and struck, her yellow-white blade cutting through dense muscle and other tissues. There was a squeal of pain, and her captor, a Mynock, but one with grasping, supple hands at the ends of its wings, released her and drifted in 2 different directions, its halves severed by her blow. All around her more Mynocks flew. They darted in at her, reaching with those 2 wrong hands, lashing with their tail-like appendages. She lashed out at whatever came near her, cutting limbs away, using the force to turn her around in the air. She was dropping, too, but the rocky cavern floor was well out of sight beneath her. That was a quandary. Gravity was not strong here, but if she began dropping at a great enough altitude, she could still pick up considerable speed, deadly speed, by the time she hit the stone below. Why hadn't Ben reacted when she was grabbed and whisked away from him? Why hadn't he responded to her sudden shriek? The part of her brain still working on problems and logistics arrived at an answer to the problem of falling. A factor that endangered her would also be her salvation. The next time a Mynock drifted in and tried to snap at her with its claws, she grabbed its fleshy wrist and tugged, allowing her to roll up onto the creature's back. It banked, trying to dislodge her, but she sprang away from it, sending her away from the floor once more. Now she could move where she chose. She bounced up toward a Mynock, eluded its nasty central mouth, and kicked off from its underside, hurtling almost horizontally. The next one she encountered she used to send her downward, onto the back of one dozens of meters below. Each tried to grab her, tail whip her, or snap at her as she approached, but she was always nimbler. On one of her descents, she saw the stone floor of the cavern. She calculated that her speed was not too great for a safe impact. Instead of bouncing off the next Mynock in line, she rolled across its back and allowed herself to fall. She came down on the floor on her feet, sinking into a low crouch to absorb the impact, bouncing up 6 meters just from the flexion of her muscles. But she drifted down again, and now the Mynocks whirled by overhead, not attacking. "Well done." That was a smooth male voice from behind her. She spun, the move carrying her up a meter into the air. Behind her stood a human man, dignified of bearing, his dark beard cut close in an elegant style. He was tall and a trifle overweight, but his loose-fitting black garments suggested that he was carrying around some muscle as well as fat. A silver lightsaber hilt, inlaid with polished black stones shaped like diamonds, hung from his belt. Nalani drifted to the floor again and kept her own lit blade between them. "Who are you?" He shrugged. "I doubt you'd know my birth name, but the other you may recognize. I am Darth Vectivus." Nalani waved a hand at the caverns around them and gave him a smirk. "The master of all this?" "Once, maybe. Now I'm merely a ghost, or perhaps less." "What would be less?" "A remnant, a sliver of a ghost." He looked just a bit unsettled. "Even as I speak, I am unaware of myself, of thinking, of decision-making. Could I, in fact, be nothing?" "No, I can feel you, gleaming in the Force, shining with the dark side." He shook his head. "That's not me. That's whomever I am connected to." "Connected to?" Now it was his turn to wave around. "Every phantom you see here, every one you encounter, is connected to something that is distinctly real, distinctly alive, though possibly far, far away. Every time you struck a Mynock, a living being somewhere suffered the pain and injury you inflicted, With his statement, a knot of sickness formed in Nelani's stomach. "You're lying." "No, I'm not. You struck, and somewhere, some creature, perhaps a baby bantha, squealed in pain and was severed, killed before the disbelieving eyes of its mother." "Stop it." "Why? It's the truth. Baby banthas are quite cute, you know. A terrible shame to see one cut in half."
"You're sick."
"But perhaps it wasn't cute little baby banthas. Perhaps it was piranha beetles. You wouldn't mind cutting piranha beetles in half, would you? Or perhaps Kowakian monkey lizards." He shook his head. "They say that every creature is cute when it is a baby, a mechanism of nature to help creatures reach the age of reproduction. But it's not true of every species. Have you seen immature monkey lizards? Ugliest little larvae in the galaxy." He shuddered.
"What do I have to do to shut you up?"
"Oh, that's simple. Kill me." He took a bounding, gliding step forward. "Sweep your lightsaber blade across my neck, topple my head from my shoulders. The Minox will go away, and you'll be able to find your way back to your friends." He landed only 2 meters from her and knelt before her. "Go ahead."
"You can't be that anxious to die."
"I died centuries ago." Darth Vectivus bowed his head. "So I won't feel anything. Go ahead and strike."
"And what about the life you say you're connected to?"
Vectivus looked up again and grinned at her. "He or she will become a free-floating head, I'm afraid, rather to the surprise of everyone in the vicinity. Why, look, Father, Mother's performing a new trick. Mummy, Mummy." Nelani glared down at him.
"Is this taunting necessary?"
"Yes, it is. To goad you into the action you need to perform." Vectivus bared his neck for her again. "By killing one, whoever it is I'm attached to at the moment, you'll save scores, hundreds, thousands. What you think of as the evil of my dark side teachings will not spread so far. So, kill me."
"No."
"Would it help if I took on a more hateful form? A piranha beetle in human guise?" Vectivus's clothes shimmered and flowed. Suddenly, he was in a full-coverage cloak and hood, his face in deep shadow. He reached up with suddenly white, suddenly wrinkled hands to pull back the hood and reveal the pallid, almost reptilian features of Emperor Palpatine, Darth Sidious, dead now for more than 35 years. His voice, too, was Palpatine's, insidious and cloying.
"How about this? Could you strike this down?"
"Not while you're connected to an innocent life."
Palpatine rose, and, shimmering as he did so, was Vectivus again by the time he was on his feet. His expression was sympathetic, but a bit pitying. "Jedi girl, you're not strong enough to save lives. You're not strong enough to sacrifice one to save many."
"I could sacrifice myself to save many."
"Yes, but then you wouldn't have to face the accusing eyes of the survivors of those you sacrificed. You don't have that kind of strength."
"That's ruthlessness, not strength."
Vectivus laughed at her. "Strength that is never touched by ruthlessness is touchingly irresponsible. Perhaps you will be fortunate and never have to decide the fate of an innocent life." He gestured at Nelani. No, beyond her, and she felt a pulse of force energy in the distance behind her.
She moved, a floating bounce that allowed her to turn but keep Vectivus in the periphery of her vision. In the distance, where Vectivus gestured, the rails that had borne Brisha's car to these depths were briefly illuminated. Even when the light faded, she could still feel them, could mark their presence in the force as though they were living things. "Go there," Vectivus said, "and climb those rails to safety. Wait for the others to join you once they have made their decisions about their own fates." His voice took on a kindly tone. "I don't want you to die unnecessarily, and as weak as you are, if you meddle in the affairs of others, that's precisely what will happen to you."
"Go to hell,"
Nalani said. Vectivus shrugged. "Perhaps I did. I wouldn't know." Then he faded from sight, and as he disappeared, the susurrating noise of the Minox wheeling overhead also vanished. Nalani spared a look upward. They were gone, leaving not even a trace in the force. Anxiety welled within her, a fear concerning the fate of her friends, and she began bounding toward the distant, unseen spot where the rails reached the floor of this cavern. They were her path to the surface, true, but also her path into the lower reaches, where Jason and Brisha awaited. Relidir Trallus. Han winced as his pursuer's lasers hammered at his stern. He'd diverted extra power from his bow shields to reinforce the stern, a dangerous gambit. If laser fire from the oncoming E-wings missed Wedge, it could accidentally smack into Han's bow and ruin his day. Ruin the rest of his life, in fact. But Wedge had managed to vape one of the E-wings with laser fire of his own, and the other had peeled off. It was now circling around to drop in behind the Aleph and reinforce it. Not that the Aleph needed much reinforcing. Wedge's little girl was good at her job. She'd dropped so low and come in so close behind the Shriek that Han's turret lasers couldn't depress enough to attack her, and meanwhile she could chew up his thrusters with impunity. If only he had a stern-mounted weapon. Wait a minute. He did. He had a bomb bay full of spotter droids. His fingers flew over his weapons console, punching in a set of unusual commands. He hit the execute button. 2 of his spotter droids would now be sliding into the bomb drop slots.
"Control reports missiles launched," Wedge said. "They'll be showing up on our sensors any second." "Good," Han said. He gritted his teeth to keep from continuing. "I hope your baby daughter, whom I've bounced on my knee, doesn't shoot my tail off before I see them. I hope she makes a run for it when she sees them. I hope I don't have to kill her." The ready light glowed green on his weapons console. He hit the temporary command button he'd just programmed.
"Got him! Got him! Got him!"
Zweb called, gloating, as his lasers continued to chew the tail end of the mystery bomber to pieces.
"Something's going on with the underside,"
Sial said. She wanted to drop another meter, but suspected she'd bottom out on the street. Even so, she could already see something changing on the bomber's underside. Panels sliding aside, something moving into position there on either side of the bomber's center line.
Does that look like feet to you?"
Zweb ducked his oversized Sullustan head as far as he could.
"Yes, feet, silvery feet, 1 pair on either side." "What the blazes?"
Those feet, and the humanoid bodies they were attached to, suddenly plummeted from the bomber. Sial had a glimpse of 2 flailing bodies, like dull silver protocol droids with oddly shaped rifles, as they dropped into her path and hurtled toward her bow. Sial couldn't help it. Her hand twitched on the control yoke,
an instinctive attempt to avoid the collision. Then came the impact, one droid hitting each of the Aleph's forward viewports. The one hitting the starboard viewport shattered. In her peripheral vision, Sial had a momentary impression of arms and legs flying in all directions. The one hitting the port viewport, directly in front of her, didn't shatter. It held on, its face right there in the center of the transparisteel, and it offered Sial what seemed to her like a reproachful expression. In that moment, she recognized it as a type of standard spotter droid. Then Sial's involuntary sideslip carried the Aleph far enough that its starboard laser turret began scraping along the building fronts there, tearing marquees and signs off edifices. She jerked the yoke to port, trying to free herself from that deadly friction before it spun her right into a building, and felt the shuddering end as she broke free. No time to think. Now she was traversing toward the buildings to port, and the droid was still looking at her. Gently she corrected her course, noting absently that the bomber had gained scores of meters on her.
"Great flying, Grave 4.
The voice was male, unknown to her, the accent Coruscanti. Sial couldn't risk taking her attention from the avenue ahead long enough to consult her comm board.
"Who's that?"
"You've got Axe 3 as your wing."
"Axe, you tear him up, while I get my life in order here."
"Will do. Be advised, I'm picking up a huge pursuit squadron on our tail, and it's not ours."
Zweb unbuckled and leaned forward. With his fist, he pounded on the inside of Sial's viewport. The droid outside turned its head to look at him, and this change in its aerodynamics was apparently enough. The Aleph lurched, and the droid was suddenly gone, whipped away by the altered airflow across its surface.
"Thanks,"
Sial said.
"No problem."
The Sullustan eased back into his gunner's seat and rebuckled.
"Right turret is jammed. Axe 3 correct. Huge cloud of incoming vehicles on our tail."
Sial gave the control yoke a tentative adjustment. The Aleph moved back to the center of the avenue, responding correctly. Only then did she check her sensor board. It showed the E-wing high overhead, and in her peripheral vision she could see red lasers from the fast-moving starfighter hammering the bomber ahead of her. Far behind was an immense cloud of vessels moving up at tremendous speed. It would be on her in 30 seconds or less, and the sensor board still couldn't tell her what the individual vehicles in it were. And up ahead, beyond the first of the bombers, but too close, was the end of the avenue, a huge, newly constructed housing building. Sial looked up, and her eyes widened. If she pulled up into a climb right now, she might be able to clear the tops of the surrounding buildings. But the foremost bomber was so close to the building, there was no way it could avoid a collision. She saw that bomber fire missiles ahead and downward. The street just before the big building erupted in smoke and dust, and in the split second before it was swallowed by the dust cloud, she would have sworn she saw the bomber dive toward the street. The second bomber, the one she'd been harassing, lost altitude. Its pilot had no distractions. Axe 3 was now climbing away from the engagement, ascending to safety. Sial became aware that Zweb was screaming at her. Something about climbing, about continuing to live. She ignored him and glanced at her sensors. The zone where the missiles had hit was still only partly realized on the screen, but it was a big hole, and the first bomber was gone. It wasn't hitting the building, wasn't veering right or left in a futile attempt to get free of the surrounding construction. It was just gone. Into the hole. Sial aimed her Aleph along the second bomber's wake. Zweb was shouting something about insanity and destruction. She ignored him. She took the control yoke in both hands. The second bomber disappeared into the smoke cloud. On the sensor board, it dropped into the hole in the street. As Sial reached that point, she slammed downward on the yoke, compressing it for a fraction of a second. Her top-mounted vents fired, jolting the Aleph downward. It didn't hit anything.
Through the viewports, there was only smoke and darkness. On the sensor screen was the tail end of that chewed-up bomber blasting forward between banks of heavy-looking columns. There was debris, heavy dust and particulate matter ahead of it. It rose toward the debris. As her Aleph reached the point where the bomber began its rise, she jerked upward on her yoke, and the bottom-mounted vents fired. She added some repulsor lift kick. The Aleph jolted upward, compressing her backbone and cutting off Zweb's shrieks. And suddenly they were in sunlight again. Green parklands and the shimmering dome of a military energy shield lay ahead. The first bomber was circling to port around the shield, the second bomber to starboard. Both were dropping their bomb loads, spotter droids floating to the ground, their descents slowed by the sort of short-use repulsor lift plates used by airdrop commando troops. Above circled squadrons of X-Wings, Eta 5 interceptors, E-Wings, the complete ground complement of the Reladier garrison. Zweb was shrieking something about great flying and having children and holodramas. Sial ignored him. Something was adding up in her head. Cold numbers and facts. She slammed on the reverse thrusters to slow the Aleph, jerking Zweb forward in his seat, and switched her comm board over to the General Fleet frequency.
"This is Grave 4, to all GA forces," she said.
She felt curiously emotionless, but she knew that she had merely contained her emotion, not eliminated it.
"Incoming enemy squadrons traveling east to west toward Reladier Central are missiles, and they have an unobstructed path to the interior shield. Be ready."
She switched back to squadron frequency. As the front end of the Aleph swung around, and the building they'd just flown beneath was framed by their viewports, she brought the Aleph to a dead halt in the air.
"Zweb, fire missiles. Bring that building down. Hit the base first."
"What?"
"That's an order. Bring that building down from ground level up."
Zweb's hands reached for his weapons controls. Coruscant. The Not Jason came at Luke again and again, making prodigious leaps, bounding from wall to wall, from ceiling to floor, as if immune to gravity. With each pass, he hurled 1, 2, 3 lightsaber blows at Luke, striking again and again until, thrown back by the impacts, he was too far away to engage. Luke countered every blow, and pitched attacks of his own. He felt the skin of his left forearm pucker a little from the heat of a near hit, saw the Not Jason's robes catch fire just under the right armpit from an especially close thrust of Luke's. But Not Jason patted the flames out and merely grinned at him. Not Jason seized a ceiling glow rod fixture and hung there as though his weight were nothing. "You're just about as good as my true master," Not Jason said. Luke gave him a quizzical look. "And who is that?" "You know," Not Jason said. "By the way, you'd look good with a beard." "You think so?" Luke ran his free hand over his clean-shaven chin. "Well, I'm not sure what our disagreement is, but perhaps it could be settled by talking. I try not to negotiate with phantoms, with things that don't exist. Better to just cut them in half and watch them disappear." Not Jason kicked off from the wall and flew forward again. Star System MZX 32905, near Bimiel. As the Sith Mara's force attack swept him away from her, Ben switched his lightsaber off. Hurling within the power of her attack, instead of fighting against it, he added some force energy of his own, shoving him laterally across the direction of her attack, and suddenly he was being swept at almost right angles to the direction she'd sent him. For half the duration of each spin he was making, he could see her, illuminated by her lightsaber, and now she was looking in the wrong direction. His maneuver had worked. He slammed into a wall of stone, managed to keep from grunting in pain,
He rebounded off the surface and began to drop toward the floor below. He calculated it as only 10 meters down, an easy drop in this gravity. When he hit the ground, he did so with a silence that would probably please his real mother. In the distance, the Sith Mara stood ready, her head turning this way and that, seeking for him with her force senses as well as with her eyes. Ben tried to blank out his mind, to erase his thoughts, to give her nothing to look for. And he wasn't using the Force. That would help. But he was the only person within hundreds of meters of the Sith Mara. That should make it child's play to find him. Yet somehow it didn't, and she kept looking. Ben made one long lateral bound, circling the Sith Mara's position. In that time, Sith Mara stopped moving. She stood stock still, her lightsaber down at an angle suited to bringing it up in a blow or an umbrella-style defensive posture, and Ben suspected that her eyes were closed. Silently, he launched himself forward. He brought his unlit lightsaber back at a ready-to-strike angle and kept his thumb on the power stud. His jump was accurate. He didn't need to correct it with little force adjustments. He flew directly toward her, closing the gap between them as fast as a thrown zone ball. Then he was near enough to see her face, her features. She was at rest, her eyes closed. At peace. This wasn't his mother, but it was his mother's face, and there was no evil in it, no Sith malevolence. He couldn't thumb on his lightsaber and kill her. He just couldn't. She turned toward him, and her eyes opened, red glowing as before. She continued her turn into a spin. A chill of fear cut through his middle, and he knew that her lightsaber blade would follow where the chill had been. But it was her foot that came up, snapping into his gut with the power of a combat droid's pistoning arm. In slow motion, he felt the wind leaving his lungs, felt himself folding over her foot, felt his internal organs compress and bruise. Then he was flying away, blackness washing across his eyes where the image of his mother had been. Chapter 32. Jason seized a rock outcropping and held it, keeping him from dropping once more toward the man with the face of Luke Skywalker. "You're just about as good as my true master," Jason said. And it was true. The Phantom he fought had the speed and moves of a Jedi Master. He'd be a fair match for Luke. The bearded man gave him a mocking look. "And who is that?" "You know," Jason said. "By the way, you look good with a beard." "You think so?" His opponent stroked his facial hair. "Well, I'm not sure what our disagreement is, but perhaps it could be settled by talking." Jason considered that. This combat was not just pointless, being carried out at someone else's wish for someone else's ends, but also dangerous. The false Luke was potentially good enough to kill Jason. Still, the false Luke reeked of the dark side of the Force. There could be no enduring benefit in cooperating with him. Could there? For a moment, Jason was confused, weighing the preponderance of Jedi history and claims about Darksiders against his own limited experience. But he decided in favor of history and tradition. "I try not to negotiate with phantoms, with things that don't exist. Better to just cut them in half and watch them disappear." Jason kicked off from the wall and flew forward again. He knew that this solidly planted, gravitationally advantaged Luke had adapted to Jason's low-gravity tactics, so he altered them. The instant he touched down before the false Luke, he planted his feet and used the Force to brace him there, then threw a flurry of hard blows. It was no use. The false Luke adapted instantly to his change in tactics, reverting to a softer defensive style, turning away each of Jason's all-out attacks, and he did so grinning, silently mocking. The false Luke, instead of countering Jason's fifth blow in sequence, sidestepped it, luring Jason forward and off balance. Luke's counterstrike whipped around and down toward Jason's unprotected back. "Enough!" Brisha said, and the false Luke vanished. Jason, straightening, still felt a tremor of pain from the area where the blow would have landed, and looked down to see a portion of his robe, a long black mark, on fire. He patted it out and looked up at Brisha. "Who was that, really?" She shrugged. "A combination of the real Luke Skywalker and the dark side energy of this place. A combination that would have beaten you, since you weren't utilizing the same energy, the resources available to you." She still held on to one of the rails. Sagged against it, actually. She was perspiring. "You've been using a lot of energy yourself," Jason said. He switched his lightsaber off. She nodded. "Coordinating the actions of several Force Phantoms at once? Very tiring. Try it sometime." "So you admit that you're behind this assault on me?" "Oh, it was no assault. Just a test. If it had been an assault, I would have let the Luke Phantom kill you. Don't you think?" Jason frowned. Her words had the ring of truth to them. "I think it's time for you to tell me your whole story." "Of course." She pushed off from the rail and floated toward the stone outcropping where the false Luke had originally arrived. She bounced lightly past Jason and beckoned for him to follow. "All the answers are this way." He followed. Reladir, Trollis. Han grinned as he completed his circuit around the shield-protected Center for the Performing Arts. His spotter droids were raining down on the ground, sustaining but ignoring small arms fire from GA ground crews and infantry, and already his board was lighting up with the data the droids were feeding to the Corellian Operations HQ. On the wireframe representation of the local area, the top of the shield was a hotspot where numerous droids had their laser sighting rifles trained. Above, many of the starfighters trapped within the outer range of shields were also being targeted. Han's and Wedge's shrieks were on the spotter droid's matrix as well, as non-targets. Missiles that detected and turned toward the shrieks were supposed to move away to find new targets. Missiles that came in too fast to divert their flight paths were supposed to detonate prematurely. In theory, the shrieks were safe from the missile barrage. In theory. Han didn't rely much on theory. He'd prefer to have some buildings between him and the incoming missiles. There was something wrong. Ahead, as he completed his circuit, was an Aleph where no Aleph should be. This one was battle-scarred, its fuselage scraped, its forward viewports scratched and dented. Han's eyebrows shot up. This had to be the Aleph that had pursued them on the approach boulevard. Sial Antilles' craft. Inexplicably, it had managed to follow them in. And now it was slowing, turning toward the Turkery building. Alarm bells went off in Han's head. If he were in Sial's position, he would know that missiles were roaring up behind. He would be figuring out how to stop them before they got here. And that meant dropping a rack full of missiles into the Turkery building, collapsing it so the missiles would hit the falling debris, never making it past the outer shield zone. That's what Sial was doing, and he had to stop her. He switched his weapons board over to missile fire and dropped his targeting brackets over the Aleph. And hesitated. This was Wedge's little girl. He couldn't kill her. If he didn't, the mission would be a failure, and the GA wouldn't leave, and war might break out. He heard a howling, and realized, as if his mind were functioning at a distance, that it was no cockpit alarm, but his own voice, an inarticulate roar of anger and frustration filling his ears. There was no time to find the perfect solution. His thumb settled on the firing button. No perfect solution, but the fraction of a second's delay let him find a possible answer. He pushed the weapons control forward. The targeting brackets clicked off the Aleph and dropped to the ground several meters beneath the hovering starfighter. The brackets skittered around, trying to identify anything on the ground that might constitute a target. Han fired. His concussion missile flashed forward to hit the Duracrete beneath the Aleph. Sial watched impassively as Webb targeted the building just above the huge hole in the ground that the Aleph and the two bombers had emerged through. He seemed to be moving in slow motion. Everything seemed to be in slow motion. The astromech beeped an alarm. A targeting lock on the Aleph. Sial frowned. She kept her hands steady on the controls. A sideways jerk might cause Webb to miss his target, and she couldn't afford for that to happen. Besides, the incoming fire was probably a laser barrage by an opportunistic X-Wing pilot, and she could survive a few seconds of that. The world exploded around her. The Aleph was kicked as if by a rancor the size of a skyscraper. She felt her backbone compress, like one of the Aleph's vent-based upward jumps, but worse, like ejecting from a doomed starfighter, but worse. Redness filled her vision, and she clearly saw the control yoke of her starfighter. Her hand was not on it. She tried to reach for it, but couldn't seem to make her body move. Outside the viewports, banks of buildings spun, sometimes above, sometimes below, intermixed with enemy starfighters, and the sky, and the ground. The Aleph disappeared in the dust and debris cloud of Han's concussion missile, and for a moment Han thought the starfighter had gone to confetti from the force of the blast. But the Aleph leapt up out of the cloud, spinning, out of control, on a ballistic arc that would carry it within seconds back to the ground and its final destruction. Han's curved flight path carried him past the dust cloud. His shriek and Wedge's crossed each other, heading in opposite directions. He could hear Wedge's voice, chiding, "Han, you missed." The words weren't making sense. He ignored them. All his attention was on the tumbling Aleph. "Fly, blast it, fly," he told it, reaching out for it and its pilot as though he had force powers, as if he could help Sial. He couldn't, of course. He watched the doomed Aleph reach the top of its arc and begin descending toward the ground. Its tumbling roll— was it changing? As it spun, did it seem to linger for a moment with its nose pointed to the sky? On its next spin, he was sure. The pilot was attempting to regain control. The thrusters, as they began to be pointed toward the ground, fired, and continued firing until they were horizontal. They cut off again, but the spinning was slowed, and the next time the thrusters oriented downward, they fired again and held, propelling the Aleph upward. The explosion-blackened starfighter wobbled as it resumed powered flight, but it was under control. And turning back toward the Turkery building, its mission not yet accomplished. Han stared in disbelief. Was he going to have to blow her up again? No. A cloud of what looked like flaming insects roiled up from the crater at the foot of the Turkery building. Missiles, in their hundreds. Most headed skyward. Their flight plan would have them turn just under the dome of the outer shield and dive toward the inner, hitting 2 or 3 spots, overwhelming them with explosive power, allowing the subsequent missiles to rain down on the Center for the Performing Arts. Others would target the starfighters overhead, and the larger ships still on the ground. Han saw 2 turn toward the Aleph. The Aleph, in response, banked straight toward Han's Shriek, flying underneath and past it. As soon as the Aleph and Shriek were so close to each other that their signals would be mixed on the missile sensors, the missiles turned away, hunting new targets. The Aleph dropped to ground level and skidded to a stop among several parked speeders, making it an unlikely target for continued missile targeting. Han grinned. The girl was in good enough shape to try to kill him again. Her tactic, leading pursuit missiles across his path, would have worked had he not already been designated a non-target by the droids. All was right with the world. He could have cheered. At least all was right until his datapad beeped again at him. Its screen read, "Transponder Trago F1103 on frequency 22NF07 is Jaina." The majority of missiles reached the summit of their arcs and turned back toward the ground. Some didn't. A few hit targets in the air, starfighters circling above the Galactic Alliance beachhead, pilots waiting to get into the fight, pilots who weren't fast enough to elude missile fire or eject in anticipation of the impact. The other missiles completed their turns and roared downward, concentrating into 3 streams. The leading missiles of those streams hit the glowing dome of the GA shield, matching their explosive energy against its coherent force. The first several lost that match. The shields were too strong, but the missiles kept coming, each one adding new explosive power to the equation. The shields shivered. Complicated energy matrices began to lose their coherence. Within the Center for the Performing Arts, alert, failure, and overload lights began to flare on shield generator machinery. Operators began to look at one another uncertainly, and the more fearful of them glanced around for a place to take shelter, for a direction to run. Then, in 1,000th of a second, it happened. The complex fabric of the shield unraveled at one point, and the next missile entered the empty space where it had been. It did not detonate. The computer at the heart of its guidance system relayed its new position, meters beyond what had been designated the shield limits, to the other missiles in the flight, and those that could still maneuver to position themselves along its path began to do so. That missile was halfway down to the crown-like top of the Center for the Performing Arts when the next spot atop the curved surface of the shield gave way. More missiles flashed through the widening gap. The foremost missiles roared down toward the roof below, calculating at each minute fraction of a second their current position, estimated range to target, estimated fuel reserves. Observers weren't aware of what happened in thousandths of a second, of course. When the first missiles struck the shield, onlookers saw a glow begin there, accompanying the distant whoomph of the missile's detonation. The glow grew larger and brighter. The noise from the detonations became louder. Then a lance of fire shot down from the position of the shields and hit the roof of the Center for the Performing Arts. The center seemed to swell, its walls bulging outward with flame behind them. Then the whole immense building erupted like a cake of solid fuel. Ironically, though the shield projectors were in the act of melting, disintegrating, the shields they created had not had enough time to fail utterly, and the leading edges of the explosion hit them, were contained by them. Then the shields gave way, and the flame and debris behind them spilled out in all directions. Missiles continued to rain down, many of them pouring into the increasingly cavernous hole that the center had been. Others hurtled onto the hulls of the small capital ships that had landed around the center. Their shields were up. Their shields went down, collapsing under the relentless explosive barrage, and those fighting ships began erupting with explosions of their own. Coruscant. "I was fighting a simulacrum of Jason," Luke said. He paced through his bedchamber, looking in the closet and then under the bed, as if more enemies were likely to be found there.
"Mine was a twisted form of Ben," Mara said. "Rather cruel of an enemy to try to kill you in the image of your own son."
Luke, on his knees by the bed, looked up at her. "Why didn't they send a Ben against each of us? Wouldn't that improve the odds that one of us would hesitate, at least in theory?" Mara shrugged.
"What did this?"
Luke rose. A dark side force user of some sort, or a group of them. Something new? I don't know. He moved back to the closet and pulled out his off-white pants and tunic. Something's happening out there, where Leia is, maybe where Jason and Ben are. I'm going to get on the comm and see what I can find out.
Give me my robe. I'll join you.
Mara tried to push aside her sense of unease. It had gripped her the moment she'd kicked the mutated image of her son, and it hadn't left her. Star System MZX 32905, near Bimiel. Around the rock outcropping, Jason came face to face with another rock, a boulder of black stone, its surface shiny and smooth. It was unlike any other surface he'd seen while in these caverns, and it reeked of dark side energy. "A door," he said. Beside him, Brisha nodded. Jason reached out to explore the barrier with his force-attuned senses. The stone seemed to be resting on a pivot of pure energy. The slightest exertion would swing it to one side. But the exertion had to be made through the force. Through the dark side of the force. Perhaps a light side exertion would swing it open as well, but he sensed that such an exertion would have to be much greater. He shrugged, gestured, exerted himself minimally along dark paths. The boulder swung obediently to one side. There was darkness beyond. Brisha moved into the darkness, and Jason followed her. Just past the boulder entrance, on the similarly smooth stone to the left, a set of sturdy metal levers and controls was revealed, and she flipped several of those switches from the bottom to the top position. In the distance, a light came on, bright golden light, cheerful and warm in hue, revealing that Jason and Brisha stood in an irregular stone corridor, triangular, wide at the base, coming to a point a couple of meters above their heads. The corridor widened a few meters before them, and the cavern beyond was being illuminated by the new light. Gravity, too, was asserting itself. Jason's second step was half the floating, bouncing distance of the first, and the next was almost correct for Coruscant standard gravity. After that, he felt that he could have been on Coruscant, except for the coldness of the air.
"The heaters are now on,"
Brisha said, as though reading his mind.
"But it takes a while to warm a space as large as this."
"Of course," Jason said. They moved out from the corridor and into the open cavern, and Jason blinked at what he saw. The cavern was open, its walls slightly irregular, but still of the same dark, smooth material as the boulder door. The cavern ceiling was perhaps 50 meters up at its lowest point, 60 at its highest, and the space was longer than it was high, some 200 meters in length in one dimension, 150 in another. But none of that registered at first. Jason's eye was drawn to the building that occupied the cavern's center. It was a mansion, 5 stories of stony construction, and it did not seem in the least ominous. The building's outer surfaces were rock, but dressed white and green marble slabs rather than the ponderous dark stone of this asteroid. Its windows were wide, unshuttered, inviting. At each corner of the building was a tower, the chamber at its summit roofed but open to the sides, and figures moved there and in various windows of the building. In one tower window, a figure painted. In another, one played an oversized harp, and distant notes, soft and true, reached Jason's ears. In one of the lower windows, a figure juggled 3 glowing yellow balls. At the center of the 5th floor, a huge mechanism, all gigantic gears and levers, operated, its whole purpose apparently being to drive a single dial on the face of the building. It turned at a rate of 2 or 3 times a minute, carefully watched by a figure who stood on the 5th floor ledge in front of it. The moving figures were all protocol droids, and gaily painted, one red, one forest green,
one gold. The machine tender was a pastel blue, and it was all suffused with dark side energy.
"This," Jason said, "is insane."
Not really.
Brisha walked toward the building with him.
Darth Vectivus enjoyed the architecture of Naboo and incorporated some of its building materials into his home away from home. Other architectural elements are from other worlds.
But it's not very Sithly. The Sith Citadel at Zeos—
I've been there. Very gloomy place. Unnecessarily so.
They reached the steps up to the main doors, and as they began climbing, those doors swung open for them. Beyond was a marble-lined hallway. Waist-high columns along its walls supported busts of men and women, mostly human, some of other species.
"All right," Jason said. "No more delays.
The truth." He reached the top of the stairs and moved into the hallway. He felt a little off balance. The dissonance between the energies he felt and the cheerful surroundings bothered him.
The truth is, I trained to be a Sith. I was trained by your grandfather, Darth Vader.
She did not seem in the least ashamed by this revelation. Jason drew to a stop at the first of the busts. It showed a serene-looking woman, her hair in a layered style that reached high.
"But you don't talk like a galaxy-conquering psychopath."
Vader wasn't a galaxy-conquering psychopath. He was a sad man, whose one love in life had died, and whose one anchor to the world of the living was, yes, a galaxy-conquering madman, Palpatine. The bust, by the way, is of Vectivus's mother. She wasn't Sith. She wasn't Jedi.
Jason shot Brisha an irritable look and gestured for her to keep going.
All right. My true name is Shira Bree.
Jason blinked at her.
"But you're better known as Lumia."
In his mind, he called up holographic images he'd been shown of the famous monster, the woman whose lower face was always concealed behind a tight-fitting veil, who always wore a triangular headdress, who carried a unique weapon, a light whip, as destructive as a lightsaber, but pliant and with a greater reach. There was no place for this woman to carry one in the jumpsuit she now wore, but he did not deceive himself that she was unarmed.
Yes.
"Under which name you tried to kill several members of my family."
Decades ago. Yes.
Now she did look abashed, regretful.
Don't judge me too soon, Jason. My history is very much like your Aunt Mara's, except she received some lucky breaks I didn't. I took longer to straighten out my life.
"Tell me about it."
I was raised on Coruscant, tapped for Imperial service, and when Luke Skywalker became a hero of the rebels, I joined them.
"To kill him?"
No, to do worse, to discredit him. A ruined hero is much more devastating than a dead one.
Her gaze slid off to one side, and Jason sensed that she was reliving events that had transpired before he was born.
I actually developed quite an attachment for your uncle. Once he was ruined as a rebel, I planned to draw him over to the Imperial side. But during a starfighter battle, he relied on the Force instead of transponder data to differentiate friend from foe, and shot me down.
"I'd heard that."
I lived, but it cost me. Cost me more than half of my body, in fact. My limbs, some of my organs.
She looked down at herself.
Cybernetic replacements.
When Jason didn't answer, she continued,
And that's when Darth Vader took special interest in me. Perhaps because of our similarities. He could feel the Force potential in me, and it didn't take a master psychologist to pick up on my desire for revenge.
Which you did attempt.
Again and again, after my Sith training on Zeost. Yes.
You seem singularly unapologetic.
I don't have anything to apologize to you for. Bring me into the presence of Luke Skywalker, or Leia Organa, and, well, things will be different. Would you like to see the rest of the house?
Is there anything to it but bright, cheerful colors, bedrooms, refreshers, and so on?
Not anymore. There were lots of artifacts in his library, but I removed them to the library you saw in the habitat. There are all the gaily painted protocol droids.
Jason shuddered. So far, the one irrefutable sign that Vectivus was evil. No, we can do the house tour after your explanation. After I retrieve Ben and Nelani. So, Palpatine and Vader both die, and you have no chance to be educated enough to become the mistress of the Sith.
Oh, there you're wrong, Jason.
Lumia shook her head as if chiding him for his ignorance.
I never had any chance to become mistress of the Sith, no matter how much I learned.
Jason moved to the next bust in line. This was a Bothan face, alert and intelligent.
Why not?
The Force is the energy of the living. You interact with it, its eddies and flows, with your own living body. It's all right to have a mechanical part or two, an implant, a replacement foot, but for true mastery in the Force, light side or dark side, you have to be mostly organic. I'm not, and so the greatest, the most significant powers I can never learn.
Jason frowned.
Wait. That means that Darth Vader could never have become the Lord of the Sith, a true master.
That's correct. I'm not sure he ever understood that. He might not have cared. He was numbed by tragedy. The Bothan you're looking at, by the way, was an old family friend of Darth Vectivus, taught Vectivus basic principles of negotiation.
Are you saying that none of these busts is a Sith?
That's right. This isn't a museum for Sith matters. It's a celebration of Vectivus's youth and life. His life, Jason. His joys and triumphs.
Jason propped his elbow up on the Bothan's head.
So that's what the trap is.
Huh?
Lumia looked surprised.
You didn't lure me here to kill me. You lured me here to persuade me to take up the path of the Sith.
Yes.
Because I have all my body parts.
She grinned at him.
Not exactly. Because it's you. All the portents, all the convergences flowing into the future say so, particularly since you've already received quite a lot of Sith training.
Explain that.
In a minute. What was I saying? Oh, yes. I'm not trying to turn you into a Palpatine. He was, as you say, a psychopath, destructive, uncaring, manipulative. He chose the dark side to achieve his ends, but was weak and confused enough to be twisted by the dark side. Unlike your Uncle Luke, you haven't been twisted by the light side. So I'm certain you can resist the temptations of the dark.
I've heard enough.
The voice was Nelani's, and there she was, striding in through the front doors, her unlit lightsaber in her hand.
As I'm sure you have, Jason. Where's Ben?
Jason asked. Nelani shook her head.
We were separated.
You were never together,
Lumia said.
When you were talking to Ben, and he to you, you were actually hundreds of meters apart, talking to Force phantoms of each other. A trivial thing to arrange in this place, where there's so much energy to manipulate.
She returned her attention to Jason.
Energy you could use in the name of improving people's lives, if you chose to.
"Quiet!" Nalani said. Jason turned to Lumia. "Where's Ben?" he repeated.
Unconscious, not hurt. He'll wake up a little sore.
Lumia shrugged.
If I were the monster you thought I was, he'd be dead, Jason. The son of the man who shot me down and destroyed my body. Think about it.
"Think about this," Jason said. "Brisha, Shira, Lumia, whatever you choose to call yourself, there are still outstanding charges against you for crimes committed back when you were an Imperial. Whatever you are now, you have to face those."
Perhaps.
Lumia suddenly looked tired, dispirited.
I just wish you weren't taking me into custody from your own fear. That's sad.
"Fear?" Jason frowned at her. "I have nothing to fear."
You're afraid that my words might be true, Lumia said. That the dark side doesn't corrupt in and of itself. That you're destined to become the next Sith Lord, the first Sith Lord to be active in decades, the first one in centuries with the strength to use the Sith techniques to help others. Because if it is true, you have to make a decision, choosing between your life as it is, comfortable, but almost purposeless, and life as you know it should be.
Nalani's lightsabers snap-hissed into life.
"I think you need to shut up,"
she said. "There's no need for that," Jason said. There was a sting to Lumia's words. The jibe about his life being purposeless was too close to the mark to be entirely ignored. Luke would have said that obedience to the guidance of the Force would give him direction and purpose. But since the end of the Yuuzhan Vong War, except for those times when he faced foes whose behavior lit up the Force like a kill-me-soon sign, the life of the Jedi hadn't given him the sense of purpose it seemed to have provided his uncle. "No need unless she resists." Lumia smiled.
There's no worry. Nalani would never attack me unless I resisted. She's a very good girl, a sweet, doctrinal Jedi.
"This sweet doctrinal Jedi is about to kick your teeth in," Nalani said.
Jason, I can feel you wavering.
"I'm not wavering. I'm just curious about her arguments. There is merit to some of them."
Like any Darksider, she mixes truth with lies until you can't separate them.
Jason ignored her. He waved at the busts and walls around him. "Lumia, you present me this house as though it constitutes proof that Darth Vectivus was a nice man despite his dark side training. Well, that doesn't wash. Anyone can commission the building of a pretty house. Palpatine was a patron of the arts. As for Vectivus himself, you not only can't prove that he was uncorrupted, you haven't offered any proof that he actually existed." He fixed her with a look he intended as amused condescension. "The dark side corrupts. The Sith are inevitably drawn to evil."
I can give you proof of one who wasn't,
Lumia said. Nalani glared at Jason.
Don't listen.
Jason shrugged. "Go ahead." Lumia looked dispirited.
Should I? Why bother? With sweet Nalani whispering in your ear, you're certain to automatically disbelieve every word I say.
Then the forlorn look left her face, replaced by a slight smile.
After all, everything I tell you is a lie.
Jason stared at Lumia, but she did not continue. Nalani looked between them, confused, sensing that something had changed in the conversation, something she had missed. Jason cleared his throat.
An interesting turn of phrase, he said.
Not an accidental one.
Lumia turned to look at Nelani.
Turn that thing off, dear. You'll run the battery down.
Nelani didn't budge. Her blade remained lit and glowing.
Jason, something's wrong. What is she saying?
She's saying nothing.
Then I'll give you a name,
Lumia said.
Vergere. She said that, didn't she, when she was training you to be a Sith?
She was training me to survive, Jason said.
He thought of his one-time mentor, the diminutive bird-like alien who'd been born in this galaxy but had lived for years among the Yuuzhan Vong, accompanying them back when they swept into the galaxy on their mission of conquest and destruction.
Yes,
Lumia said.
To survive. Survival is a Sith trait. Jedi train themselves for self-sacrifice, for union with the Force, and they can afford to be suicidal because there are so many of them. Sith train to survive.
Now you're making things up, Jason said. Nelani, keep her here while I go find Ben.
Lumia shook her head.
You don't want Ben to be here. Someone's about to die. It might be you. It might be Nelani. And it might be me. Bring Ben here, and it might be him. Death is here among us, and it will be a very distressing one.
Frowning, Jason cast out his senses like a net, sampling the present and the future. Pathways led in all directions, but in each of them, one of the 3 people present fell dying. Jason, head severed by a pliant whip of light. Lumia, Nelani's lightsaber cutting her in half. Lengthwise, so there was no chance of missing the organic parts. Nelani, her heart speared by Jason's lightsaber. Jason, stabbed from behind by Ben, the boy's uncomprehending features making it clear that he was seeing something very different from the reality before him. Lumia, swept into a marble wall by Jason's control of the Force, her skull shattered. Jason shut his eyes against the parade of tragedy. He opened them to view reality.
You're right. I can't see a path that doesn't lead to death. Let's revise our circumstances and see if any more options open to us in a minute or two.
Good,
Lumia said.
Now, Vergere, a Jedi, but one who was quietly resentful of the hidebound ways of the old Jedi Council, its resistance to any learning outside the rote procedures that had been part of the Order for so long. She was a rogue student of the Force, of techniques and pathways that are not all part of the Jedi school. You agree?
Jason nodded.
In her investigations, she studies Count Dooku, and his trail leads her to Darth Sidious, who has just taken Dooku as apprentice. Darth Sidious, who, the galaxy learns decades later, is Palpatine. Sidious accepts her as a student and candidate. There can be only 2 Sith at any time, the Master and the Apprentice, but there can be many candidates, and she is one.
Proof, Jason said.
You'll find the proof in your feelings.
Lumia spared a look for Nelani.
Assuming the good Jedi girl doesn't kill me for saying things she doesn't like.
She won't, Jason said.
Vergere learns from Palpatine, and she learns about him. She observes. She sees his weakness, his greed, his compulsion to rule and manipulate. She realizes that he could be the most destructive, living force in the galaxy, and she decides to kill him.
Jason didn't answer. It troubled him that there was nothing in Lumia's words
inconsistent with the Vergere he knew. Had Vergere been a student of the Force in that time period, which he knew she was certain that she would have studied every facet of the Force she could find. And if she became certain that her teacher was a force for destruction, she would have tried to find some way to doom him.
But Vergere strikes too soon, Lumia continued. Palpatine survives and puts killers on her trail. She uses Jedi Order resources to keep her a step ahead of her pursuers, and soon accepts a Jedi mission that may get her clear of her enemies. It takes her to the world of Zonama Seacoast, and from there she chooses to leave with the mission that eventually reaches the galaxy of the Yuuzhan Vong.
That doesn't make her Sith, Jason said. He kept his voice even, but he could feel the doubt growing within him. Lumia's words made so much sense, casting Vergere within a context that finally made her comprehensible to him. But only if Lumia's claims about the non-destructive, non-corruptive basis to the Sith were actually true. Lumia's tone turned chiding.
Think about it, Jason. She cared for you, cared for the fate of the galaxy, cared for everyone. She gave Mara Jade the healing treatment that allowed her to carry that boy. She was a Sith, and yet she helped give Luke Skywalker a son. She could be cruelly ruthless, couldn't she? And yet each act of ruthlessness improved matters, improved her surroundings, improved you.
Nalani gave Jason one more look, and in her glance there was worry and anguish.
"That's it,"
she said. She struck at Lumia. Chapter 33. Nalani's lightsaber blow was lightning quick, but by the time it landed, the older woman had twirled to one side, positioning herself behind a bust. The glowing blade sliced off the marble top of the head of some long-dead Rhodian scholar. Nalani advanced. Lumia retreated, slapping her thigh, digging her fingers through the cloth and into her thigh. She yanked, and suddenly in her hands was a whip. She flicked it back, preparatory to striking with it. Its tendrils, for there were several instead of just one, spread out into something that moved like a weaponized cloud, some of them shining iron-like and jagged, some of them glowing like a lightsaber's blade. Lumia cracked the weapon forward. Nalani, her body language suggesting confusion as she faced this unusual weapon, twisted to one side, but one of the lashes, a metal one, grazed her face, drawing blood all along her left cheek. Nalani took a step back, shaking her head.
"I don't just talk, Jedi girl," Lumia said. "And you'll notice, unlike you, I don't strike at a target who doesn't have a weapon in hand."
"Let Lumia talk," Jason said.
"Can't you feel yourself wavering?"
There was a shrill tone of desperation in Nalani's voice.
"She's bending your mind, bending your will."
Jason shook his head. "No, she's not. If I'm wavering, it's before a presentation of fact, not mind tricks. Come on, Nalani. If mind tricks were involved, don't you think you'd feel them?"
"Here's the truth about the difference between Jedi and Sith,"
Lumia said.
"Shut up!"
Nalani lunged forward again, spinning her lightsaber into a defensive shield. Lumia's light whip flicked around the edges of the shield. Ends of several tendrils wrapped into Nalani's chest and right bicep, creating small blood and burn spots. Nalani cried out and danced back again, baffled by the older woman's superior technique.
"Both Jedi and Sith gravitate toward rule,"
Lumia continued.
"But the Jedi believe it's contrary to their nature, so they create guidelines that are only supposed to govern their own actions, until the inevitable day when the secular governments fall so short of Jedi ideals that they feel they have to impose their own rules on the others to save them. That's what happened at the end of the Old Republic. But the rules they put together are strange, ascetic, not designed for ordinary people, and they can't be sustained as a form of government. The Sith recognized from the start that they can choose to impose their rule on others, or not. If society is functioning well, a Sith doesn't have to act. Vectivus didn't. If it's not, he should act. And since he knows that fixing a broken government is his mission, he can design a system of government that works, that is fair, orderly.
Nilani gestured with her free hand. The bust of Darth Vectivus's mother flew forward, hurtling toward Lumia like a marble missile. Lumia flicked her light whip toward it, and 9 or 10 tendrils converged on it. The bust exploded into countless marble shards, raining down on the floor.
"The galaxy is dissolving into chaos," Lumia said. "Its leadership can't save it. They're the leftovers of what failed 15 years ago during the Yuuzhan Vong War. The Jedi can't step in and fix things. You know their methods, the way they think. What has Luke Skywalker told you? Have his tactics, his recommendations fixed anything? No. As good a man as he is, he and his order are just tools of the Galactic Alliance."
Nilani tried again, this time with the bust of the Bothan. It reached a halfway point between her and Lumia, but the older woman reached out with her own free hand, and the bust stopped in midair. Now it strained forward toward her. A moment later, it crept back through the air toward Nilani. It was a piece in a game of push of war between the women, and neither was winning. The strain showed in Lumia's voice, causing it to hoarsen.
"Vergere sacrificed herself so you could assume the Sith mantle she wanted for you. That's the kind of self-sacrifice no Jedi would admit is possible for the Sith. But it's the truth. Take what I have to teach you, Jason. Take this place and the dark side power it contains. Take the knowledge that rests in its tombs on the world of Zeost, and use them against the forces that are trying to tear this galaxy apart. Restore order. Give your cousin, give the children in your family and your life the chance to grow up in a galaxy without war."
"You're still withholding the truth," Jason said. His voice was hard now, his manner uncompromising, unconfused. "You killed the security chief on Toriaz Station, didn't you?"
"Yes," she said. "Of course. I caught up to him too late to prevent the attack on you. It was already underway. But I could force from him an admission of who he was working for, and avenge the dead."
"Who was he working for?"
"Thraken Sal Solo. Who else?"
"And all those situations on Lord. You didn't dream about them, did you? You had direct access to the perpetrators." Lumia cast a sideways glance at the bust hovering between her and Nilani. It was beginning to creep back toward her, and the strain of keeping it at bay was showing on her face.
"Yes. My visions were waking visions. I could have interfered directly with their plans, probably with exactly the same results you experienced."
"Why didn't you?"
"I used them as a test for you."
Lumia closed her eyes and strained, but the bust still moved toward her.
"Sith, like Jedi, have to determine the fates of others. Unlike Jedi, they know that sometimes this means sacrificing one so that 20 may live. I had to find out whether you understood that. And you do."
"How about your Confederate?" Jason asked. "The man Master Skywalker keeps glimpsing but can't quite see. The man he says doesn't exist?" Lumia managed a laugh that was half-exhausted gasp.
"Jason, that's you. Visions of you! The Sith you will become. Luke can't make out his features, because he's not willing to accept what he sees through the Force. Your face, where the next Lord of the Sith stands.
Her last words were little more than a gasp, and her control slipped at that point. The bust of the Bothan hurtled toward her. She cracked her whip at it, a foreshortened stroke that might have missed in any case, but the bust's trajectory changed, sending the statuary beneath the tendrils. Instead of striking Lumia's head or chest, the bust cracked into her right hand, sending the whip spinning from her grip. Its tendrils twisted across the floor like living things, scarring it with their passage. Nalani leapt forward, slashing at her enemy. Her blade came down on Jason's. His blade held hers. His eyes held her eyes. "I'm not through here," he said. There was despair in Nalani's voice.
I don't know how, but she's turning you. Can't you see it?
"Stop listening with just your ears," Jason said. "Look into the Force. Do you really see any flow from her to me? From me to her? Something that could alter my mind or my perceptions?" Nalani held his gaze for a moment more, then closed her eyes. For that moment, she was vulnerable to a counterattack. But Jason merely kept his blade before hers. Lumia did not attack, did not even summon her whip back to her. She merely held her forearm and hand where the bust had hit them. Finally, Nalani's eyes opened again, and she seemed calmer.
No,
she admitted.
Lumia isn't using any Force techniques against you. You're not being influenced by the dark side energies here. I don't understand what's happening.
"Turn off your lightsaber," Jason said. She did. He turned his own off. Now the only sound of menace came from Lumia's light whip. The older woman looked at the weapon, and the glowing tendrils faded to darkness, to almost invisible threads. "There," Jason said. "Now we can work things out."
Yes.
Nalani turned toward Lumia.
Shira Bree, I arrest you in the name of the Galactic Alliance. You will be tried for—
"No," Jason said. "I've decided to learn what she has to teach me. That means she needs to remain free. To remain here." Nalani looked at him, disbelieving.
Jason, the law—
"The law is what we make of it." He shrugged. "She has said she's Lumia, Nalani, but she hasn't proven it. All we have to do is not believe her, to leave that claim out of our reports, and we've followed the letter of the law." Nalani moved slightly, stepping back, bringing the hilt of her lightsaber a few centimeters up.
I am arresting her.
Lumia interrupted.
I'll consent to be arrested.
Both of the Jedi looked at her. "You will?" Jason asked.
Of course.
Lumia looked sober, unhappy.
I know my fate is no longer my own. I want to see the Sith rise, with you at the head of the Order, Jason, and for that reason, I swear myself to your service.
She knelt as she spoke, lowering her head, an invitation for a blessing or for a killing stroke.
But whichever one of you is in charge here will choose my fate, my future.
Her voice low, Nalani said,
Put your hands behind your back.
As Lumia obeyed, Nalani pulled a pair of stun cuffs from her belt pouch. Jason frowned. There was something wrong about this situation, and for a moment he suspected treachery on Lumia's part. But a glimpse into the likely immediate future dispelled that notion. He saw Lumia obedient, unresisting, being led back to the shuttle. His mind flickered forward through the likely time streams. The future, As Yoda had said so frequently and famously that the quotation littered the Jedi archives, was always in motion, and many potential futures led from this event. But they began congregating in certain areas, Nalani testifying against Shira Bree, also known as Lumia, also known as Lumia Sio. Lumia convicted, being executed, being locked up in solitude, being locked up in a mass prison and assassinated by someone whose father she had killed decades ago. All she knew vanishing, dying with her. All along these paths, the galaxy continued to come unhinged, rebellion sparking in all corners, the Galactic Alliance crumbling like a cancer-racked body, eating itself from the insides out, whole populations dying. Detonators destroying this place, blowing the asteroid into millions of pieces, scattering the knowledge hidden here. An ancient star destroyer raining turbo-laser destruction down on the surface of Zeost, purging it of knowledge lingering there. Scores of timelines congregated on Jacen Solo and Luke Skywalker, bringing them together. The two of them faced each other, their surroundings changing every second as the scene slipped from timeline to timeline. Yet their poses and the lightsabers lit in their hands remained the same, as did the anger and tragic loss twisting both their faces. They spun, they struck, the impacts of their lightsabers causing flares of light to cast the walls and floors behind them into greater darkness. On and on they fought, their loss giving them strength, until Jacen cut Luke down. Sometimes it was a blow across the shoulder, down into the chest. Sometimes it was a slash, too fast to see, across the throat that sent the older man's head from his shoulders. Sometimes it was a thrust to the stomach, followed by minutes of agony, Luke writhing in a futile struggle for life, while Jacen, tears running down his cheeks, knelt nearby. Luke died. Luke died. "No," Jacen whispered. He summoned himself back to the here and now. Nalani and Lumia were walking away. The younger woman held the older by the shoulder, guiding her. Jacen lit his lightsaber and struck. Nalani jumped away, but the glowing blade merely parted the cuffs that held Lumia's hands together behind her back. Both women looked at him. "She remains free," Jacen told Nalani. "If you take her—" He could not say the rest of the words. "Luke dies, and I kill him." There was more to it than that. For a moment he was drawn back into the streams of probability that led him into the future. Nalani could leave without her prisoner. She would return home to Lord and tell all to her superiors, to Luke. Jacen cut Luke down. Luke died. Nalani could be persuaded not to tell. She would rethink her promise later and break it, telling all to Luke. Jacen cut Luke down. Luke died. Only in the time streams where Nalani fell, never to rise, did Luke remain on his feet, in command, alive. Other tragedies, shadowy and indistinct, swirled around him, but he lived. Jacen returned again to the present. The truth of what he had just experienced through the Force numbed him, but it was the truth, and he had to be strong enough to face it. Lumia knew it, or had some sense of it. There were tears on her cheeks to match the ones he felt on his own.
"There is this about being Sith," she told him. "We strengthen ourselves through sacrifice."
Jacen nodded, grudging acceptance of that fact. "Yes." Nalani looked at him, and beyond him into his intent. With a noise that was half moan, she turned and fled. Jacen raced after her.
Reladir, Trollis. More missiles poured into the downtown area that had surrounded the Center for the Performing Arts. The spotter droids on the ground didn't direct them to the crater that had been the Galactic Alliance beachhead. Instead, they sent the missiles toward enemies in the skies, the starfighters of the Galactic Alliance. Han rose toward one of them, the X-Wing whose transponder signaled Trago F-1103. Trollis Ground Occupation Forces number 1103, on frequency 22NF07. His progress was not easy, fast, or safe. The skies were still cluttered with Galactic Alliance starfighters, and a surprising number of them seemed intent on shooting him down. They dived at him and rose toward him, firing lasers. A vengeful interceptor pilot even tried to ram him, a tactic that would have constituted suicide had Han not sideslipped and allowed the tiny high-speed fighter to roar through the space he had just occupied. Han's intent was simple: get close enough to his daughter that missiles chasing her would abort, would turn away to find new targets. In the few moments he had to watch her, moments when he wasn't ducking incoming laser fire, he saw that she was doing pretty well on her own. Her X-Wing, moving higher and higher in the sky, dipped and fluttered, firing its own lasers at Corellian attack fighters and Vigilance interceptors. Those starfighters tended to veer away smoking or detonate, leaving oddly peaceful and colorful clouds in the sky. Missiles roared toward her from the front. She sideslipped, and they missed, or fired her lasers, and they detonated, eliminating the missiles around them in an explosive act of fratricide. Missiles roared toward her from the side, the back. She eluded them, now rising, now dipping, an indestructible leaf caught in a speed-of-sound wind, and the missiles shot past. Sometimes another X-Wing rode at her wing, supporting her tactics with movements that were eerie in their instantaneous adjustment, in their perfect complementarities. Once a trio of missiles roaring toward her from the starboard side detonated 200 meters from her X-Wing for no reason Han could see. Had they hit shrapnel? Had Jaina destroyed them with a flip of her hand and a force technique? Han didn't know. He did realize two things. The first was that as fast as he climbed, as fast as he could afford to climb while being pestered by enemy pilots, she was rising faster. The second was a more painful realization, which settled on him like a weighted net wrapping itself around a tired swimmer. She didn't need him. She was a brilliant pilot with a brilliant wingman. She was older than Han had been when he'd pitted the Millennium Falcon against pilots from the first Death Star, and was more experienced. Part Han, part Leia, and all herself, she dominated the air around her. Mixed in his heart were pride and pain in the discovery that she had outgrown him. Green laser fire flashed from the vicinity of his starboard hull, and an incoming Howl Runner exploded. Snapped back to the here and now, Han looked to starboard and port, realized that he was flanked by two attack fighters on either side, and almost jumped out of his seat. But they were green on his sensor board. Friendlies. Wedge's voice was in his ears, and Han realized it had been there for some time. "What was that, one?" "We have escorts out of the combat zone," Wedge said. "You should be picking yours up now." "They're here." "We have to leave the zone, too. The enemy still has numerical superiority, and we're not in fighters. Also, I think the really nimble X-Wing up top is your daughter. It would be a carking shame to be shot down by your own daughter, wouldn't it?" Han laughed. It was a brittle noise. "It sure would. All right, lead me out of here. Speaking of daughters, I need to talk to you." "Go ahead." "Later, back at base." "Whatever you say." Across long minutes, the battle over Reladir moved farther and farther away from downtown.
The incoming missiles were spent against the Center for the Performing Arts, against starfighters too slow or luckless to elude them, against each other, when a random detonation would claim an entire flight of them. Sial kept her attention on the skies beyond her viewport. She ached all over, and could taste blood in her mouth.
"How's it look?"
she asked. Zweb, kneeling in his chair, facing backward, pulled his hands and face out of the mess of dislodged circuits and wiring he'd been working with. He gave her a non-committal look.
"Not good." "Will we make orbit?"
"Orbit, yes." The Sullustan shrugged. "But no hull integrity. Blow up a balloon and let it go to fly around venting air? That's us."
"Plug our suits in for direct atmosphere and power for heating. We'll put up with a few minutes of cold."
"Yes, boss." Zweb fiddled around behind their seats, plugging both their flights into power and air suppliers, then turned around and settled into his chair. He uttered a bark of pain. "Ow! Think I have no spine left."
"You had one to begin with?"
"Not nice." Zweb strapped in. Sial brought the engines up. They whined, unnaturally loud, the noise strained and wrong. But the diagnostics board indicated that they were supplying power to the thrusters. Gently, slowly, Sial lifted off, pointed the Aleph's battered nose away from the portions of the sky where combat was still thick, and accelerated.
"We lost this one,"
she said. "You did great."
"I'm a great loser."
"I fly with great loser any day. Also, Lieutenant Baradas thinks you're really good-looking."
"What?"
"Said so in mess yesterday."
"You're trying to take my mind off all this."
"Yes. Am doing a good job?"
"No."
She frowned.
"Baradas, huh?"
"Don't see it myself. Human head's too tiny to be good-looking." She grinned.
"Shut up."
Star System MZX 32905, near Bimiel. Nelani ran with the speed of a trained athlete, but as soon as she passed beyond the cavern where Darth Vectivus's house stood and where the artificial gravity generator operated, her gait became inefficient, her leaps too long. She didn't have Jason's experience with low gravity. He began to catch up to her. She bounded up along the rails, toward the surface habitat, her lightsaber giving her enough light to see the cross rungs where she needed to place her feet. Jason saw spots of blood on some of those rungs, evidence of the injury Lumia's whip had inflicted on her. The rails rose through a gap in the cavern ceiling, and beyond that point, Jason could no longer see Nelani. He left his own lightsaber on, but closed his eyes, seeking her with his force senses, and there she was, hurtling toward him in the leg-forward posture of a vicious sidekick. Not looking in her direction, he twisted aside and swatted at her with his lightsaber. He put no strength behind his blow. He didn't need to. The blade caught her on the inner thigh, slicing through cloth and skin and muscle. She shrieked, flew past him, hit the stony surface of this cavern floor, and rolled, in the curious way that low gravity mandated, to a halt. He bounced toward her, slow, sure, and predatory. When he reached her, she was sitting, unable to stand, her now lit lightsaber in her right hand, her right leg, now useless, beneath her. He could see part of the wound, black with cauterized flesh and blood. She looked up, the pain on her face made more stark by the glaring brightness of both their blades.
"Jason, don't do this,"
she said. "You don't understand what's at stake."
"I'm not concerned with living or dying," she told him. "I surrendered my fate to the Force when I joined the Order. It's you. If you do this, you'll become something bad, something destructive."
"A Sith."
"No, call it whatever you want to. What do you call someone who kills without needing to? Someone who joins sides with evil because of a well-reasoned argument."
He stood there and looked at her, and was battered by emotions. His, hers, lingering dark-side energies from thousands of years before, her health and beauty, which had been marred, and which he would mar further, her despair and disillusionment, which were almost palpable energies, scarring his nerves like sanding surfaces. A deep sorrow settled across him, sorrow at the tragedy being perpetrated. In Nellani's myriad futures, he could dimly glimpse good and kind acts, love, perhaps family and children. He was about to cut through the connective tissues between Nellani and those futures, and he could feel the pain of that cut. In a way, the sensation was almost comforting, reminding him that he was still possessed of human emotion, of human values.
"Nellani," he said, "I'm sorry. You're a deflector that would send the future spinning into tragedy. And you're too young, too weak to understand it, to correct it."
"Jason,"
He struck, a slash that turned into a twirl binding her blade. The maneuver disarmed her, leaving her arm untouched, but spinning her lightsaber off into the darkness. He struck again, a surgical thrust that entered the precise center of her breastbone, emerged from her spine. Jason pulled the lightsaber free. Nellani slumped to the side, and he felt her begin to vanish into the Force. Until she finished her slow fall, and her head lolled against the stone, her eyes did not leave his. Chapter 34. Corellian Space, above Trallas. Leia watched the status boards as they provided updates on the situation at Reladir. Headquarters shields down. Headquarters destroyed. Trallas citizens spilling into the streets, sniping on GA ground occupation forces with hand blasters, hunting blasters. Corellian capital ships and hyperdrive-equipped starfighters dropping out of hyperspace on the far side of Trallas, joining the furball in the skies above Reladir, swelling its numbers, even as the GA retaliated with more and more starfighter squadron launches. Covert messages from Han relayed in tight-burst data packets. They arrived from his datapad through a sophisticated comlink currently glued to the bottom of a mouse droid scurrying around somewhere in the vicinity of the bridge. Those messages reported Han alive, Jaina alive, Wedge alive, the Antilles girl alive. Withdrawal command from Dodonna. The GA squadrons obeyed, disengaging where and when they could, some of them staying behind for last-minute exchanges with the gloating Corellians. Leia was called back to the bridge, where she rejoined Admiral Limpin on the walkway. Together they watched Dodonna's complement of surviving starfighters line up for landings in the ship's hangar bays.
"We could have held on here," Admiral Limpin said, "by throwing more and more forces into the mix, and yet that would have been counterproductive, making peace harder to achieve. We didn't. We won't. But that makes this conclusion a scripted one. The men and women who died young and brave did so for a predestined conclusion."
Leia nodded in silent agreement.
"It feels not like a victory, or even like a loss. It feels like dancing to someone else's tune."
"The GA isn't playing it," Leia said.
"Nor the Corellians."
The Admiral shrugged.
"Perhaps it's random chance. I believe in randomness. I see it often. But one can never think of it as friendly. It never has our best interests at heart."
She turned her attention to Leia.
"Colonel Moyen says your tactical recommendations were very well reasoned, very helpful, though he was surprised to find them a bit conservative, considering your reputation."
Leia shrugged.
"We get older. Perhaps we get more protective of those we lead. If I'm more conservative, that's why. Of course. Will you be returning to Coruscant or Corellia? Corellia, for now, where I can conservatively argue for peace while the war makers are strutting around crowing about their victory. I'll arrange for a starfighter escort for your shuttle.
Leia shook her head.
No one's going to fire upon an unarmed shuttle. This isn't like the Yuuzhan Vong War, fought in mindless savagery. Both sides are us.
For now. Even on the Admiral's Duros features, considered expressionless by human standards, Leia could detect sorrow, pessimism.
In my experience, it doesn't take long for us to become them. And when that happens, every savagery becomes possible.
True. The Admiral returned her attention to the viewports.
May the Force be with you, Princess. And also with you, Admiral.
On the shuttle flight back to Corellia, Leia sat wrapped in something like sorrow, and for the first few minutes of the flight she could not understand where it came from, what it meant. Her family had survived. Then the answer came to her. Her family had survived, but she hadn't, in a sense. She'd turned into something else for a while. In protecting her husband and daughter, she'd lied and deceived. Not even as any politician must, but as a conscienceless manipulator of others. Anyone finding out the truth about her activities could use them as leverage against her, weakening her, perhaps disillusioning others about her. She tried to think of what she wouldn't have done to protect Han and Jaina. If she'd had access to a self-destruct code that would annihilate any pilot getting too close to them, would she have used it? If she'd been able to swap transponder codes so that friends seemed like enemies, causing the GA forces to shoot one another out of the skies wholesale, sacrificing 100 or 1,000 lives for one she loved, would she have done so? Would she sacrifice the peace they were so desperately seeking? Would she send whole populations to war with one another to keep her loved ones safe? She didn't know, for the answer was mixed within her, and she wasn't exactly the same person she'd been half an hour before. But there was enough yes to it that it worried her, caused her to imagine what she would become if all her answers were in the affirmative. That was what attachment was, she decided, the kind of attachment the Jedi had traditionally worked to avoid. It was sacrificing lives that were not hers to preserve her own happiness. In the future, she would willingly give up her life to preserve that of Han, or her children, or Luke and his family. But she would not give up a life she did not have the right to sacrifice. She could not keep Han alive forever, nor herself. Some day he would die, or she would. That was life. She would do whatever she could to keep it from happening. Whatever she could, short of evil. Making that decision was like plunging a blade of transparasteel into her heart, breaking it off so the tip remained within her. But it was the right choice. When the pilot finally announced, "Entering Corellia atmosphere," over the shuttle's speakers, Leia was at peace. She was not happy. She could almost feel her heart's blood dripping from her wherever she walked, pooling beneath her wherever she sat. But she was serene. Star System MZX 32905, near Bimiel. "You'll give her appropriate rights?" Jason asked.
Lumia nodded. She was a noble warrior. I will treat her as such.
They stood together in the large airlock adjacent to the hangar bay, where Jason's shuttle waited. The docking tube was pressurized and coupled to the shuttle's side. Ben, unconscious, was aboard, strapped onto a seat with his lightsaber once again hooked to his belt.
"I know this was hurtful,"
Lumia said,
"but you have been strengthened by it already."
Jason, pained, looked at her. "Words, Lumia. He will strengthen himself through pain. They don't diminish the tragedy of what just happened. Not at all."
"It's not a cliché, Jason. It's a necessary component of the ethical assumption of our powers."
She gestured out past the shuttle and the hangar doors to the unseen stars.
"The Jedi find their balance through the abandonment of attachment. The Sith celebrate attachment, but find our balance in the deliberate, agonizing sacrifice of some of the things we love most. Only by that means can we retain our appreciation for loss, pain, mortality, those things that ordinary people experience."
Jason considered. Her words made sense. Such a philosophy would allow the Sith to retain their passion, but pain would keep those passions in check. Sith like Palpatine had not followed this principle, had followed philosophies of gain without loss, and their greed had doomed them and everyone around them, including Jason's grandfather, Darth Vader.
"You will be the man your grandfather couldn't,"
Lumia said.
"Go home. Do what you can to stop the war, and to free up time to study. Eventually you will need to find yourself an apprentice. Ben may be worthy, but I think he is already too steeped in the Jedi ways of softness and serenity. So look elsewhere, as well as at him. You'll need to train to open your mind to facets of the Force you've been instructed to ignore or despise, and your greatest attainment of knowledge and power will come at the same time as your greatest act of sacrifice, when you give up something that is as dear to you as life, making your love immortal through its sacrifice."
"We'll see," he said.
"Come back, and I will help you see."
She stood watching through the airlock's transparisteel wall as he boarded, sealed his shuttle, uncoupled the boarding tube. The shuttle rose on its repulsors, gently turned toward the opening doors, and departed. Tired, drained, jubilant, Lumia returned to the living chamber at the top of her habitat. She lay on a couch there and stared up through the scratched transparisteel dome at the stars.
"I've won,"
she said. Jason, dark-garbed, a gold and black lightsaber hilt at his belt, the pupils of his eyes golden orange, moved out from a shadowy nook and turned to face her. His mouth did not move, but his words carried to Lumia's mind. "And so I must go. Become nothingness."
"You always were nothingness. You're a projection, dark side energy from the caverns, shaped by my imagination and Jason Solo's form. But you'll be back. Bit by bit, Jason Solo will become you."
"And at last I'll have a name. A Sith name."
"Yes."
The Phantom Sith moved forward to stand over her. "He will learn that the attack at Toriaz Station was your doing, that good men were ruined by the phantoms from your mind, phantoms taking the forms of those they loved, that this war to come could have been prevented but for your interference."
"Yes, Someday, perhaps. In the meantime, his anger, the anger of his family, will be directed at Thrackan Sal Solo, who's more to blame than I am for that attack, since he did what he did out of self-interest. And by the time Jason discovers the full truth, he will understand how important he is, how he could not come to be without those events occurring, and he will forgive me.
I feel his emotions. He will hate you for these events.
But he will love me for them, too.
Yes. Lumia smiled.
Then I know balance. The balance of the Sith.
The false Jason nodded, then slowly and without evident distress, faded to nothingness. Bleary-eyed, gently rubbing his stomach, Ben moved into the shuttle's cockpit and dropped into the co-pilot seat. How long was I unconscious? Hours, Jason said. Where's Nilani? Jason paused, looking for the right words. But the gentle ones would, in the long run, do more damage than the cold, short, truthful ones. Ben, she's dead. Ben sat up straight. The expression he turned on Jason was pained, disbelieving. How? The Sith? Yes and no. Jason considered his answer, considered the mix of truth and lies he would someday have to unravel. There was a person in the lower caverns who called himself a Sith. But he wasn't. He was just a dark side Force user who'd learned to tap into the powers imbued in the place. They made him very strong. But only there, on that asteroid. He sent deadly illusions against us. I remember, I fought Mom. She kicked the stuffing out of me, just as she would in real life. Nilani fought the phantoms of her own inadequacy, phantoms I thought I'd helped her deal with when she was just an apprentice, and she was too weak for them. They killed her. Oh, Sith spawn. Ben slumped. What about Bisha? Bersha? The boy looked confused. Brisha, Jason supplied. He well knew why Ben looked confused, why he faltered over Brisha's name. Jason had interfered with Ben's memories while the boy slept, brushing away Ben's recollections of the woman he knew as Brisha almost as artfully as a painter might restore a classic portrait. Doubtless Ben was confused by his sudden inability to remember her features. Jason would attribute it to the many knocks and blows Ben had sustained. She died too, succumbed to her injuries. He heaved a false sigh. I've ordered a tremendous quantity of explosives to blow the asteroid up. It was true that anyone following the coordinates now in the shuttle's memory to the listed location of her habitat would find only boulder-sized chunks of stone. Jason had falsified details in the shuttle's memory, charting a route from Lord to a different uninhabited star system, another asteroid field. Lumia was safe from discovery. For now. Good. Ben sat, not speaking, for a few minutes, drumming his fingers restlessly on the arm of the co-pilot's chair. It's not fair that they died. No, it's not. But that happens. It's life. We just have to find a way to make ourselves stronger because of it. Ben nodded. I guess you're right. Coruscant. He exists. Luke looked up from his terminal. On its screen scrolled updated reports of the engagement at Tralles, but Mara could feel that the worry on his face
was caused by something else. He finally exists. For real.
Your phantom enemy?
Yes. Luke rose. That must have been why we were attacked tonight. The false Jason, the false Ben. They occupied our emotions so thoroughly that we missed the creation of whatever he is, wherever he is. Maybe it happened close by, or there would have been no reason to divert us. He looked in all directions, as though the smooth stone walls of the Enclave interior chamber would become transparent and reveal the enemy. But they remained stubbornly opaque.
We'll find him,
Mara said.
and we'll beat him.
Her attention returned to her own terminal, and a smile crossed her features.
Message from Jason and Ben. They're coming home.
End of Star Wars: Legacy of the Force, Betrayal, Book 1.